Morning, everybody. It's Friday, 27th of
podcast of
August,
Steve
and
Allen
as far
on
as I'm
LBC.
concerned, the bank holiday weekend starts now. Because if you've just finished work, if you've just finished doing a night shift, and you've finished, you are effectively on holiday because you don't need to be back at work until next week, which is good news. The weather, they've said, is good, so that's bad news for Darren and myself. We're two unusual people in the fact that we both love Christmas, so we like it cold, which means that when it gets hot, we don't like it. We can't stand it. Also, drivers have been warned. Don't set off early for this bank holiday getaway because everybody will be setting off at the same time. They reckon about 17 million cars will be on the motorway. What a miserable time. Make sure you put petrol in, make sure there's water in there, make sure you've got some sweets, make sure you've got the radio tuned to LBC, and all will be fine. Because then if you do get stuck in one of those never-ending traffic jams, at least you could turn around and go, well, we are well prepared for this. And how about the doziest would-be copper we've ever found? Story in a sec. Tony Beek's going to make his pantomime debut. You know Tony Beek, that's Anton Dubek, but he's not. He's Tony Beek, the most irritating git on the television as far as I'm concerned. But he's doing pantomime. He hasn't done pantomime before. Obviously, times are hard. And unfortunately, he's in Richmond playing Buttons in pantomime. Must be the oldest Buttons in living memory. Plus, this dozy would-be police officer. I call him a dozy would-be police officer because he's not. He dialed, wait for this one, 999 to check how his job application is going. I mean, I don't think we need buffoons like that in the police force, do we? Thank you very much indeed. So, as one senior police officer said, he's obviously not cut out for this job. No, but he'll probably be sort of taking them to court for sort of not letting... It's not his fault he's stupid, is it? Really? The Taliban are banning music and requiring women to travel with a male chaperone. They really are a bunch of old fuddy-duddies, aren't they, really? And then, of course, 12 US troops have died in the Kabul blast, together with about, I think, 50 or 60 other people. This attack, which people had been warned about. They had said there was going to be an attack. It was obviously coming from a very reliable source. It was America's deadliest day in a decade as the Islamic State suicide bombers attacked crowds outside the airport. They couldn't go anywhere, these people. And then you get these, let's just call it the people who are going straight to the fires of hell. Because if anybody has ever been persuaded to put a suicide vest on with explosives and blow yourself up, you've really got to be some of the dumbest people on the planet. So I'm delighted you've gone straight to hell and will burn for all eternity, which is good news. I can't understand why anybody would want... And what on earth do they think they've achieved? They've achieved nothing at all. And also, I think they go there on the promise there's going to be all these virgins. I did put it to somebody earlier on. I hope they're going with a sort of a tube of glue because they'll be sticking themselves together, won't they? And they've had very young suicide bombers. What on earth you have to say to somebody to persuade them to do things like that? You know, it would be, it's just absolutely... Looking at the pictures on the front page, I mean, there are body parts all over the place. And they don't care. So we don't care about them. That's why, as I said, they're burning in the fires of hell. And the Taliban can go join them as well, as far as I'm concerned. Steve, good old Uber, I'm fascinated and curious, says Colin, where your producer lives. Egham in Surrey. So that's a long way out. That's I mean, you could do it on the motorway, I'm assuming, but you would go straight out of town, and then you go straight up, then you go to Sunbury, and then you turn a right, and then you go all the way up there. Probably sounds a bit of a long-winded way, but I live down the road from Egham in a sort of roundabout way, and the Uber prices, of course, vary at the time, and London was full of all these old people last night. I call them the people who like a good few drinks. You know, they like a few drinks, and then you want to see what some of these old people are wearing out on the streets. I mean, it really is embarrassing. You'd think it was a very hot summer night, but they all seem to dress like they're advertising in phone boxes. And that's just the blokes. The blokes are like all wicked and all this kind of stuff, giving it large, whereas in fact, really, they're giving it teeny tiny. So 72 quid, and then he waited on the Uber, because obviously at times of high demand, the price goes up. And so he was waiting until it came down. It got to 51 quid, and he decided that was probably, just about right, I should imagine. I don't know how much it would be in a black cab. I don't know, but there'd be the nighttime charge and everything else. I mean, it could go, because it's out sort of past airport, isn't it, Egham? You're going out, you're just on the borders out there. You're practically heading to Runnymede. Well, in fact, you've got Runnymede, the next little town there, where they signed the Magna Carta. But Colin says, I guarantee any cab driver will go for 50 quid. Really? Wow. 50 quid. How much to Twickenham? Always like to check these things. Thinking of buying a puppy. The price has gone up now. 1,500 quid average. I've heard of people paying £2,000 to £3,000 for a puppy. Lawrence Fox has dragged his kids into an anti-vax row. He's not going to let them go to school because he's worried that the school will vaccinate them, and he doesn't want them to be vaccinated. I don't know why. I'm not too sure. Not too sure. The diabetes crisis threatening to bankrupt the NHS. See, I'm doing my bit because I've cut down on my insulin, so I don't have as much insulin. You know, I get a box of pens with my insulin in, and that lasts me for the 4 weeks, and then I get another box of pens, whereas before I would walk away with about 6 boxes of pens, but not anymore. I take my metformin tablets and all my other little bits of medication. But they also put down that some people get their blood testing machines for free. You tight-fisted so-and-sos, go and buy them. These little blood testing machines are they're like 20 quid. 20 quid. I mean, I've never paid any more than 25, 30 quid for a blood machine. Go and get them. You can go to any chemist. Goods in Twickenham sell them. You can buy them on Amazon, buy them anywhere. But the idea of, of taking one for free on the NHS, no thank you. These people must be as tight as whatsits. So Bob Mortimer grew up having 16 sugars in his tea and coffee. 16 sugars, I can't imagine. He must have been high as a kite for most of the day. And the diggers have come in and work has begun on the I'm a Celebrity Castle. Great. Lee says you sound like you're shouting into a tin can. I am shouting into a tin can. It's not my fault you're a bit thick, is it? Tony Beak is actually half Hungarian. I couldn't care less. His name's Tony Beak. That's what he was christened, not Anton Dubek. That's a made-up, that's a showbiz name, darling. I couldn't care less. His father, so he's allowed to call himself Anton. No, his name's Tony Beak. And by the way, you need to learn how to spell. It's B-E-A-K. Okay, just so I tell you that. Nothing worse than being illiterate at this time of the morning. Do you know if Penn Farthing was able to load up the specially chartered plane? No, he wasn't. They're not going to be surviving much longer, the animals, are they? But the amount of arguments I've heard on the radio, the amount of people who have been saying, oh no, animals come before people. Yeah, right. No, they don't. No, they don't. No, they don't. That's why they need people to look after them over there. So animals don't come before people at all. But they're still there. I have a sneaking feeling. What are they going to do with them? 200 rescued cats and dogs. Where are they going to go? All they're going to do is clog up the overcrowded system that we've got in this country for abandoned animals. The Taliban, no doubt, if they don't make it, will just kill them. I can't see any. Listen, they have no hesitation with people. Why they'd worry about a few dogs, I can't imagine, and a few cats. But I've heard some arguments on LBC. My God, have I heard some arguments? Some obviously real animal lovers, sounding slightly peculiar at the worst of times. And then I got one yesterday, somebody saying, oh, here you go, picking on the old vegetarians again. They quite clearly didn't understand. They were a bit thick. They didn't understand what we were talking about with vegetarians. When I said they just look a bit pale. And because I'm a vegetarian, and you think, oh, my God, honestly, once you drag them out of the woodwork, there they all are, nut roast, and that's about it. And sort of, meat-free sausages made to look like a sausage. As indeed they do in their particular cases. But I love their things like that. They're always very funny. If I was a pilot at Kabul, would I rescue a vegetarian or an animal? It would have to be a vegetarian. Because, what are you going to do with a dog when you get it back here? I'm assuming they've all got to be inoculated. You can't just allow dog. How do we know they haven't got rabies? We have no idea. If he's got 200 of these things, I don't know what's happening. Mind you, we don't know what's happening with Geronimo either, do we? Perhaps we should send Geronimo over to Kabul airport. But they say there could be more attacks because you can find these suicide bombers, most sort of families who've been completely brainwashed into thinking that they're doing good will happily strap up their children with sort of bombs around them and send them out there. I just don't understand, actually. Don't understand what sort of persuades people. I feel very grateful that we're sending planes and getting people on, even after such an atrocity. 12 US troops died in that. Because you don't know the person who is going to detonate, you don't know what they look like. They don't have a particular look. They just might look a little bit bulkier than other people because of all the bombs they've got strapped to them. I mean, I've never been able to understand that. I've never understood why the Taliban murder so many people, because they're going straight to hell. There is no God for them at all. They're just filth, and they and their families will suffer beyond all hell and damnation that you can throw at them. They're just sick people. Do you know unpleasant people are more likely to believe in conspiracy theories? Well, that figures, doesn't it? Every time you hear somebody going, I believe in the flying saucers, Steve, they do exist. Their universe is so huge, they live on other planets. No, they don't. No, they don't. And now you can say to them, you're an unpleasant person. You're an unpleasant person. And then somebody else wrote to me. What was it? Somebody the other day. The producer showed me before we sort of dumped the button, and they've gone down to burn in the fires of hell as well. They said, and why don't you take phone calls? Well, we haven't taken phone calls for about 35 years now. You know, you're a little bit behind the times. But as I say, obviously the medication is not getting through to you at the moment, so it doesn't really matter, does it? So all of your texts and emails, 84850steve@lbc.co.uk. We'll weave them all in unless you're particularly stupid. And unfortunately, this time of the morning does tend to attract a few thickos. So we have to put them out of their misery, and we just dump them. Now, we did have a choice of dumping them for a month or dumping them for life. I made a decision. We dump for life. So you'll have to go out and get another phone or find another way of contacting you, because once I've deleted you from the system, you don't come back for anybody's programme. And I always check the history of somebody. Well, I don't, but the producers do. They're fascinated about this. Oh, yes, they've always written stuff like this. And you think, no, let's put them out of their misery, which is great. Right, short break, because I know you need to know, because if you are setting off on your holidays, I suppose now would be a better time than maybe lunchtime or this afternoon. It's just the roads will be quieter, but where do you book into? If you booked into a holiday home or something like that, you won't be able to book until lunchtime, but at least you've got there. You can stop on the motorway and get a lovely breakfast. I've always thought the motorway breakfasts were the biggest pile of rubbish we've ever had in our entire lives. Never looked that appetising, do they? Not cheap.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So I don't believe in ghosts, and I don't believe in creepy. I believe in creepy crawlies. I was just explaining to the producer that my godchildren are always saying, "Why don't you come and stay with us on a Friday evening? Then we can, have a few drinks and something to eat and all the rest of it, and then you can drive back slowly on the Saturday." And because they live in the country, they have mice. There are mice and things like that. So they have boxes which are put down, like most places. We've got them in London. They're all over the place. These sort of boxes, you find them outside factories and stuff like that. If there's food inside and it basically is a food for the rats, they take it back to the nest and it kills them. It's a bit like sort of wasps and stuff like that. If you're an animal lover, don't listen to this bit of the programme. But anyway, they also get deer through their gardens. I mean, I told you the other day, they've 50, I've got them on video, 50 deer going through their garden. And they're in the middle of nowhere. And they've said, so why don't you stay over? And the one thing I've thought about, because I've been into their barns, which are converted, the floors have been done, they put air conditioning in, really, really lovely. And there's a lovely big double bed and a kitchen and a shower and everything. But I'm a bit frightened about spiders and stuff like that. I don't like the idea that I might be lying in bed and I might hear something scrabbling, and it might be a mouse or something, and that would just freak me out completely. I'd have to sit there with a baseball bat. I don't know, because mice can squeeze themselves under the tiniest of gaps. They appear not to have a rib cage, and we used to get them. Yeah, you get literally very, very small. We had them when we had offices and studios in Fleet Street. The River Fleet, as was diverted and ran underneath our building, and you could lift up a manhole cover in our master control, and you could see the river, what was remaining of it, running underneath. And of course it attracted rats and mice and things like that. So many of the time you'd be in the newsroom and you'd see a mouse. You go, ooh! I don't know why, because they're like big. They're little tiny things. And so we would catch one and put it in a bucket. Well, literally they were jumping out of the bucket, and they know every little rat run and mouse run that there is, which is amazing. So we have to think on that one, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Nick says, I saw the great Des O'Connor as Buttons when he was in his 60s. He could get it. Yeah, Des O'Connor could. Yeah, I mean, absolutely. Absolutely amazing. Des O'Connor. I mean, he was fantastic. He came in to have a chat to us, and he was lovely. Steve, they said 60 dogs and 120 people this afternoon, and charity paid for a charter plane. Have more animals been added, or with 200? No, they're still saying that their Operation Ark Luton evacuation plane is swapped. It was swapped. It's been cancelled amid safety fears. So this was Operation Ark, and so they're still there. They're still there. They haven't moved anything out.
Why is life always this or that? Now or later? All or nothing? Start earning or keep learning? Turns out it doesn't have to be. With an apprenticeship, you can take your next step and get the best of both worlds. You can get paid and gain skills. Get the jump with an apprenticeship in accountancy to cyber engineering and loads more in between. Wherever you want to land in life, search Get the Jump to see what's out there for you.
It's as simple as that. They're still there. And given the choice, I'm afraid, whether you like it or not, between animals and people coming out, it's people. They're not going, what are they going to do with animals? As I say, our animal shelters in this country are fit to bursting. People aren't taking the animals that we've been abandoning over here for donkey's years. Ask Battersea Cat and Dogs Home. I bet you'll find they're full of dogs at the moment. People during the pandemic couldn't afford to keep them. So they just dumped them. And that's what the same that this bloke will, happily do it in Afghanistan, not expecting the Taliban to take over. Blow me down, because otherwise he'd still be there collecting in animals. They do it in Spain. They do it all over the place. But, what are we going to do with them? They're going to sit here. They don't speak English, as far as I know, these dogs and cats. But perhaps they'll have to have somebody who speaks Afghani. I don't know. Very worrying. Very, very worrying. I was delighted yesterday to hear from Chris and Steve over in Spain, which was good. I was looking at a thing in Spain the other day, and it's very interesting. But he says, this is Chris Lowry. He says, you sound just like your dear old self again, energetic and full of life. Both. It's funny, people have said it's like having a new life. It's honestly. Chris says, place conkers in your room stops you getting spiders. Where am I going to get conkers at this time of year from? What, is there a sort of a conker tree or something? Kevin says, hope you're well. Saw a TV programme a few days back all about Dick Emery. Did you ever meet or work with him? I didn't, no. But I can tell you he died in the Cromwell Hospital, and his body, for a while, was stored under the railway arches in Shepherd's Bush. That's where they put his body, under the railway arches, because in those days, if the funeral director was full up, and they don't have a huge amount of room inside funeral directors to store people, it's not like the hospitals where they've got fridges and they've got a mortuary. In the funeral directors, they don't have things like that. They just have, in fact, to the place I used to work at, we had a funeral directors as part of the business, and they had room to store 3 people. There was no other room in there. They didn't have fridges, so they had a chapel of rest. And the chapel of rest, when you went into it, there was the middle bit, which had a little altar and a crucifix and things like that. And that's where the coffin would be for the family coming to view. To the right and to the left, there were curtains. And behind that was stored the other coffins with people in. So they could store another 2 in there. I suppose if worse came to worse, you could probably get 2 in each side. But they were there so that once the family had been and viewed the dearly departed, they could move that person to the side and move one of the people in the side to the middle so that their family could come and view. And it was literally a case of 1 in, 1 out. Hospitals, I think, have the fridges where they might be able to keep up to 20 or 30. During the pandemic, if you remember, they had bodies all over the place. They had so many, they were having to sort of put up places in car parks to store the deceased because they just didn't have the room. They really don't. In any other country, you'll find exactly the same. Exactly the same. Steve, the first thing you'll notice in a barn in the middle of nowhere, says Roger, is how quiet it is, other than a cockerel at 3 a.m. It is funny, isn't it? You do get cockerels. I mean, I don't sleep very well in a very quiet place. I have to have the light on all the time. I don't know why. It must stem back to somebody said it must stem back to childhood, where you have a light on all the time. My parents used to come up. If they had people round for dinner, which they had on numerous occasions. My mother was a very good cook, and they would always have dinner parties. Even when we were abroad in Hong Kong and Egypt and things like that, always dinner parties. And I can remember you'd be in bed, and my door was always just a little bit out, so the landing light was on. And I can always remember because I would wake up for it. I can remember my father coming up the stairs because I could hear the murmur of people downstairs. You could smell cigar smoke and things like that. And he would close my bedroom door, and they turned they turned the landing light off. So I would get out of bed, open the door a little bit, put the landing light on again. I just didn't like it being dark. And I'm like that now. I sleep with the lights on all the time. I've never, ever, not in many years as I can remember, slept with bedroom lights off. They've always been on. So I have 2 lights in the bedroom, lamps on tables, and a bureau. Not a bureau, like a sideboard, not even a sideboard. It's quite a nice thing. And it sounds fantastic. And it was great, actually. And it was just sort of one of those nice things. But I wouldn't want somebody to turn the lights off. Oh, no. It's not that I'm frightened. Not much. It's just that I don't like it because you see I can remember years ago, we lived up in Yorkshire, and if you turned all the lights off, outside there'd be a tree, and in winter time you would just see the reflection of it against your window pane, and it would be like a shadow. And I was thinking, I don't like this idea. My mother had a thing about opening windows, not wide open, but just sort of enough to let fresh air in, things like that. My brother used to hate it because it let moths in. And he had a fear of moths. I don't know whether he's still got it out. I mean, I should check with him. I'm seeing him on Tuesday. And it's a case of, what do you not want it? Because there's nothing worse than a moth flying around the place, is there? I've got sprays. Gotcha. They don't live long in my place, actually. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So if you are thinking of going on holiday and you are setting off today, well then... I'd go. I mean, to be honest with you, I'd go now. If you can afford to go now, just make sure. Well, you won't find a petrol station. Yes, you will. You'll find petrol stations. I'll tell you where you find them open at the blasted service stations on the motorway. But they charge an arm and a leg. Sometimes 2 arms and 2 legs. It's so expensive. So expensive. So I've always said to people, if you are going on holiday, I mean, either leave it till tomorrow. It depends where you're going. If you're going to the beach, which of course a lot of people will be, well then you can park up. All the councils that have got beaches, they may make the most of you. They love people like you because you're boosting the coffers, and if you boost the coffers, then that's great. Local people get absolutely nothing at all, actually, nothing at all. And Chris in Surrey says clearly you can only get conkers when they're back in season. I imagine they grow on trees. No kidding. Good Lord, honestly, you're bright. Are you university educated? You must be. God, you're terribly good. Steve, I sleep with the lights on and the radio on. Can't bear the quiet in the dark. And Liz says, you never see a ghost with the lights on. No, you don't. No. There's no such thing. Ghosts can only be photographed in the dark for reasons best known to themselves. I've got no idea. No idea why. That really is a very bizarre one, actually. But a lot of other people telling me they sleep with the lights on, so it's quite good, actually. Josh says, give the Afghanistani lot mutts a good old scrub with carbolic soap. I don't know, actually, whether... I mean, they would need to be inoculated. You can't just bring animals in, can you? But we're also not sure, all the Afghan refugees that we're bringing in, have they been inoculated? I mean, I'm not totally sure that they would have been in Afghanistan. I mean, the Taliban, because they're really, intelligent. Duh. The thickest people you'll ever meet and the most disgusting. They're now banning women going out by themselves. And no music. No music unless they're dancing with little boys. Because they like that, don't they? The Afghanistan warlords and their dancing boys. Yes. Watch the documentary. You'll probably find it on YouTube. I should imagine. It was quite disturbing. What was more disturbing was the fact that many of these little boys who danced for these old perverts died mysteriously. They just vanished. They just vanished completely. You celebrate 50 years of Michael Parkinson on the television, some of his most influential interviews. Because I suppose the best ones he did were on the BBC because he was with them for quite a long time. Plus the palace officials tight-lipped about Harry and Meghan's turgid claims. Who gives a toss about Harry and Meghan? Just go away. And Jacqueline Wilson, the great Jacqueline Wilson, is giving the Railway Children a modern makeover. I like the Railway Children. I've liked most of the versions, but the original is still the best for me. I like it because it's got some lovely people in it, and I was such a big fan of Jenny Agutter and the kids in it. And I just thought it was a nice story. I just thought it was nice. But there again, I love The Amazing Mr. Blunden. I like all the most peculiar films. People say, what do you like that for? And I go, I don't know. It was like Julie Andrews was explaining the appeal of The Sound of Music. She said because it represents a family. It represents hope. It represents a family that stuck together. I mean, I watched it again the other day. That's how good my life is at the moment. And I was sort of watching the beginning of it, and that scenery at the very beginning of The Sound of Music is the Austrian Alps, and it's beautiful out in the Tyrol. It really is absolutely beautiful. And I loved it. I thought it was great. And then their house was so typically Austrian. The house, it couldn't have been a film set. The interior shots were the film set, but the exterior shots, you can see the house if you go on one of those coach tours from Salzburg. But I just thought it was good. They seemed to be a family. I mean, seriously flawed at the beginning. And of course, I met them. I met all the kids from The Sound of Music. They came in. They were touring years and years ago, not touring, performing, but they were just talking about the film. And then I met Julie Andrews to talk about it as well. I got flown over to America to talk to her. And it was like the dream come true. Because Julie Andrews lived a little bit up the coast from where we were on Venice Beach. And she came, and I remember thinking, bloody hell, it's Julie Andrews. You get a bit excited. You get a bit starstruck when you see people. It is actually quite nice.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Somebody says it's not good to sleep with the light on. Well, why don't you mind your own business, okay, Beaky? It's got nothing to do with you. Apparently, it stops your body producing melatonin. Not good for you. You should sleep in the dark. No, you're a job's worth, aren't you? Oh, you shouldn't. You should always turn your lights off in your bedroom. Oh, I bet you're a boring person when the neighbours come out in the garden. Oh, God, he's out in the garden again. Everybody back inside. Come on. Oh, did you sleep with your lights on last night? I don't know, because you're not producing the melatonin, are you? You do hear some odd people on the radio. You suddenly realise what a weird country this is. Somebody says the dogs have places to go to with the soldiers there where for comfort. Some have foster homes. Yeah, that's what they'll tell you. They'll tell you anything. I don't think they're going to get out. Given the choice, pets, people. It's going to be people every time, isn't it? And I don't think the Taliban are particularly bothered about animals. If they're not bothered about people, they couldn't be bothered about animals either. They don't seem to be bothered about anything apart from holding hands with each other. That's what they're into, isn't it? Somebody else talking about ghosts, and Shane in Sydney says we have a flock of cockatoos around here. They're so noisy, the curtain twitcher next door feeds them. Yeah, we have 25,000 in a flock that come over every evening. Just as it goes to dusk, they fly to Bushy Park, and they're in I think they look lovely, but people who've had them in their garden say they're horrible. But I think they're really pretty. Apparently, it was two that escaped when they were filming The African Queen at the Isleworth Studios, and they multiplied and then multiplied and multiplied. So these little cockatoos, or whatever they are, just have sex. They're like flying mice. They're having sex, but because they're sort of pretty and green, we're sort of used to seeing ghastly pigeons. And as I said before, the only good pigeon is under a bit of short crust pastry or the wheels of my car, because the mess that they make, it costs a fortune in London to clear them up. Most of the buildings have spikes on them. To stop the pigeons sitting there, except the police station just down the road, which used to be a hospital, and they've got them cling, because pigeons cling to the side of buildings, but the mess they make, disgusting, they really are. Anne in Camberley says, I have to have a lamp in my bedroom, and I've discovered this fantastic one which changes colour every 30 seconds. Have you ever heard of these lamps? A colour-changing lamp? Good God, you've been able to have those for about the past 50 years. Where have you been? I told you about my fountain I bought, which is rechargeable. It took me ages to get the charging thing in. I put it in there, and it's fantastic. And it's a water candle, so it looks like a big, thick candle. And it's got lights in it as well. And you pour the water into the top, and it comes up as a little fountain. It bubbles away. It's very pretty. But blow me down, I can't remember how much I paid for the blooming thing. But I've kept the receipt just in case I need to get another one, because I love them. I first discovered them in a garden centre in Staines called Knockcuts, and I looked at it, I thought, want one of those. Definitely want one of those. It was fantastic. So I bought a couple more, and then haven't been able to get those for ages and ages, and now I've got this other one, which is very nice. I like it a lot. Did you bring the water? I need water today, actually. I didn't drink very much water yesterday. I don't know why, actually. And I suppose because I got a bit bored with it. I find water so dull. So boring and dull. But people keep telling me, no, drink more water, Steve. It's really good for you. And makes you a better person. I've decided the next place I move to, I'm going to be near a hospital. I've decided. Merci. I thought, if I'm near a hospital, and I found a flat that is right near the hospital. And it's literally over the road from it. Now, the flat's 6.5 million. And so I've looked at it, and I thought, I don't know, £6.5 million. It's a lot, and I'm a bit short at the moment. I'm about £6 million short at the moment. We need to win the lottery tonight, which would be very nice indeed. But the flat's literally over the road, so and it's got 6 bedrooms, which is nice, and it's got a roof terrace. I'm all in favour of a roof. The only thing it's not got, which I really want in my next place, I want a swimming pool. I don't want a communal pool. Thank you very much indeed. I've decided. I mean, a communal pool is we have to share with the great unwashed, and I don't like anything like that. David Beckham's in trouble. He's promised to do something in America, and he hasn't done it. Somebody said he probably doesn't know that he hasn't done it. No, I wouldn't have thought he does. And the family of a British 9/11 victim say the blast from the towers they think was from inside. Well, where else do you think it was from? I always thought it was from inside. So they're going to court about it. It would have to be from inside. It would be in the planes. The plane would go in, as it did, and then the second plane. And if they had explosives on there, then they would be detonated, and that's what effectively brought the tower down. But then surely, as the plane would hit, the explosives on it would have gone off anyway, and we didn't see that. We just saw all the flames that were coming out. But then the plane sort of sat in there, and then the fire started. I think if there were bombs on the actual planes, it would have gone off long before that time. How they know this, I've got no idea. I really don't know. The one thing they do need to get rid of is changing rooms. Dreadful programme. They shouldn't. Why bother reviving something that had run its course? It was dreary first time round, and it's got one of the lowest audiences. And then I watched Naked Attraction. Now, I don't want you to get the wrong impression. I don't watch Naked Attraction for any particular reason, apart from I look at myself start naked, and I feel quite pleased. I feel quite grateful to the Almighty. And they had a couple on there last night, and the bloke who was picking had to decide whether he was going to take a woman out for a date or a man. To be honest with you, and I turned over, because to be honest with you, they all had piercings everywhere. I'm not a fan of piercings. I don't know. I don't know. You haven't got piercings, have you? Have you? Oh, I've got to say. Oh, a horrible thing to have. Oh dear, I don't think I'd cope with that. It's like, these ones had tattoos. They had piercings in, top, bottom, all over the place. It was a little bit bizarre. And then I looked at them and I thought, oh my God, how would you know? There is a cult in Japan, and they're like a gang. But to be in this gang, your entire body is tattooed. Every inch, and I mean every inch, in Japan. And so there was this book that came out of tattoos years and years ago, because people become addicted to it. And they had a picture of this Japanese guy who's in this gang kind of thing, in a suit, shirt and tie, looked like anybody else on the tube. Then they had him undressed, and every inch of his body, down to his feet and everything else, was covered in tattoos, all round his neck. But it finished just where the shirt would finish. So you couldn't tell until he took his clothes off that he was covered in all these tattoos. And I do see people who are addicted. I've said before on The Only Way is Essex, which is rapidly scraping some new depths at the moment, I'm afraid. They've got little Pete Wicks on something, the man who can barely string 2 words together. He's got them all up his neck. And I've said before, in about 5 years' time, he's going to look really, really naff. Really naff. Because, his neck's going to age. I mean, he's not blessed with height as it is. And yeah. Well, I've seen people like it. There have been families on there where they all seem to have tattoos. And I remember thinking, well, I don't think you have to be 16 to be tattooed, don't you? Is it 16 or 18? It's one of the two. You can't just go in there and have a tattoo done because the tattooist can be done, because it's sort of like it's a body piercing, or it's a body, whatever it is. And I think actually, that it's illegal. There you go, 18. Apparently it's illegal to tattoo anybody under the age of 18, even with parental consent. So even if your parents say, no, that's all right, he can have that, because he likes pigeons. And but no, you can't have them. Which is just as well, actually, because once people start having them, look at poor old Brooklyn Beckham. What does he look like? Poor soul. Steve. Somebody else talking about these lights in the bedroom which change colour. I've got an alarm clock which sounds like waves. Waves crashing on the sand. I quite like that. And it's also got a light that sort of gets brighter and then dims down and brighter. But I'm always awake long before these things. It's not... No. I tell you what, I bought a little alarm clock in Poundland, and it cost £1. And all it does is, it's a little tiny thing. You put an AA battery in it, and it goes beep, 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 beep. It gets louder and louder until you reach out and sort of touch it. Because I've got one in the bedroom, and I've got one in the sitting room. So just in case I pick up my shaver from the bathroom, go and sit in the sitting room, start having a shave and doing all my bits and pieces, and I fall asleep, which I am prone to occasionally. Sometimes I close my eyes a little bit, just have 5 minutes, and then the other thing goes beep, 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 beep. But it's very good, just that little piercing sound. They've obviously pitched it just right. And it was only £1. So if you get fed up with it after, just throw it out. Throw it out and get something else in. Some people say it's the wife or the partner who wakes you up. Get up. Get up. I don't want to wake you. Get up. You know, and they sort of push you out of bed. I can remember I've had experiences like that where you have to rescue the duvet, you know, because all of a sudden the other person you're with has sort of turned over and they've rolled with the duvet and they've taken it with them. He said, hello, I'm another person here. Steve, says Roger, is there anybody under 30 without tattoos? Here, they don't have tattoos and they don't have piercings. Yeah, apart from the one that the producer's telling us about, but I really don't believe him. Although actually, he might be one of these secret people. Because I reckon if you've had one piercing, I think you then go for another one as well. You're just making it up now, aren't you? You've got your name on your shoulders. Is this in case you get lost one evening and people go, who are you? Get on my shoulder. When you're drunk. And you've really got a piercing there, have you? You've got two. You've got a tattoo and a piercing. Oh, right. Oh, dear. I don't like this idea. You took your top off in the studio? No, we're not allowed to take tops off in the studio. That's verboten. I mean, that's on cameras. I can remember, actually, I'll tell you a story. I shouldn't tell you this story, but I was talking to somebody years and years and years ago. And I was working in this place, and the DJ on one of the stations had his feet up on the actual desk as he was broadcasting. He was playing his music and his feet up on the desk, and he was seen by somebody in management because they've got monitors in all the studios. There are cameras for our protection and everybody else's protection. And this management figure went berserk. He said, how dare you disrespect the equipment? It's like people who put their feet up on buses. You want to go on there and go, you off the bus. Bloody well walk, you lazy little git. Honestly, people put their feet on buses, dirty feet. And this particular person in management said, do that again. Out. Because it's very disrespectful. I don't put my feet up on the... Why would you? Somebody's paid good money for all this equipment. I mean, I lovingly look after it every day and caress it and tell it, you know, I love it to pieces and things like that. But I certainly wouldn't be showing people my ring and my tattoo across my shoulders in case you're on a beach and somebody goes, oh look, we know who that is, he's got his name on his show. You might as well just put your postcode down there, save all the effort, then they can post you home, can't they, with the post office.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Let's call it Bank Holiday Friday. Let's try and pretend for a brief few hours that we don't have any money problems, we don't worry about bills, we're going to have a nice bank holiday, the weather's going to be quite nice, and that's it. I'm going to get the garden ready for sort of the winter time. So the hanging baskets, I didn't bother watering them yesterday because it makes them much lighter, because they weigh a ton. These things weigh a ton. I don't know how we're going to get them out, but I'm going to be clearing those out over this weekend. Probably some today, or failing that, the early hours of tomorrow morning. It's always easier to do it in the early hours of the morning. Works out much better and doesn't sort of wake anybody up. And so I shall probably do that and then water the other little bits and pieces. But we've had a good run with them. For what they actually cost, I paid 20 quid each for my baskets. And they get done at a lovely farm down in Chertsey. And they always do me nice baskets every year. So this year, no different. I was wondering, actually, if they do winter baskets. I quite fancy some winter baskets. But a few of the plants have started dying off. The lobelia goes first. That's always a bit of a problem. John in Smithfield says Jimi Hendrix had a pair of parakeets in his apartment. He left the cage open. That's how they got here. No, that's not that at all, I'm afraid. That's a totally apocryphal story. No, they were making the film down in Isleworth, the African Queen. And they needed a lot for that. But they had two who actually sort of got out, and that's how they started. They didn't come from Soho at all. Steve, back in the 1970s, Billy Dainty was the best panto buttons and Anita Harris's principal boy. Yes, Anita Harris. She's so showbiz. Anita Harris is so showbiz. and she's lovely. She's lovely. She's been in quite a few times. She's showbiz. That's all I can tell you. She's very, very showbiz. Very similar to a few other people that I've met in the business over the years who are really into show business, which I love. Richard in Potter's Bar says, try orange or lemon squash with a drop of tonic. I can't have squash. I'm diabetic. I could probably get a sugar-free squash, but that never sounds very exciting, does it? Shane in Sydney says, I couldn't get a tattoo. I'm afraid I'm a coward. I don't like pain. I know. I mean, why would you want to put yourself through that? Why would you want to put yourself through having a lot of pain? Especially in some of these are in places where you can't see them. You know, the old tramp stamps, as they called them. I mean, what's the point of that? Didn't quite get it at all. And also, it does look terrible on some people. It really does. Somebody else who says, I can't sleep without the light on. And Dave in Plymouth says, I get the bit about sleeping in quiet places. When I was in the Navy, I'd get back from trips that lasted 5 or 6 months, and I found the silence at home difficult. Yeah, well, I find sleeping away from home difficult, full stop. I like to go home. Doesn't matter what time it is. Doesn't matter what time it is. I like going home to sleep. You know, even if it was a toss-up between sleeping in the car. I have been known to stay over at a place, wake up in the early hours of the morning and just go and get in the car and go home. Much easier. And Steve from Kenya, heard you talking about Pen Farthing and the amazing Nowzad. What's Nowzad? I don't know what Nowzad is. As a supporter of what he's trying to achieve, I came across this tweet from a man who lost his son in Helmand. The importance of Penn and his team comes across. Yes, I mean, to be honest with you, given the choice, animals or human beings come back every time. And that's why I don't have a lot of faith in the fact that all these animals are going to get back here. We've only got to have another suicide bomber, and they have no trouble finding these people. You know, the world's stupidest people who want to set fire to themselves. Lee says, get winter pansies in the baskets. I'll put those in tubs and plants, but remember, pinch them out. Much better. Somebody says, do the kids in England still play conkers? Well, not as much because it's banned in a lot of schools because of the danger of hitting somebody. Because if you hold a conker, and we've all done it, and you go thwack like that and you miss, you hit somebody's hand, it can do them some serious damage. So that's why. Kim says, I get you don't like spiders, but do keep the dirty old flies down. Well, I've got spray for that. Spray. I use spray for everything. I'm quite an addict for spray. Sometimes I find them in Robert Dyas, and sometimes I don't. But I like those sort of shops. I like shops where there's loads of things to look at, and you spend ages wandering around. Oh, I was right yesterday. Remember I said to you, because Reading Festival's on over this weekend, every station is full of little girls and boys, average age about 15, I suspect. And they're all going away, and they'll be sitting there in their Wellington boots and their little tiny shorts, where they get these things from, I've got no idea, and their backpacks, which are bigger than they are, sitting on... There was loads sitting on Richmond Station the other day, all in like a little corral they were. And at Waterloo Station, there were loads, all going down to Reading for the festival. I don't even know who's headlining at the festival. Have you got the lineup of Reading Festival for me? And then we can sort of run through, because it's always interesting for me. For most of them, I've never even heard of. You know, but that's not being aware of the music industry. Don't blame me. I'm of that age. So Reading Festival lineup. Let's see for Gemma Collins. Yeah, Gemma Collins will be flogging something fat making. Here we go. Look at them. Oh dear. Right. This is on Stormzy. AJ Tracy. I've heard of Stormzy. Mabel. I've heard of Mabel. Declan McKenna. Never heard of. Catfish and the Bottlemen. I think so. Yes. Seagirls. Nothing but Thieves. Hybrid Minds. Dinosaur Pile Up. Oh, in God's name are these people? You wouldn't expect... No, exactly. 39-year-olds shouldn't know about this. Have you heard of the Wombats? I think I might have heard of the Wombats, actually. Liam Gallagher's playing. Biffy Clyro, I've heard of. Wolf Alice, no. KSI, The Hunter. The Struts. Bad Boy Chiller Crew. Who in God's name are these people? Who? I don't know. Tiger, no. I don't know. Josie Mann, Andrew Cushion... I mean, some of these people could be DJs or something. Swarms, Dark... Isn't it funny? I mean, my day, you know, you'd have a lineup with the Beatles, the Rolling Stones. No, I've never heard of Baby Clean. Oh, Baby Queen. No, I've not heard of it. I mean, Russ Millions, Neck Deep and Hot Milk. I mean, I'm not sure if that's a menu that's on one of the takeaways. I've never heard of this bit. Downtown Kyoto, Teo Sound, Low Hummer, Diamatrona. God in heaven, what is this stuff? There's even one called M24, which I quite like the idea. They brought a road in to entertain you. How lovely. But that's it, is it? And they've got on the alternative stage, Catherine Ryle, Joel Dommett, Simon Amstel. Not seen him for ages and ages, have we? I'll tell you, Neck Deep. I tell you, he's very good. Milton Jones is very good. People from the Comedy Store. And then the transgressive late-night takeovers with another bunch of people you never heard of. Lauren Smith, Lauren Patterson. Guy called Stone. And Button Down Disco. Okay, yeah, Button Down Disco. That's the Reading Fair. How much are tickets for this thing? Is it very expensive? I know it's sold out, but is it very expensive to go to the Reading Festival? They always used to... Couple of £100? You're joking, aren't you? Good God in heaven. How much would the tickets be? Tickets on sale now. And, of course, you know what it's going to say when we click up. They're going to go, oh, they've all sold out. So here we go. So this is... Oh, right. So you're buying tickets for... Oh, this sort of camping, non-camping. Good God in heaven. 242 quid, 298, 310, 316, 318, 321. That's for a section weekend, Friday to Sunday. No camping. £321 a ticket. Blimey, what do these people do for livings? Then you've got train tickets down there. You can't take your own food and booze in because that's how they make their money. To be honest with you, I'd be taking my own toilet. Who wants to go to the toilet where all these other despicable people have gone to? No, thank you very much. Good Lord above, honestly. Have you ever been to a campsite and seen the toilet facilities? I'd be glamping. I'm sorry, and I would certainly not be sharing a toilet with anybody. Or the idea all these people are queuing outside it. No, thank you. No, definitely not. I mean, I know men generally go anywhere, side of buildings, doorways, things like that. But no, I'd want to do glamping. Definitely, I don't want to do that messy kind of stuff. And also, I would expect maybe some sort of hot tub or a pool or something to sort of cool off in, because loads of people get their stuff nicked when they go to these festivals. You put your tent down, you put your stuff in there. And then you go off to the front of the stage to sit there for about 6 hours, getting completely off your trolley. And then you come back and somebody's rifled your tent. Because, stuff gets nicked. And it's not just here, it's every festival. Every festival. I like the Wombats when Madame Cholet was the lead singer. Wasn't Madame Cholet one of the Wombles? I seem to remember. And Steve, I remember when conker fights were banned in my school, says Chris, wasn't due to concerns about knuckle damage. It was for fear that a good whack could splinter a conker and shards could fly into your eyes. Well, they don't allow you to play it now. Most schools have got a ban on conkers. We used to soak ours in vinegar. That used to make them hard. Vinegar was the hardener, and then you'd push a skewer through it. Then you'd put your piece of string down and everything else. I mean, those days everybody had skewers and bits of string at home. Nowadays you have to go out and buy a ball of string. Steve, who are ISIS K? Well, we're going to tell you all about them a little bit later on this morning. Definitely. And Steve, a friend of mine, had her husband's name tattoo removed when they got divorced, cost her a fortune, and then they got back together again. You imagine, can't you? And Roger says, I've worked nights for 2 years and now switched to days, but I'm finding it hard to sleep at night. Yes, I should imagine that's very difficult. I get no end of people who are sort of telling me about, how do you sleep? How do you sleep? And I go, well, I've already slept. This is my daytime. I like my daytime. It's very good. And especially today because it's Friday and I haven't got anything to do today. It's lovely. I might go out and do a little bit of shopping or what else? I don't know. Or I might have to sort out, I might have to go, I tell you what I need. I need bin liners, big, thick garden ones to put the hanging baskets in to get rid of them. So we can sort of cut down the amount of watering, which, although I did whiz round this morning with the watering can very quickly. I didn't do the baskets, I just did all the other stuff. It took about 8 watering cans. It's a labour of love. It really is, I promise you. So more of your texts and emails at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC, Monday through Friday between 4 and 7. So we sort of catch the late night shift and then go into breakfast with Nick Ferrari. He'll be with you at 7 o'clock. I'm also here on Bank Holiday Monday, which is good news. And we've got all the podcasts. There'll be Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra and Steve Allen, the full show. If you go to the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk, download the LBC app. Costs you nothing, not a penny piece. No money will change hands. They don't ask you for anything. And once you've done that, you can download all the podcasts on LBC. I got a phone call from Ian Dale yesterday. And he said he's doing a gig in Twickenham. He said, sure, I'd like to meet up and buy you lunch or tea. I thought, well, no, I don't know what he's gigging. He's always gigging, talking to some things, obviously about political stuff. Me, out of my depth.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Friday. Because if you finish work, as I do at 7 o'clock this morning, that means I've got the whole of Friday, practically. I mean, 7 o'clock, as far as I'm concerned, start of most people's days. And then all day tomorrow and Sunday. And then back in on the Monday. But I like working a bank holiday Monday. I mean, I really do. Seems very odd, but then when you finish at 7 in the morning, it's fantastic. It's nice. You just have so much time to do loads and loads of things. Steve says, John went to the Reading Festival a few times in the 70s and early 80s when it was a rock and blues festival. £10 for a whole weekend, including camping. Nearly £300 here. No camping. That's just the ticket. I mean, they must make a fortune, these places. They really must. More double entendres on Celebrity Master Chef. And the British tourist stabbed in a fight with a waiter in Mallorca. In Mallorca, it says, actually, the customer was a troublemaker and had a knife. Very odd. Thousands of spider crabs have been filmed gathering on a coast in a natural phenomenon. And I'd like to see pictures of that one. And the farmhand who asked his girlfriend to marry him by spray painting his proposal on the side of a sheep, presumably just before they start shearing as well. A top Downton Abbey character to be killed off, they're hinting. And a vase, a Chinese vase, which they thought would sell for about £15,000, eventually went for £550,000. The Chinese are rapidly buying back all of their history. So if you've got Chinese vases, and they are of any vintage, they could be worth a lot of money. And the death of a BBC radio presenter. This is a lady I hadn't heard of, but then they've got lots of presenters. This is the first one to be officially linked to the vaccine. What was the other one? Oh, yeah, Beckham and his David Beckham's in trouble in America. He made a promise to do something. His company did, and they haven't adhered to it, which is a shame. And a farmer is flogging Britain's biggest collection of tractors. He's got something like 85 tractors, vintage tractors. They're worth a small fortune, these things. They really are. Jacqueline Wilson, top writer of children's books, is giving the railway children a modern makeover. And the palace officials saying nothing about Harry and Meghan's latest little tome. Honestly, they really are a most boring couple, aren't they? But anyway, I mean, you never understand why anybody could ever do that to a family, especially your own family, which is not good. America's deadliest day in a decade, the Islamic State suicide bombers attacked the crowds outside the airport. People who've done nothing. I don't quite understand why they're attacking these people who are Afghans. And I suppose it threw the international airlifts into chaos. The Pentagon said that in addition to the dead, 15 US service members had been injured. And I don't know how many there were, actually. I mean, body parts filled a sewage canal. That the other day they were all queuing in, and there's pictures of people covered in blood. And these suicide bombers, as I say, straight to hell. They're going to burn forever in hell. It's as simple as that. And their families as well, these disgusting people. I don't understand what's the matter with them. Perhaps they've got screws loose. Perhaps they've got more than one or two screws loosed. Parents demand the final say over whether children get the COVID jab, because parents know the best. Parents know the best. They always think that, well, they always think they know the best. They don't necessarily know the best. And what have we got here? It's the same picture, actually, on the front of most of the papers, about 100 dead, they've said, including US soldiers and children, because these suicide bombers is totally indiscriminate. They just set the thing off and they get blown to pieces, and anybody who's within, could be 100 meters also gets blown to pieces.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
The other one, the bank holiday getaway expected to cause gridlock. I mean, there's always gridlock in this country. Why? Too many cars. The RAC say today will be the busiest, with 4.3 million motors on the highways. So they think 17 million cars could hit the road over the long weekend. as long as you pay for the parking when you get there, because you'll discover it's terribly expensive. All these seaside resorts, they make you pay for it. They really do. And also, there's a picture in some of the papers of, well, they say it's Extinction Rebellion, but the chances are it'll be outside groups infiltrating who want to ruck with the police. And these people put colour into the fountains in front of Buckingham Palace. I suggest we go round to their houses and see how they like it. You know, because you only have to look at them to realise they're all a bit mumsy and dadsy and all that kind of stuff. So terribly. They're called Clarissa and Sebastian and stuff like that. But they're not always members of Extinction Rebellion, because as Nick was telling you yesterday, 120 tons of rubbish they left behind. So quite clearly they really couldn't give a toss about anything, could they? So they can't be members of Extinction Rebellion, because they've got far better values. David Beckham's football club in America has been accused of breaking a promise to build a park. Yes, they're really not the perfect couple, are they? 2 years ago, officials in a city struck a deal with the team's owners, Miami Beckham United, which included the club creating a range of public amenities. So far, nothing at all. The public facilities were promised on a 20-acre site next to the ground, but no building work has started. The site's used as a car park on match days. City Vice Mayor Heather Moretus says it seems like an empty promise. I'm not even sure David Beckham knows what's going on. I should imagine David Beckham knows what's going on in the real world, let alone anything like that. He's far too busy probably having another tattoo and sort of prancing around doing absolutely nothing. Jay's Yorkshire Workshop, Ian Highland, says, much as I enjoy the life-affirming positivity, I do worry in the long run it might suffer from the fact that it lacks the variety of Jay Blade's other uplifting hit, The Repair Shop. Still, if Jay and the producers are cunning enough, I reckon they could make it into Series 3 before the people receiving a gift run out of ways to act surprised that they'd be given something made out of wood. He said, first episode of Series 4, though, we're definitely getting at least one. Oh, a park bench. You shouldn't have. Yeah, I'm bored, I'm afraid, with Jay's Yorkshire Workshop already. I'm bored with Jay. And also, many congratulations, says Ian, to Holly Willoughby, who for the third time in a row has beaten off stiff competition to land a prime-time presenting job on a show made by her husband's production company. Yeah, they're also saying there was a rumour, I mean, I'm hoping it's true, they're going to act Celebrity, whatever it is, that boring thing with Keith Lemon, where most of them look as though they're sort of, you know, out of their heads on silly drink and stuff like that. So it'd be good if they... Celebrity Juice, that's it. Couldn't remember it, actually. And... Do you know what's happened to your podcast? A little bit extra in the whole show are missing 2 episodes this week. We will check those out immediately. The boys will check that. They will do it very quickly. And they will let me know. Can we check that, boys? They're not listening now. They're not listening. Can you check the podcast? People complaining they're not there for this week. There's one missing anyway this week. There was never 2 missing. There was always 1 missing because we couldn't do it. But yeah, so they're all there, are they? Are all the podcasts there in there? Yeah. Yep. All right. There was one missing on the Sunday night, was there? Yeah, there's a Monday morning. Oh, so we had 2 missing this week. Oh, right. Right. Who was doing it on Monday morning? I can't remember who was doing it. Was it? Can't remember. But so we were missing a podcast Monday morning, and did we miss the podcast on another one then, or was it just that one? Oh, so there were 2 that were missing. Yeah, there's reasons for that. Reasons, Britt. So there you go. But she said not as smooth as normal. Well, no, one wasn't there because we had technical difficulties, and the other one wasn't there because the computer played silly beggars. So that's why. So they're all there. And apparently, Cliff Richard, tomorrow afternoon, showing Cliff Richard's Summer Holiday for Eunice Stubbs. Yes, I mean, listen, Summer Holiday is a great film. So well worth checking out. If you haven't seen it before, you must have seen it before, actually. Another one here. I'm not really joking when I say it might be easier to have bugged every house about 20 to 30 years ago. I think everything changes over the years now. I haven't seen Clarkson's Farm. I haven't seen that. I like Clarkson, but I just haven't seen the farm bit. And I generally like farm things, stuff like that. Lewis Hamilton turns up. What in God's name does he look like? Have you seen what this buffoon is wearing here? He's wearing an oversized check jacket, leopard print shorts. I mean, you couldn't look more disastrous, mate, as if you got dressed in the dark and jumped in a puddle. He was stepping out at the Belgian racetrack. The Formula One champion's quirky look, courtesy of high-end fashion brand Lanvin, even came with matching chunky gold and black trainers. You look like a complete and utter turnip. You really do. You've got no... Have you seen the picture? My godfathers, what are you wearing? It looks like a sort of blanket. The ridiculous shorts and the shoes are even more naff, dear. Do look in the mirror, please. There's something the matter with you. If you seem to think that that is called fashion, I think not. An Only Fools and Horses superfan was taken to his funeral in a hearse pulled by a replica of the Trotters' Reliant three-wheeler. Granddad of 16, Jim Goddard, was always watching reruns of the sitcom, so his son Tony arranged the themed tribute with his Aunt Barbara. He said his dad would have laughed his head off. He didn't need to, he was dead. And so he went through Polegate in East Sussex in this thing. Must have been quite funny for people to see it. Trotters Independent Trading. So there you go. And they do a hearse sort of service. I don't know why. I suppose if you're a fan of something, that makes it good, doesn't it, really? People like that kind of thing. I'm not going to have anything as elaborate. I don't think so. A top Downton Abbey character to be killed off in the film sequel. But they haven't. Now, I can't even drop you hints. I would normally be dropping you hints saying, oh, by the way, it'll be so-and-so or so-and-so. But I've got no idea. Excuse me. I really have no idea at all who they would be killing off. I still like Downton. And of course, having met the lady what owns the house, that was a treat and a half. That was a treat and a half. Here's a lovely, lovely piece of jewellery. This is the one Beyonce said to be disappointed and angry after a £22 million gem she was pictured wearing was labelled a blood diamond. She's only the fourth person ever to model this 128-carat Tiffany diamond, but she was never told of its grim history. It was dug from De Beers' Kimberley mine in 1877 by poorly paid black labour treated much like slaves. They were forced to work at speed in cramped conditions, often causing fatal accidents. And she put it on for a photo shoot until somebody actually said, sorry, this is actually called a blood diamond. Beyonce's mum asked those posting on social media, how many of you socially conscious activists own diamonds? Did you check to see where the diamond came from? No, well, they know. They know it was found in the Kimberley mine in 1877. 3 previous wearers, Mary Whitehouse, 1957, Audrey Hepburn, 1962, and Lady Gaga, 2019. It's 128 carats, and it's valued at 22.9 million. It's beautiful. It is absolutely beautiful. But it's how it actually got to that stage, which is in question. In question.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Did you see that ghastly programme? Poor old Fern McCann, first-time mum. First-time single mum because the father of her child is in Nick. It's as simple as that. And, of course, because Fern doesn't actually have a life, they have to invent stuff for her. And so this week she had a crystal healer on there. And she said, I'm going to look today at where you are blocked within your energy fields. I'm going to open up your chakras with this sound bowl. I put some black tourmaline between your ankles and some amethyst on your sacral, and this will help absorb any negative energy. What Ali Ross heard and the rest of us, you're a gullible moron. Absolutely. Nothing as stupid as Fern McCann. Seriously, you believe that kind of gubbins, dear, you deserve everything you get. Everything. The Diana statue is going to open on the day of her death. Specially open. Tuesday will mark 24 years since the fatal car crash. Because of all the pandemic, they're operating on reduced staff and all the rest of it. And the bronze statue is there. It was unveiled on what would have been their mother's 60th birthday. She'd be horrified at the way Harry's behaving at the moment, really. She'd have slapped the back of his legs. Oh, definitely. And the British tourist who was stabbed in a fight with a waiter in a row over a meal in Mallorca. Apparently, the holidaymaker, thought to be in his 40s, was said to have complained about his wife's rib steak. And the £60 bill at the Don Dennis in Cairn Pickerfort. He was allegedly knifed in the stomach and leg and taken to hospital. The waiter suffered minor injuries and was said to be smiling and waving as he was put in the ambulance. Apparently, another Brit had left a TripAdvisor review claiming a waiter erupted into a fit of rage. The manager said the holidaymaker's attitude was that of a drunken yob. That's what they have to put up with. If you've got a restaurant in Spain, you're going to have to be serving mainly drunken yobs. The only chance you get away with it is if you're serving breakfast. But by the time they get to the evening, they've been drinking solidly all day. Because people who go to places like Mallorca and Marbella, They go there because you can do drink. Now, unfortunately, they've ruined Dubai. That Dubai is overrun by sort of Z-list people drinking champagne and behaving badly. They started going to Vegas, but luckily they threw them out of the casinos because they didn't understand. Well, the wheel goes round and the ball goes in the numbers, dear, and then you might win some money. But you've lost to start with. Why? Because you're wearing an inappropriate outfit. Okay? Go and dress less like a hooker and more like a proper person. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, you've got to be 21 to go into the casinos in Vegas. And most of them mentally are about 14, 15, so they can't get in at all. So you can keep them all out. But they do. They have people who go around, the pit bosses go around and check. If they discover you're under 21, you're out that casino so fast. So please don't go. It's not for you. Okay. Another one here. Went to the Isle of Wight last week. Parking was the least of problems. Loads of pubs were closed because of staff self-isolating. A nightmare trying to find somewhere open. Yeah, but rather that than catch COVID. I don't understand why people complain about it. So you go to the Isle of Wight, some of the pubs are closed. What was it so necessary you had a drink? Could you not go to a supermarket and buy yourself a Vimto or something? That would make more sense, wouldn't it? You know, if staff are isolating, they're doing it to be safe. They're not doing it just because they want to sort of really annoy you. They're doing it because it just sort of makes it a lot easier for people, and then we might actually get through this year. It's bad enough the papers are stalking up this idea that there might not be enough food in the supermarket. So people have started stockpiling. Stupid people. People with half a brain cell have started stockpiling stuff for Christmas. I think I'll freeze it. Shall I? I'll freeze it so we can have Christmas lunch. Yeah, marvellous. Well, you do that, darling. You do that. So Bob Mortimer, he's had major heart surgery. I'm not at all surprised. He said he's got an incredibly sweet tooth. He used to have 16 sugars in his tea and coffee. Would it not have been easier, dear, to pour the tea and coffee into the sugar bowl, as opposed to actually taking out 16 spoonfuls of sugar? He said he's cut down to just 5 or 6 sugars in hot drinks. Really? God in heaven. I remember after I stopped taking sugar in tea and coffee, and I have no trouble drinking tea and coffee without any things, but I remember having a lemonade about a year after I'd stopped taking sugar. I nearly passed out. Nearly passed out. It was just so sweet. So, and I don't have the sugar-free drinks. I don't like the taste of all the bits and pieces they put in there, so I'd rather not have them. And I used to drink a lot of fizzy drinks, but never had that much sugar. My father used to have about 3 spoonfuls of sugar in a cup of tea. But I remember somebody saying, how can you drink tea without sugar? And I went, easy. I mean, now I've been doing it for so many years, I don't even have to think about it. Food prices at Reading Festival, says Roger. Chicken and chips, £13.50. Burger and chips, £16.50. Rip off. So how can you have a burger and chips that cost £16.50? What's it made out of, dear? Wagyu beef or something? It's Reading Festival. Mind you, all the girls, they say they're all very much okay, yeah. You see them sit, you know they all go to finishing school. And the boys are going, okay, yeah, I'm Sebastian. This is my friend, Jules. And everybody's got really posh names. And they go there. And they apparently have a marvellous time. Just getting drunk and watching bands you've never even heard of. I've never heard of them. I've never heard of these people. But the amount of stuff they take down there, I know it's girlies and they have to take makeup and stuff like that. And I begin to wonder, really, whether or not it's the kind of thing that you have to do when you're young. It's like a rite of passage. It's you have to go to the Reading Festival, you have to go to Glastonbury, you have to be seen at these places, so that when you get old and decrepit and people say, did you go to Reading Festival? And you go, I went to Reading Festival and I went to Glastonbury as well. We saw a lot of super groups. There were some really super people there. And we had a very nice time and we got very wet at Glastonbury in the mud. But I had my Wellingtons on and it was good. And I've got a photograph of me. Here's me taken by the side of the stage just before I was thrown out by the security, you know. And they all go there and you can see them come back on the train. They all look washed out. Seriously. I love it. Somebody here says, have you ever had a sloppy Joe? That's it's a burger, isn't it? Is it a wet burger? How can you have a wet burger? Is it? Yeah, we were having a look online. Could be something. I thought it was just a burger with cheese. That's what I thought actually. Sloppy Joes. Here it is: ground beef, red wine, vinegar, tomato sauce, brown sugar. Oh, so that's it. So, yes. I'm not really sure. I don't know. They cook in one pot. Ground beef, onions, garlic, carrots and celery in a sweet and sour tomato sauce, served messy. Well, I mean, the moment you pick it up in that roll, it's all going to fall apart, isn't it? You're not going to be able to eat something like that. No, I don't want that. If I'm having a burger, it's going to be a proper burger. Proper burger, which is lovely. Yeah, but no, I've never had one, and I wouldn't want to eat one either. I had a burger once. You remember there was that woman? She went. This was the stupidest person we've ever encountered. Well, one of them. We've encountered quite a few over the years, and she went into KFC, and it was a burger, this chicken burger. So she tried to put the whole thing in her mouth, and she dislocated her jaw. I mean, and then she complained about it and said, "I dislocated her jaw," because she tried to put a whole burger in her mouth. I mean, where do these people cut? Have they been to school and been educated? What you take a bite out of it, deal? You cut it in half, thicko. God, yeah. Snakes, yeah, snakes do. But the snakes can dislocate the bottom jaw. She couldn't, but she tried to get the whole burger. And when you looked at a picture of it, we looked at a picture of it. It's quite a big burger, and she tried to shove the thing in her mouth. Stupid woman. Oh, well, I'm surprised she didn't choke on it. I'm surprised. No, she just dislocated her jaw. Very odd. But I mean, it really is quite expensive. Chicken and chips, £13.50. Well, chicken and chips you can probably do for less than £1. I can get a whole chicken in Costco, £4. Cooked chicken, £4. You go to Nando's, they're charging about 14 quid. How can you get me the Nando's menu up there and see how much they're charging for a chicken? Whatever it is, it was the most expensive place for a chicken. And the profit, that's why chicken's cheap. Not in Nando's, it's not. It's very expensive. Here we go. Nando's. Whee! Craving peri-peri? No, thank you. Right. Peri-peri chicken. Wait a bit. Whole chicken. There you go. Flame grilled, infused with peri-peri and served in your choice of spice. 14 quid for a chicken. £14. £13.95 for a chicken. 15 chicken wings. £14. Blooming expensive. Very expensive. As I say, I can get a whole chicken, and they're making a profit in Costco at 4 quid. And I should imagine that Nando's are paying wholesale, and they're doing it's in our special. Wait a minute. Oh, down. No, other way. Check. Stop there. 10 wing roulette. 10 wings with various heat levels. That's 11 quid. 5 chicken wings, 6 quid. I've never had a roulette. No. Yeah. I had something in there which was a bit spicy. They've got 10 chicken wings here from £10.95. Great for sharing. You must be bloody desperate if you're going out sharing 10 chicken wings. Okay, I'll have because you can get the chicken wings in KFC. They're doing a bunch of 20 for like a £5 or something like that, and that's in their sort of coating and all the rest of it. It's chicken is the cheapest thing that you can have nowadays. The cheapest thing that you can have. And yet the prices they're charging. I remember I've been into Nando. We've got a little Nando, a Nino Nando, in Twickenham, which doesn't have the complete menu. It's got a smaller, pale down menu. Well, it's packed all the time. People must be addicted to chicken. Absolutely addicted to it. Not me. I have been to fried chicken shops. I don't think you want to know where the chicken comes from, but I have a sneaking feeling it comes in frozen and it might have the word Thailand written on it. It's like pizzas. There's so much profit in a pizza. A friend of mine used to have an Italian restaurant, and he reckoned you could make any size pizza you wanted for about £1. Another one here says, Denise says, my daughter never went to festivals. Not all teenagers do. Same thing, but we both love you, though. Oh, you must have been to a festival. Shane says, a sloppy Joe down here is a thin jumper. Oh, right. A thin jumper. Oh, right. And another one, it says, I love the way people are sending me food prices at Reading Festival. Way too expensive. So anyway, it's a picture of Matt with his boyfriend, which is very sweet. Matt says, thank God I'm not normally up at this early. I'm not surprised. You and your boyfriend look very comfy together, though, don't you, dear? He says, are there too few listeners at this time of the morning? You're joking. This is the biggest audience. Where have you been? You obviously must be a new girl in town. Must be. This is the biggest audience, pal. You need to check out the audience figures. Did you see the story about the dad who died for 17 minutes? I've heard of this before. People who die, and they sort of come back. They come back. This one here, he was brought back from the dead when his heart stopped for 17 minutes as he sang in the car. Daniel Turner was joking with his partner and their 2 children when he went floppy. He was given CPR by off-duty emergency workers before an ambulance crew restarted his heart at the 4th attempt. He woke 20 hours later in hospital. He said he was dead for 17 minutes and came back to life. I've heard of people who claim that they've died on the operating table and they've floated above their body. They're just a bit delusional, and the anaesthetic's obviously wearing off because there is no such thing as dying on the operating table and floating above yourself. And they said, and I looked down on it. You know, it's like the people who always claim that they've been abducted by aliens. You so wish they had been. You so wish. You go, you know, oh, look, an alien. Oh, no, don't bypass them. The more stupid ones are over here. Look, 2 old biddies from Arkansas. Take them up there. I went up there with Minnie, and these people, they were experimenting with us. And like that, and you start thinking, no, you stop drinking, love. Please stop drinking. You really don't know. Like watching all the Karens on YouTube, and we've got some in this country as well. And you feel like saying to all of them, you really need to stop drinking. You're drinking way too much. Way too much. Sadly, Reading Festival, says Stu, isn't what it was in the early 80s. Just rock and heavy metal bands. It's all corporate rubbish now. Well, I didn't know who 3/4 of the people were, which didn't help. But there again, I'm of the age where I'm not supposed to know these kind of things.
So what do you want to do when you're older, they ask. Not that question again. If one thing's for sure, it's okay not to be sure. Because there's education and training in areas you may not have even thought of. From artificial intelligence, to genetics, to aerospace engineering. Get the jump on the skills employers are looking for with a T-level, apprenticeship, or higher technical qualification. Search Get the Jump and see what's out there for you.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to be company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast, and it's Bank Holiday Friday. Bank Holiday Friday is the best time. The best time because it's the last... Oh, God, actually, I've just realised, actually, this is the last one of the year, isn't it? Apart from, what have we got? Christmas, which will be quite nice. Christmas is a very nice holiday to have. Most people seem to get the whole of Christmas off. Although somebody wrote to me the other day and said, oh, I wish you'd stop talking about Christmas. You know, I don't enjoy Christmas. You think, well, you know, well, kind of tough. We've been talking about it for the last 40 years, so I can't just accommodate somebody who writes in randomly and says they don't like Christmas. Everybody loves Christmas. If you don't, you must have had a dreadful childhood. Dreadful childhood. You know, my mother died near Christmas. My father died near... No, I think my mother didn't die near Christmas. My father died near Christmas. So you can never use those sort of arguments with me because I'm way ahead of it. Way ahead of it. Steve just come back from Tribfest, a weekend of tribute bands and performers. Oh, that sounds quite good. I like the sound of that. That really does sound like quite a nice idea. And also, somebody went to the Wahoo Grill in North Florida last week, and he rewarded the efforts of the 10-person staff. He left a $10,000 tip for them to split after thanking them for their hard work. His bill was $144, but he tipped $10,000. But I mean, if you'd won the lottery, $10,000 is nothing to tip. And put it this way, they're always going to remember you, aren't they? Always going to remember you. So that was that. But he took $10,000. I mean, you know, thank God you're in one of those restaurants where they allowed you to have the money. Normally the management keep things like that, don't they? They don't share it with you, the peasant staff who have to serve at tables. They're not interested in that. They want to line their own pockets. Mind you, the amount of restaurants that we've got closed in London is really disappointing. There's still quite a few which are closed. And we want them all to open, please. Thank you. Especially over this weekend. If the weather's going to be nice, people want to sit outside and they want to have a drink and they want to sort of, you know, pretend that they've actually got the greatest conversation in the world. But basically, you're listening to the ramblings of a drunk. They say, I'm going to build a garage this weekend. And then some other bloke will pipe up. I can build that for you. I'll come and build you a garage. Oh, yeah. Can you do an extension? Yeah, I can do an extension on your house. You'll always meet... Whenever they're drunk, they can solve the world's problems. Seriously. They could. I can get those animals out of Kabul. 200 of them. I can get those out. I got my car, and if I put the back seat down, there's loads more. I can get them in there, and I'll bring them back. And you go, yeah, I'll sort out that alpaca thing for you. God, I can't believe that's still going on. Now they've asked the Prime Minister to intervene on poor old Geronimo. And all I'm saying is, why doesn't somebody go round to DEFRA's door? They must have offices. Bang on the door until somebody answers. Go, who are you? What are you doing with this blooming alpaca? Why don't you go for another blood test? For God's sake, get it over and done with, you bunch of idiots. You know, you can't expect Boris to do anything. He's trying to deal with all the other things. We're trying to get people out of Kabul. And that's not looking very likely, is it? Not everybody, but they've said they're going to persevere with it, and they were persevering yesterday, getting people, even after people had blown themselves up, the sad people going straight to hell. and staying there. I just don't understand what you could ever say to anybody that would make them want to sort of commit suicide and take other people out with them. What would you ever say to somebody? It cannot just be you're going to heaven to meet loads of virgins. It can't be. It's got to be something a bit more than that, hasn't it? Definitely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Conrad says that sometimes, Steve, I buy a whole cooked chicken at the local Sainsbury's, £4.50. Never been to Nando's. Even their brand of other things in a supermarket are expensive. I mean, 14 quid for a chicken. I mean, it's cooked, but there again, the Sainsbury's chicken is cooked. The Costco, I can only speak about the ones I know. And the Costco chicken is cooked and it's delicious. You could eat it in the car, you rip it apart in the car. But £14 something for the privilege, I suppose, of sitting at a table and having a knife and fork. I just don't understand why it's so expensive. It does seem too much. In Australia, says Mike from the Wirral, Burger King is known by Hungry Jacks. And when visiting my sister, have to check wear shoes outside. You have to check them for spiders. Oh, don't start me on spiders. I'm just not very good about spiders, actually, which is probably good. You've got to be scared of something, haven't you? I used to be scared of earwigs. You know earwigs? Those little things, you look at them and you think, oh, no. Roger says you'd be a bit peeved if it was your day off on the day of the $10,000 tip. Can you imagine? Oh, you should have been here yesterday, Mary. You know, this bloke left $10,000. He didn't. He did. Not to you. Left it to us. Apparently, the prices at Domino's, the average pizza's 20 quid, meaning if you've got a family of 4 and order 2 pizzas, a couple of sides, you're up to 50 quid. But doesn't a £19.99 pizza serve a family? I mean, I don't know how much the boys here could eat. I mean, one of them looks like he'd probably eat the table as well. But, I'm being nice, being caring, you know. What else? You know, what do you expect? Goodness sake, you've heard the programme before. You know the way we go. I mean, have you ever eaten one pizza, or do you think you managed to cram 3 in on occasions? I'm just inquiring as to how many pizzas you reckon you could eat. You could eat 2 in a sitting. Maybe 3. What size would they be? Would they be 7, 10-inch, or something bigger? Something bigger than that. Wow. That's cool. 12 inches. 12 inches of heaven. 12 inches of heaven. Could you eat 3 of those? You couldn't, could you really? I haven't had pizza for ages. I think you're fibbing. I don't think that you could even manage a whole pizza by yourself. Because I think as you were paying the money, you'd cry. Because it's a lot of money to pay for a pizza. Yeah, I have to be honest. I mean, sometimes you feel that, when you've been out for eating and you feel a little bit sort of fat, feel a bit bloated. I wish that you could unzip your stomach, open it up, take everything out, put it to one side, zip yourself up again, and you're a size 28-inch waist. What size waist are you? Okay. 32. Are you really? Good Lord. Same as me. And I am so. I didn't used to be, actually. I used to be 38. And then I tried on 32, like a pair of skinny jeans. And immediately it transformed my pulling power. Immediately people looked on me and going, you can wear skinny jeans. I went, well, I didn't think I could. But I can, and I can pull the zip up and everything. I mean, I'm quite good with them. And I put a belt on. I'm not one of these people. I don't trust people who don't wear belts on jeans. I think you have to wear a belt. Do you not wear a belt? You do wear a belt. I can't hear you. Are you speaking to me? Not today. Oh, right. You see, I'd be worried that sometimes I might lose weight during the programme. And I might walk down. I have been at the situation when people have tried to get me tiddly. I have walked down the street being supported by 2 friends on either side, and my jeans slipped gracefully down to the floor. It was not a good look. I go, my jeans have fallen off. I managed to get them home. Sidcup Julie says, I've taken you to Corfu this week. Very, very hot. 34 degrees. Too hot for you, Steve. Do you know, anybody who listens to this programme for more than, 5 minutes would know that I don't do heat. And yet grew up in hot countries. But I cannot do heat. I don't know why some people seem to absolutely love it. Me, I absolutely hate it. Absolutely hate it. Other stories coming up. Oh, look. Steps will join the lineup of celebrity judges in the new series of RuPaul's Drag Race. And surprise, surprise, Ian H. Watkins. Remember him? Said it was a dream come true. Well, it would be, love. It would be for you. He says, it's been at the top of my bucket list. Yep. Probably at the top of everybody else's bucket list. Put you in the place where you'll be happiest. Steve, bank holiday weekend can only mean one thing. A Frey Bentos pie, smash instant mash, and marrow fat peas. No, Alec. No, definitely not marrow peas. I've heard of that, actually. I've heard of marrow peas. I'm not really a big pea fan. I don't mind. I had yesterday cabbage in like a sauce, and I just had that with little sausages and mushrooms. And that was very nice. Very nice indeed. Monica says, Steve, I was at a friend's wedding yesterday. It was so beautiful. Just 20 guests in a lovely old castle. It had been postponed from last year. They're just selling a castle. Where is it? Can't remember. 11 million quid for this huge place. It's a wedding venue and they do corporate stuff. And I thought, oh, I'd love to have that. But it's vast. You'd need trucks to get you around because you couldn't manage it any other way. It's so big. I mean, it looked absolutely lovely. Absolutely lovely. And I thought, a place like that, you get the whole family involved. They'd all come down and, everybody was sort of mucking. What do my stars say today? All day you are, this is what my stars say. All day, Steve, you are persuasive and charming. Wow. Which is nice. Ever a slight sense of unfairness might tell you something about love you need to change. Oh, I've got to change something about love. Well, actually, I'm not bothered about that. A roll on or with a camera feels so natural. Woo! I'm going to be the new Holly Willoughby. I could just tell. Steve, I adopted a rescue dog from Cyprus. Defra was supposed to visit when he arrived. They still haven't been, and it was 6 years ago. Well, I suppose, actually, there's no chance, is there, of Defra doing anything to do with this. To be honest with you, I'm being kind. Perhaps nobody works at Defra anymore. Perhaps they've just got somebody in an office banging out these little notes saying, we are considering the situation. I don't think anybody works there. They can't be. That's stupid, surely. All they've got to do is just say yes to this thing. It's going to take 5 minutes and then everybody's happy. She will abide by whatever you come up with next time around. But if you keep going, we're not going to do another test, not doing another test, we're all getting a bit fed up with you. So apologies, Maggie, for that one. But don't worry. Roger says, in my chauffeuring days, 2008, I was tipped £1,000 for 2 days' work by a very nice millionaire. I used to know people who used to go to Stringfellows nightclub years ago. And they would turn up. And they were the chauffeurs for some of the very rich Arabs who used to go there. And they would go to the door. They were given money to get them in. And most of the time, the chauffeurs would sort of trouser it because they would let them in because they were drinking and spending a lot of money. To sit on tables downstairs, you had to pay. You had to be served a minimum of so many drinks, and they had to be full bottles of spirits. You couldn't just go and sit at a table downstairs in Stringfellows. You had to be served spirits. So you'd have a bottle of, most people would have champagne and a bottle of vodka, a bottle of whiskey, stuff like that. And that's how it would work. The rest of you used to have to stand around looking down on the very rich people. I didn't mind being looked at. I was fine with things like that. It was okay, actually. Just wondering how much you're paid per word, says Alex in Glasgow. It works out about 20 quid, actually, I think, Alex. About 20 quid per word. It's not bad, is it? I bet you can't work it out. I don't think you're bright enough to work out how much I'm getting paid for the programme. But no, the faster I speak, the more money comes in. And the quicker you can get it all in, the quicker the money comes in. It's, as I say, sometimes a wheelbarrow. Outside here, a wheelbarrow. Yesterday, it was a little one of those dinkum digger trucks, with the big sort of scoopy thing at the front. No, it's about 20, I think, something like that. Young Kevin Hughes says, can you say hi to Karen? The fabulous black cab driver, big fan. We're now both craving pizza. Hope you're excited about the return of ABBA. I am, Kevin Hughes. I am. And Karen, what's a lady doing working at this time of the morning? Wow. So, big fan, which we love. Thank you so much indeed. Have a lovely day.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. I saw a picture the other day online, and I can't quite work out what's going on. And it was a picture of Carl Woods. The one who's going to marry Katie Price, who had that horrendous ordeal the other day where she got punched in the face and for some reason she's lost the ring, this £50,000 ring. We were all saying the other day, 50,000, I'd be frightened to wear something like that. Can you imagine? Even having a watch worth £50,000, I wouldn't wear it. But anyway, it's a picture of Carl Woods because we'd heard nothing from him since she was attacked on the early hours of Monday morning. And he was out, it said, walking his dog. But he's got a little dog. Not a big butch dog, which I thought people would have. It's a little tiny dog. And he was holding it. And I thought, that's not taking a dog for a walk. Taking the dog for a walk is putting it on the ground with a lead. But I couldn't quite see a lead. And then there's a woman who's sort of patting it as well. Quite pretty if you like little dogs. But I'm not a huge fan of little dogs. And this is a particularly little dog. Anyway, the reason that I mention Carl Woods is the fact that I thought to myself, his girlfriend, stroke fiancée, has just been attacked, would he not be turning up with the biggest bunch of flowers ever, going, what a dreadful order? He didn't look as though he was going to the sweet shop. Well, unless he was buying her sweeties, he should have bought the biggest bunch of roses or taken them round there or said, look, there you go. There are the flowers. I'm sorry that you've had such an awful experience. I mean, that's what I'd be doing. I was saying earlier on, if somebody had attacked the producer, sorry, it would be a case of, I'd be there with a present. If somebody said to me, oh, yeah, I mean, well, yeah, I'm probably likewise. But I mean, I'd take round a bottle of champagne for him, or a tattoo artist and have something else tattooed on him, like Steve Allen saved my life kind of thing, or a piercer. I could probably do the piercing myself, I wouldn't have any problems with things like that. But that's what you do, wouldn't it? If it's a friend of yours, and if it was somebody you work with, you would do that. If it's your fiancée, you'd definitely take round loads of flowers. Or sort of, I mean, I was going to say a box of chocolates, but I don't think she'd really go for a box of chocolates. Definitely not. Steve, I collect DVDs, like you, says Shane. I think I made a mistake. I bought the box set of Everyone Loves Raymond. It was all right on television. You'd see an episode now and again. I watch it. The more you watch the programme, the more interesting it becomes, because the wife I love, his wife is lovely. He's the biggest drip under the sun. And I love the woman from next door, the mother, but she's died in real life. And she appeared in, I think there was a thing about Mother Christmas or something like that, or she had magical powers. It was very good, actually. Very good little sort of Christmassy film. My friend Ian would like that, because he likes, but I can't remember the name of the woman who plays the part. But Raymond himself is, oh God, what such a drip. Such a drip. Steve, my lass Shelley and her sisters, Steve, are going to where they film Downton for afternoon tea in December. They've got a Christmas market that costs 60 quid each. Yes, Downton Abbey is lovely, lovely. Highclere, lovely, lovely, lovely. So you can go there. And the lady and her husband, what own it, are lovely, lovely people. Really lovely. They did a beautiful book, and I think it was Downton at Christmas, which was fantastic. Absolutely lovely. And it was a beautiful picture book, and it had recipes in and stuff like that, which is really brilliant. Steve, as you listening to me, you triggered my memory of the wonderful New York Jewish comedian legend Jackie Mason, who died aged 93 2 months ago. Well, I interviewed Jackie Mason. He came in with his wife years ago. He was charming, Jonathan. One of his jokes I loved. He said, my grandfather always said I shouldn't watch my money, that I should watch my health. So while I was watching my health, somebody stole my money. It was my grandfather. Another comedian I love, who I represented for his last tour, is Mickey Flanagan. He sold out 16 arena shows in London alone on his last tour. And for my bank holiday weekend, young Jonathan Shalit is off with the family to Soho Farmhouse. Lovely. Very nice. Very nice job. Well, you have a nice time. You've got nice weather for it. It was so really, really have a lovely, lovely time. Switch off. But I suspect Professor Jonathan Shalit, who's one of the top agents in the country, I shouldn't imagine he ever switches off. There's always somebody on the television. He's always tweeting something about somebody's birthday or something like that. And he's a listener. So I feel immensely proud. Stuart said that film is called Mrs. Miracle. Mrs. Miracle. If you've not seen it, it's lovely. No, you don't seem to watch things like that, do you? You probably sit down and do boysy things like football and stuff, do you? With a couple of tinnies and stuff like that. See, I can't watch boxing. Do you really? Scrawny little git. I can't. Do you know my father and my godchildren? He watches football all the time, and I've sort of become indoctrinated into watching football. I don't watch it. I mentally switch off. I can see the screens on, and I think, no, there's other things on. There'll be QVC and stuff like that, or TJC, and I love watching things like that. But I couldn't watch a football match. I absolutely couldn't, or a boxing match or anything. It just does not interest me. And the thing I saw the other day on television was American wrestling. What a bunch of fakes. What a bunch of fakes. And then they throw themselves off when they do this, and you think, oh, for goodness sake. Roger says, Doris Roberts is Raymond's mother. I like Frank the father. Yes, I like Frank the father as well. I think so. And she's so like my mother-in-law, says Stuart. She's great. She was very good. But Mrs. Miracle is the film, and it's lovely. It's a lovely little Christmassy film. So if my friend Ian is listening over in America, look for Mrs. Miracle. I think there might be three films in a box set, but it's worth getting, because you know me and Christmas films. I can't help it. I think I'm ill. Well, I think I've been ill. I think I've got a lot better now, actually. Steve, I can't stand blokes who wear their shirts outside. I always wear my shirts outside. I've never worn. Is your shirt tucked in or outside? You're outside. Everybody wears them outside now. It's just so much. Who tucks shirts in? The worst ones are people who tuck their shirts into their pants and then put their trousers on. So when they bend over, you get half their pants up their back. You ever seen that? People who tuck shirts in. As little boys and girls, our mums used to tuck our vests into our pants. Didn't you do that? Yeah, it's quite. You look bemused. I'm sorry, are you in the real world? Where are you? Come back down to earth again. Ooh, you've just dematerialised in front of me. If it's a wedding, yes. If it's a wedding, then you would tuck your shirt in. But I mean, if it's just normal day to day, no, shirts outside. And also, it's a bit nippy this morning. It'll brighten up by this afternoon, but I mean, to be honest with you, who cares? It's bank holiday weekend. But Doris Roberts, and the film is Mrs. Miracle. If you're looking for a nice little Christmassy film, not too taxing, as indeed none of them are, but spare a thought for Professor Jonathan Shalit and the family, mit famille. They'll all be going off to Soho Farmhouse, and they'll have a nice weekend. But if you'd seen the size that he used to be, seen the size he is now, it sort of makes Gemma Collins look like a rank amateur. You know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They were doing, not jokes in the paper the other day, but they were doing the celebrity bake-off thing. It's all double entendres. Oh, here's Jordan with her muffins out and all that kind of stuff. And you think, oh, goodness me, we don't need stuff like that, do we? We don't. I mean, well, some people do. But I personally don't. So we'll take more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Coming up after the news, we're going to be getting an update on the situation over in Kabul after the suicide bombing. Are there more? Because we had that situation the other day where we were told, in fact, when I left the studio, the last thing I said is they've said that suicide bombers could be targeting. Never was a truer word spoken. We're going to speak to our reporter, Matthew Thompson, about the situation in Afghanistan and where we go from here. And perhaps he's got an update as well on the animals. Are we getting them out? Are they staying there? What the dickens is going on? And how many more people can we get out before the deadline closes? All of that and more coming up after the news at 6 this morning on LBC. I'm Steve Allen, and it's my early breakfast until 7.
Imagine if today was the last time you could drive or ride your bike. The last time you could see the stars in the night sky. Or the last time you could see the people that matter the most to you. Every 6 minutes, someone in the UK starts to lose their sight. That's why Moorfields Eye Charity are driving life-changing research and innovation in eye health. Find out how we're making a difference. Visit moorfieldseyeCharity.org.uk today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have you company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Friday. Welcome to another weekend of heat, which is going to absolutely stifle everybody in this country. And 17 million of you are going to be heading down to the coast, the seaside resorts, just anything to get out of wherever you are at the moment. But as they say, don't go today. Either go now or leave it till much, 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 much later. Spare a thought, though, for those people over at Kabul airport the other day when 2 suicide bombers killed, well, estimates in the paper range from 60 to 100 people, including 12 US troops. And what of the animals over there, and how many more people can we actually get out before the deadline closes? Joining us now is LBC's correspondent Matthew Thompson to give us an update on the latest situation. Morning, Matthew.
Good morning, Steve. Well, look, we were warned that the worst could happen, and with hours of that warning, the worst did happen. As you say, as many as 60 Afghans, at least 12 US troops were killed when 2 suicide bombers attacked crowds who were desperately trying to board flights at Kabul airport yesterday. And horrific footage circulating online shows many of the dead and wounded lying in a sewage ditch, essentially, that just moments before had been filled with locals wading through it up to their knees, brandishing their documents, trying to get the attention of coalition forces to be pulled out and into the airport. And for the US, it's one of the most deadly single days in the 20-year conflict, and it's the biggest loss of life for over a decade. The Pentagon has blamed ISIS-K, so-called Islamic State's Afghanistan offshoot, and the group has now overnight claimed responsibility for the attack. But it will, Steve, increase the pressure on US President Joe Biden. He's already, of course, attracting widespread criticism for refusing to extend the deadline of the 31st of August for withdrawal. And last night he gave a speech in which he talked at length about the attack, the plans, and he vowed to continue the evacuations.
What was interesting for me yesterday was I remember saying at the end of the programme, they've said that there is a very good chance that suicide bombers might target these people. And then blow me down, it happened within a matter of hours. I'm beginning to wonder if the first wave of suicide bombers, and they seem to have no shortage of finding enough people to commit these atrocities, went through very quickly. Are they likely to do this again, or will they give warning?
That is the big fear, of course, that the pattern of ISIS attacks in the past has not been limited to a single isolated incident. They tend to come in waves. And so there is a very real fear that another attack could happen. And that, it has to be said, Steve, has a significant implication for the remainder of the evacuation. You know, time is running out. We've got to not only get as many Afghans and British nationals out as possible, but eventually we've got to get out the 1,000 or so British troops who are there. And you can't evacuate troops at the same time as you evacuate people. So at some point, those evacuations of people and civilians have to come to an end. The government is being a little bit stum as to when that will actually happen. But at the moment, people are being advised not to come to the airport at all, to seek alternative routes across, perhaps to Pakistan if they really want to leave Afghanistan. But it has severe implications for the remainder of the evacuation, even as President Joe Biden in that speech last night vowed that the evacuations would continue.
What happens if we cannot get all of the people out who are waiting at the airport at the moment? Will they just wander back to where they came from, or will the Taliban decide that they're going to meter out their own punishments?
Well, the Taliban have already said that they don't want any more people leaving. They have, I suppose, in some senses, a not completely ungrounded fear that many of their brightest and best are likely to leap on planes. So they have tightened their own security around the airports, stopping many people from actually getting through to get to the airport. So the Taliban have a very clear sense that they want as many Afghans as possible to stay. The US clearly have many people, and Britain as well, many other of the NATO alliance countries want to get people out. Boris Johnson yesterday said that he hoped there might be a second phase of evacuations even after we leave the airport, whereby we could rely on the reasonableness of the Taliban to have a reasonable approach and allow people who wanted to leave. But I think any Western strategy, Steve, that appeals to the reasonableness of the Taliban is self-evidently weak, and I think that is possibly the reality of the situation now. We are dealing with the Taliban from a position of weakness. They are the ones in control of Afghanistan, and there's not a great deal we can do about it other than get as many people as possible out before we have to leave on the 31st of August. And there's no chance, we've been told, of UK forces staying any longer than Americans. So the American deadline is essentially our deadline. You know, they have 6,000 troops on the ground to our 1,000. So holding the airport without them is simply not an option. And repeatedly, Steve, the final thing I think is worth saying, over the last few weeks, the Biden administration, the UK government, have declared this 20-year mission in Afghanistan a success by various metrics, but in part because they say it has succeeded in stopping terror attacks. And I think what we've seen in the last 24 hours is an all too painful reminder that terror is still alive and well in Afghanistan, and the risk is that it now finds its way back to the West as well.
So what about Biden's speech of yesterday?
Well, I think the president's speech was essential. It had to happen. He had to say something. But, you know, I doubt it will do much to dispel the critique that has been leveled at him. You know, for example, I mentioned that he was widespread criticism for this 31st of August deadline, in some ways, it's hard to escape the conclusion, isn't it, that the chaos we're seeing at the airport, which has made such an easy target for these ISIS militants, is at least partly the result of this refusal to extend the 31st of August deadline, because it's that is forcing more and more desperate Afghans to rush to the airport in the hope of salvation. And as I say, last night in that speech, even as the threat of terror remains hovering over the airport, Biden said that he would continue the evacuations.
These ISIS terrorists will not win. We will rescue the Americans in there. We will get our Afghan allies out, and our mission will go on. America will not be intimidated, and I have the utmost confidence in our brave service members who continue to execute this mission with courage and honor to save lives and get Americans, our partners, our Afghan allies out of Afghanistan.
There he was talking yesterday. What worries me, Matthew, is you were sort of saying the deadline could come and go. There could be the last plane, and there could still be hundreds, if not thousands, of Afghans at the airport, and now completely cut off, completely isolated, nowhere to go, nothing to do, and with the Taliban chomping at the bit. What happens to them? We just abandon them? Oh, we lost Matthew. Has he disappeared?
Oh. Can you hear me, Steve?
Yes, I can now,
yes.
Loud
and clear.
So what happens to those people who could be left? I mean, there's a very good chance that the plane deadlines could come and go. The one plane takes off with the last lot of people, and there's still hundreds of thousands.
Absolutely, and I think that is the inevitability. I mean, I think even the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace, he broke down on LBC not so long ago when he was admitting the possibility or the likelihood, the inevitability almost now, that many people who needed to get out would not get out. And then there is also, it has to be said, Steve, an absolutely extraordinary story in the Times newspaper this morning, where their reporter Anthony Lloyd on the ground has been picking through the wreckage of the abandoned British embassy in Kabul and has found papers identifying 7 Afghans who were working for British forces with phone numbers, with names, family information of these people. Now, clearly, in the haste to evacuate the embassy on the 15th of August, they have not done the usual processes of destroying sensitive documents. And the Times itself has found 7. How many have the Taliban found since they took over? So in that sense, horrible story in the sense that it feels like we have just, if they didn't already know the identities of these people, in leaving and abandoning them, we have potentially just handed their names and identities to the Taliban on a silver platter.
Oh, dear God. Mind you, breaking news just coming in. The Taliban official says the attacks at Kabul airport have killed 72 civilians. I don't quite understand what the purpose of killing your own countrymen is. I mean, is this, something to say you've been very, very naughty, you've tried to get out of the country, because some of them are going to be stuck. But I've got to ask you, because everybody over here, and it's filled more radio programs than anything else, apart from the dreadful situation with the suicide bombers, what happens to all the animals now? Where are we with the 200 cats and dogs? Are they coming out? Are they staying in?
Well, Pen Farthing, who is, of course, the former Royal Marine who is running that animal shelter in Kabul and trying to get these animals out, he said that yesterday he was actually fired upon and targeted by one of the terrorists who was at the airport with an AK-47. He said he had to turn tail and flee the airport. So as far as we know, Pen Farthing and his animals are still not yet through the cordon at the airport. If the cordon has been shut, temporarily at least, by the Americans, as it appears it has, then I would have thought the likelihood of those animals and indeed people getting out by the 31st of October is certainly slimmer than it was yesterday, Steve, if not completely impossible.
Because that's what, I mean, literally, I've heard more people talking on LBC's phone-ins about the animals, and some people have said, oh, he's actually definitely going to get them out. And I said, I've got a feeling that if push comes to shove, a toss-up between cats and dogs and human beings, the human beings are going to take precedence.
That is certainly the view of the Defence Secretary. And I think the one thing to really make plain in discussion of this, because there has been a little bit of confusion about exactly what's going on, the issue is not so much that there is no room for the animals on planes or that the plane that they've chartered can't land. That could happen. The difficulty is getting the people, getting the animals to those checkpoints that we saw attacked yesterday, and then getting them through the airport. And that's where the pinch point is. They have not yet done that. So So it doesn't matter if the Defence Secretary allows chartered planes to land. The difficult part is getting those 200 or so animals through the checkpoints. And at those checkpoints, they've been very explicit. I think the phrase that Ben Wallace used in the last day or so was, "I've got to prioritize people, not pets." And so I think the more restrictions are put up around that airport cordon because of the continued threat of further terror attacks, as I say, not completely impossible, but the less and less likely it is that 200 cats and dogs will be waved through when there are still so many desperate people trying to get out.
Matthew, thank you very much indeed. Very grateful. Thank you for that. Always a pleasure. LBC's correspondent Matthew Thompson giving us an update following the suicide bomb attacks in Kabul yesterday. And that's all over the papers today. So people who were queuing at the airport to try and get onto an aeroplane, another 60 of them have been killed. And 12 US troops have been killed as well. Whether they can get people out before the deadline, which is the 31st, and there's still, people are being told, don't go to the airport, don't go anywhere near the airport. They're still going there because they're so desperate to get out of the country. 72 civilians, I beg your pardon, were actually killed yesterday. That was an updated number. Where we go from here, I suppose, as Boris says, we get as many planes over there, get as many people loaded on. But I'm afraid the animals, as I predicted a couple of days ago, they come way down the list.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 6:20. So not the best news you've ever wanted to hear if you're an animal lover and about the 200 animals that are over there. And as I say, Carol's pointed out that, in fact, animals go in the hold. They don't take the place of humans. But the trouble is the hold gets freezing cold. That's why a lot of things are put in there. But, there's 200 of them. I don't think they're going to be putting them on the planes. I just really don't. 200 animals. That's quite a lot. Quite a lot of animals. So they've said, as you've just heard actually a moment ago from Matthew, that it's looking a bit slim. If he was fired on the other day, not Matthew, but the person looking after them the other day, and then he had to sort of quickly get at, they're not going to hold back on this one. They're going to make sure. Listen, if suicide bombers from ISIS go in there, ISIS-K, and kill 60 people for no reason apart from the fact they just want to go and get a better life somewhere, why would you want to live under the Taliban's rule? Can't think of any other stupid sort of thing. Steve says, I'm going to be 50 on Sunday, but I still feel 21. Could you please perform a magic trick and make me younger? Okay, you're younger. There you go. It's a state of mind, age. It really is. They always say, nobody feels their age. You see, I remember when I was sort of 20s and things like that, and I remember thinking 30 is like really old. Because you don't know anybody of 30. You only know people of your own age. Now, in fact, I don't know anybody of my age. I only know people who are younger. So technically, as far as I'm concerned, that keeps me younger. And I'm not a typical person of my age. In fact, I don't think I act my age at all. But that's no bad thing. That's no bad thing. The old argument is, if somebody said, why don't you act your age? I said, if I acted my age, you'd be talking to a pile of dust. But, I don't want to act my age. It's not that I'm fearful of my age at all. I think I look bloody brilliant for my age. But, that's just the way, that's just I. That's why I've dimmed all the lights at home. No more than a 25-watt bulb. I tell you, when I walk past a mirror, I look pretty good. Pretty good. But, no, it is a state of mind. And 50 is nothing. 50 is absolutely nothing at all. You wait till you get to people, I know a 92-year-old. A 92-year-old, good old Betty. It was, some people are different. They get to old ages. Oh, Michael Parkinson, Sir Michael Parkinson, is 86. 86. Some people, look good. They work hard and they play hard. I think what happens is, for a lot of people, if you retire, the one trick, I'm not saying you're going to retire at 50, but a friend of mine, she's not far away from 50, the other side of it, she's retired. But she's keeping herself busy. She goes for walks, she does running, she does fit, she does everything. And she used to be 10-ton Tessie O'Shea. And now she's slim pants, unbelievably slim pants, because she works at it. And the trick is, if you retire, keep yourself busy. If you sit there and just vegetate, you're not going to get anything done. Go out for walks, join clubs, get an interest, do something. You've got to keep your mind active. And that's the way it works, actually, the way it works. So being 50, nothing. Trucker Joel says, finishing my delivery in London. then driving back, Steve, to my depot to enjoy the next 2 weeks off. Very nice. Well, you've obviously got some good weather, which is very good. That's what we need. Good. Well, I mean, you like it. I don't like it, and neither does Darren either. He doesn't like this sort of weather. But I'm looking forward to the weekend because I like a bank holiday weekend. It's not that. Are there any fun fairs around? I mean, can we have a look on the internet, see if there's any fun fairs or anywhere, just so we can sort of direct you in the area. No, I do like travelling fun fairs. I've got a thing about fun fairs. I like the idea that it arrives on trucks and they used to assemble it all, and then it was a case of we used to have a big fun fair in Leicester Square every year before the trees started growing and things like that. And they used to have a Dodgem set, and it's called a Dodgem set, and it was folded up, and they'd push a button and it would open up like a flower. And there would be that. Before, you had to build the ring and you had to put the wire in and all the top of it. So fun. There you go. Irving. Where are they? Where have Irving got fun fairs? They must have some fun fairs around. There was one here in Hackney, July. Oh, that's 31st of July. Right to the 30th of August. So that's there a little bit. They've confirmed Hyde Park Winter Wonderland. But I've said to you before, I can't remember if I ever paid to go into it. I don't want to pay to go into Winter Wonderland. It's a fun fair. They've got a big one here. George Irving, of course, is the top man of his game. You buy tokens for their rides, and it's easier to do it. It also stops bit of theft and stuff like that. But they've got them here. They've got Lee Valley Hockey and Tennis Centre, the Ultimate Fun Fair 21. That runs till 30th of August, so a few days there. Ham Fair at Ham Common, September the 11th. That's quite a nice little one, actually. The trouble is, Ham Common is so blooming big. The fair doesn't take up very much room on it, but it's still cute. And I've always loved fun fairs and circuses. I'm sort of a bit good for stuff like that. And Southampton Common this weekend. And there's one here, Vile Behaviour at a Torquay Fun Fair as unruly children run riot. What sort of peasants are they? I think we know what sort of peasants they are. But luckily, I mean, normally the fun fair people could sort out these sort of things, but they've got reports of youths drinking, taking drugs. They don't realise, do they? Some, they've arrested children as young as 14 for vile behaviour. Ghastly little sort of undercurrent of dreadful youths nowadays, isn't there? People who drink, mouthy little people. Ian says there used to be a fun fair in Hampstead Heath every Easter and August bank holiday when I lived nearby. Yes, I'm not sure that they have now. I'm not sure if they have. I mean, it's quite. But I just like the idea that it all packs up onto lorries and stuff. I just like the idea. I could live at a fun fair. I could live in one of those big wagons. I've been inside some of the trailers with pullouts. They've got pullouts, they call, which makes it sort of twice as big. And I thought I could live there. I could eat hot dogs and hamburgers and all sorts of manner of nasty things, and just go and watch. I can't do candy floss. It's all sugar, isn't it? It's just spun sugar. I might as well just sort of lie on my back and tip a packet of sugar in my mouth. But I love bright lights. I love the whole thing about fun fairs. I'd be really good on a fun fair. I'd be excellent. I think I'd just like to do hot dogs or something like that. But I definitely want to live in one of those big caravans. Those big caravans with the big pullouts. I went in Billy Smart's big caravan pullout, the circus people, and I thought it was good. And I used to buy a magazine called World's Fair, and World's Fair was devoted to fun fair folk, but because of the pandemic it closed down. Great shame. And it had all, you could go in there and you could buy a set of Dodgems. Look, it all packs up on lorries. It's just brilliant. These huge lorries, but they stick to a route. There's something very exciting about it. I don't know what. I've always been a big advocate of travelling fun fairs and travelling circuses and anything like that, because it's like a town descends on a common. They get these lorries into these small tiddly little places, and then when it disappears, there's just sort of a bit of squashed grass, or in the case of the circus, some sawdust on the ground. That was one of my favourite books, The Circus is Coming by Noel Streatfeild. It was written in the 1940s, I think, and it's about two kids who are living at home with their aunt, because their parents are dead, and they write to their Uncle Gus. Their Uncle Gus is with a circus, and they decide to run away and join the circus. So they run away and they join the circus, and it's the story of them being in the circus with all the other circus kids and the circus families and everything else. And it's a blooming good book, and that's one of my favourites, together with British Circus Life by Lady Eleanor Smith, which, as a lot of people in the circus world will tell you, is the definitive book about circus. It's Rico's Circus, which doesn't exist anymore, but it travelled up north, and it was very old-fashioned. They had a little sort of zoo there, and they had a lion act, and they had all sorts of things going on. It was an original travelling circus, and for people in circus life, Rico's Circus was it. And they finish up the book. Lady Eleanor Smith says, is Judy the chimpanzee still with them? No, but she's buried, and there's a plaque hanging on a tree. And you think it was different days then. The lorries would break down on the roads. I mean, life on the road, because it's only a short season for the fun fairs and the circuses, but it's the fact that it all packs up onto lorries, the tents and everything else. Watch a film called The Greatest Show on Earth, and you watch them. There'd be 100 people in America pulling this huge tent up, and it's just brilliant stuff. I love it. I wish I'd been born into a circus family or a fun fair family. Fun fair on Blackheath, says Mick. Thank you. And there you go. Blackheath Common yesterday, says Steve. Minster, Isle of Sheppey. Somebody says, you're available to hire to do comedy events. No, we do it every morning here, though. We do it every morning here. We do this Monday to Friday, 4 till 7. So if you're an insomniac, or you wake up and you're thinking, oh, I don't want to go to work today, this programme might make you feel a bit better about yourself. We've got a circus that's going in over the road at the Garrick Theatre, I've just remembered. Cirque Unique or something like that. And what it is, it's basically a circus that's been transformed into a theatre. So you get people who can lie on their back and juggle their balls. That's always that's worth watching. I've recommended a few people from here before now, and that's going in because they've got big posters up for it, and it's fantastic. Also, ABBA, yes, going out on tour again, but only in holographic form. But there's new music. I think there's about five new songs. I love ABBA. We did a great interview with one of the boys from ABBA, and when it finished, I mean, whether he says it's to everybody, I've got no idea, but he said. That was one of my best interviews. He said, I really enjoyed it. Mainly because I sort of sat there thinking, I'm talking to one of the blokes who wrote most of the music for ABBA. I thought, it doesn't get any better than that, does it?
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Apparently, Nottingham Goose Fair's cancelled this year. I read something about it. It's only because somebody said if you like fun fairs, visit Nottingham Goose Fair. I've been to it. But I have a sneaking feeling it's not happening this year. I don't know why. I think I read somewhere somebody was saying, "Oh, this is a bit bad actually." What do the fun fair folk do for the rest of the year? Well, they generally park up and they clean all their equipment and they get it all ready and make sure, and then they sort of rest and then they read and they get together. It's all different families. Irving's have been running fun fairs around my way. So what happens is the main rides on a fun fair would be owned by the person who's got the guild rights to that particular site, and then they rent off all the bits on the outside. So the person who's trying to, my favourite was, the simplest things. They've got the stall. He had a bit in the middle and a Coca-Cola bottle lying on its side, and you're given a pole with a piece of string and a round rubber ring, and you've got to put the rubber ring over the top of the bottle, flick it up, and the bottle stands up, and you get 20 quid. Can they do it? No. Can he do it? Yeah, he shows you how to do it. He actually shows you. You watch him doing it, and then you watch other people doing it. You get one go at it. If you don't manage it, you've lost. 84850. Susan says, pets always go in the plane's hold. There's 200 of them. 200. She says there'll be a fallout if they're left behind. It's not looking promising, Susan, at the moment. She said, I bet a lot of people on flights had no right to be there. No, they've all got documentation. It just they have to be careful to get the people on there who are supposed to be on there. I'm hoping they're all being checked, but that's that. But the pet thing's looking a bit. Listen, one of the Taliban's already opened fire on this bloke, so that's how bad it's looking, which is pretty slim. They've got till the 31st, so they've got 27th today, 28, 29, 30. They've got 4 days to get these hundreds and thousands of people from the airport. They're not all going to make it. If they're not going to make it, these 200 pets are not going to make it either. And I know what the feelings are running at because I've heard people talking on LBC about it. But when it comes to humans or pets or animals, which aren't people's pets, humans are going to win, or babies and things like that. The amount of babies being thrown over the barbed wire to the soldiers, who are then going, what do we do with this? They don't know. Steve, a fair has been held in Chichester, West Sussex, since about the 11th century. The fair, or Slow Fair as it's known, was given the authority to spend 8 days every year in Chichester by Henry I, says Jonathan. See, I just like things like that. I know not everybody does, but nothing better for me than driving through Hampton Court if the fun fair's there of an evening time. So I have to do it on a Friday. I can't do it any other time. And all the lights are on the machines, and it's the generators. Don't forget Gifford Circus. No. They get write-ups in things like Country Life. Gifford Circus do it. So, circus, kids love it. But it's I always thought it was a bit posh. Like a posh person's circus, because they all dress up and all the kids are called, Annabelle and things like that. And that's just the boys. Steve, you just mentioned Noelle Stretfield. I used to read all her books when I was a child. Oh, I always say to people, get a copy of The Circus is Coming. By Noel. I think it was written in about 1946, something like that. It's a really lovely book. Can we go to Amazon? Can you have a look at Amazon and find The Circus is Coming? I'll see how cheap we can find it. The trouble is, every time I mention something like this, people go online quickly and buy it, and then somebody will go, I've just been to Amazon, it's gone already. And I go, oh, yeah, The Circus is Coming, there it is. And The Circus is Coming, Puffin Books. Look at the price. 150 quid for the paperback. 150, only one left in stock. My God. And The Circus is Coming, hardcover. I'm not sure if that's, no, that's Hilary Knight, so that's not the same one. They haven't even got The Circus is Coming by Noel Stretfield. That's how. Not on the first one that we saw. That is Noel Stretfield. That's on a paperback, 150 quid. Oh, wow. I put it this way, I can't recommend that you buy it. The Circus is Coming by Noel here, £85.25. She also did Ballet Shoes, which is £6.55. Isn't that funny? You can get something like Ballet Shoes by Noel Stretfield as well. And Theatre Shoes, again, £6.55. Yeah, if you want A Circus is Coming, it's 150 quid. I'm obviously picking the right books, because I've got an original. So put in, I love doing this, it keeps me amused, British Circus Life. Let's see if we've got one there, because I managed to get one from a very close friend of mine, who managed to buy it in America. And this is Lady Eleanor Smith. Oh, look, they've got Gifford Circus book. How lovely. Look at this one here. British Circus Life, British Ways of Life by Eleanor Furness Smith. And, £27.20. I got a really, really good one from America, bought by a friend of mine for me. She said, I bought it for you. And she brought it over, and it's in stunning condition. British Circus, I love it. Just even the smell of the book gets me going. Seriously, old book. My father used to love old books, and I think I've inherited his love of, he would walk up and down Charing Cross Road and go to all the bookshops and pick them up and look at them, and had a lovely collection of books and stuff like that, which is great. Steve, here we go. Worst joke of the day. My mate got the sack from working the Dodgems. He's taken them to court for funfair dismissal. There you go. 1948, that British Circus Life is. 1948. Wow. And somebody says, I've just seen Lewis Hamilton in the paper today. What the? Somebody called the fashion clip. What does he look like? He looks like a right turnip, doesn't he? What a shame. He had to look like a buffoon. Good weekend. Steve Archer will be getting torn into some long overdue housework, sadly, and a wee bit of shopping, says Kim. But I shall look forward to hearing your melodic dulcet tones on Monday. Yes, definitely. Well, then I shall regale you with stories of what I did over the weekend, which will be very showbiz and theatrical and wonderful and things like that. I think I'm going, but I've just had a thing from our bosses, AP, the lovely Tom and the lovely Hillary, and she sent a thing out saying, can you remember to send your invoices in? No danger there. No danger of that one at all. But they have to be in a bit earlier this time around. I'm generally a bit late with doing things. I'm going to have to send her a thing on the way back home today going, are you in on Monday? Then I'll do it over the weekend and leave it Monday, because I'm a good boy like that. I like to be up to date with things. Steve, interested to hear you mention 10-ton Tessie O'Shea, which is how most people refer to her. Actually, she was 2-ton Tessie. Oh, I always called her 10-ton Tessie. Always. She played Mrs. Hobday in Bedknobs and Broomsticks. I saw her on the good old days. She used to play the banjo, didn't she? Definitely. Steve, animals in boxes and cages and hold of a plane would create a lot of heat, says Anne. I don't think they're going to bring them back. I don't think they are. Just got this feeling that every spare bit of, room there is on that plane will be taken up with things. Now, whether you could put humans into the hold, I've got no idea. I have a sneaking feeling you can't. David says, look on eBay. Circus is coming, pre-owned, £3.50. Well, they should hang on to it and sell it on Amazon, 150 quid on Amazon. And Steve says, Gifford Circus sold out for the rest of the year. Tried to book this week. I've never seen it. I've seen all the pictures. And somebody said, I can't actually open up anything. If people send me links to stuff, I can't open it up here. The boys have to open it up next door. I can't do it. If you send it on an email, the boys can open it up next door, but I can't do that here. That's not because I can't do it. It's just because I've just realised, actually, did I have... I didn't get a Daily Star today. I do miss my Daily Star girl. I like to have a good look and just see who it is who's flogging their weary old carcass, in the papers, so they can say, oh, today's Patriot girl is Mandy. Mandy reads the Financial Times every day, and you think, no, she doesn't. No, she doesn't at all. David, back in the 60s, me and a couple of friends were at the Goose Fair watching the lorries of Billy Smart Circus arrive. One of the circus personnel asked us if we could help fill a tin bath. And he said, we filled it with water from one of the outlets. We did it and carried said bath through his vehicle, which turned out to be the costume department. He says, we were surrounded by all the costumes, the length of the lorry. Very surreal. Oh, I love circus. Seriously, you sort of inspired me again to go and read my book. I'm from Hull, Steve. They hold the Hull Fair every year. Most of the city go. It's always on for about 8 days. 8th to the 16th, and it's huge. Usually follows the Goose Fair, but I don't think there is a Goose Fair this year. I think they've cancelled it. I remember reading it somewhere, and I can't come away. It could be COVID distance. It could be anything, because it takes up all the streets. But I've just got a feeling it's not. Wikipedia says the circus is coming was sold as circus shoes. No, completely different. Completely different. $6.95 on Amazon. No. Completely different. Don't believe Wikipedia. You can write anything you like on there. It'll tell you Steve Allen's a multi-millionaire if you look carefully later on.
Last year, many under-5s were hospitalised with flu and often in need of A&E care. This autumn, children with underlying health conditions from 6 months old and children aged 2 to 3 can get their flu vaccine at their GP, with children from reception to year 11 to be offered the vaccine at school. The vaccine is a quick and painless nasal spray and greatly reduces a child's chance of needing a hospital visit. The Autumn Flu Vaccine, helping to stop the spread.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Somebody says you're right. Goose Fair, Steve, is cancelled for the second year. That's from Kelly in Nottingham. Yeah, it used to be in all the streets. I think they've moved it, haven't they? A large open park area. But it was through all the streets in Nottingham going back years ago when Dale worked on Radio Trent. Steve, Carter's Steam Fair, immaculate. Yes. I used to go to that all the time. I love those. I just love the art of painting on all the fun fairs. I think that was quite nice. 9 minutes to 7 in case you might be lucky. You might have finished work already thinking, I'm looking forward to my bank holiday weekend, Steve. Let's go and enjoy it. Because we get so few bank holidays. But it's always quite nice to get out there and do something. So we found a few fun fairs for you. And we've told you the bad news that we heard earlier on, that we're not sure whether or not all those animals are going to get out. In fact, if any. That's what we're not sure at the moment. It's looking thin. I mean, we all do double prayers. Mind you that today's the first day in a long while that we haven't read a story about Geronimo. We haven't read anything on Geronimo at all. So we're feeling much, much better. Mr. Shah, who's my chemist, he's in Cornwall. He's in Cornwall at the moment, and he says, hope all's well. I've been here, he says, for a break for a few days. I've been blessed with lovely days. Absolutely full... Wait a minute, I've lost this. Absolutely full of British holidaymakers from all over Britain. See, Cornwall was the place, when we were younger, we went there, Mr. Shah, because we were lured there by my parents saying they've got yellow ice cream, because it was made with cream. And we had yellow ice. And I remember it wasn't bright yellow, but it was sort of yellowish because it was made with cream. It was just pure ingredient. And I remember thinking, yum, yum, yum. I do like a sort of a nice ice cream. Vanilla, I'm not bothered about flavours. Cornish ice cream is delicious. It's a bit, you can buy it. I mean, some of the supermarkets sell it. There's a couple of people who make Cornish ice cream, and you can go and buy it. And it's definitely creamier than other ice cream. Do you know what one of the main ingredients of ice cream is? Come on. No, not milk. No. Ice cream. No. Seaweed. Seaweed. It's a binding agent. You'll find it in. You look on most ice creams. Go and have a route through Iceland today. Have a route over. You see seaweed. It's odd, isn't it? Really. There's me just thinking it was Chinese restaurants. Other stories which are in the papers for today. Ali Ross, always very good, but he's getting a bit bored with MasterChef, celebrities. You know, today they've got Katie Price's dumplings. And you think, it's just a bit tacky. Little bit tacky. Large, unwielding orbs with yellow stuff on the outside, which looked about as appetising as, well, Katie Price's dumplings. The only person who's the worst person on Celebrity MasterChef, I'm afraid, is dreary old Joe Swash, who they say here is he was bellowing a man pushing 40 but still conducts conversations at 130 decibels and only ever in one direction, and that silly little screechy voice. Perhaps mindful, though, of last week's Snorathon with Megan McKenna and Penny Lancaster, the hosts indulge him right up till the point. Greg Wallace unleashed this barb. Your lassie's a bit thick, Joe. A bit harsh. She's just a little off the pace on Loose Women. But yeah, Joe Swash, who sort of seems to think he thinks he's an actor. Sadly not. We watched him for 5 years, he says, in EastEnders, and we're still waiting to see some interest there. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. 6 minutes to 7. Here's a picture of Kim Kardashian and putting herself in the shade, wearing her Skims range. She's got special sunglasses and all the rest of it. A bit bored with them. Pubs facing a shortage of lagers amid the lorry driver crisis. Why don't they just bring in smaller lorries, and they won't need to have an HGV? Smaller lorries, lots of them, whizzing about all over the place. We've got White Van Man. Surely you can use them for deliveries. Can't be that complicated, can it? And here's Phil Collins' film star daughter Lily, wearing a wacky hairstyle. I don't mind wacky hairstyles. And what do you think Ed Sheeran bought Elton John for his birthday? Proving that either Elton John or Ed Sheeran's got a huge sense of humour. Yes, he got a giant marble willy. That's what he bought him for. I suppose the man who has everything. What else could you buy him? Elton says, I don't know if that's because I've always been or what. It's really big. It's beautifully made. Where'd you keep that at home? He's got 2 young children. But we do like Ed Sheeran. He's very nice. They've got a picture of... I wonder why you would give Elton John a present like that. I mean, you thought Elton John by now would have had more than enough of these marble willies. I mean, he's had loads of money for years, and he could have bought them for himself, couldn't he? If he'd really wanted one. I thought he'd have a collection, to be honest with you. I don't know why. Perhaps in the garden as water fountains or something like that. I don't know where you'd place it. I don't think they're like Russian dolls. You don't put one willy inside another willy, do you, as far as I know? What a conversation to have at 5 to 7 in the morning. I do apologise. It's only because Ed Sheeran bought it, and it features in all the papers today. Oh, God, very odd, isn't it? Cheryl Tweedy is making a bid to be a radio star. Oh, God, I'm not sure I can cope with that. Thank you very much indeed. And Joe O'Meara has got a new album out. Can't imagine who'll be buying it, but I'm sure somebody somewhere will enjoy it. We're still waiting for all those other people to chart. Whatever happened to Matt Goss? Did he go back to America, or is he still around? A rare lobster has been caught off Norfolk. It's got identical claws. Identical claws. I've never even thought about that. And I can't do that story. My good Lord. Thousands of pupils excited by the return of a more familiar school routine. Have they delayed going back to school? I can never remember, actually, whether kids go back to school and whether they don't. Or an RSPCA centre's loneliest dog, who spent half his life in kennels, has found a forever home. Copper was sad-eyed each day as other dogs set off to new homes. Now, after a campaign by the charity, he's been taken in, which is good. They always get stuff like that, don't they? And a fundraiser touring Britain's rudest place names has reached the northernmost point, the tiny settlement of... And I can't read it to you because it's rude. And somebody might listen into the radio and then complain, saying Steve Allen said a rude word, which is nothing new. 13 years, fans of Celebrity Juice, they must be dwindling. Could be saying farewell to the once popular ITV2 series. I don't think it's popular at all now. Who watches that rubbish? It really is ghastly. It's got Keith Lemon on it, who apparently is going to be doing a new show, but as Keith Lemon. So sort of an acting a part, because that's not Keith Lemon at all, is it? But they did it. It's at the top of the hit list from ITV. Oh, good. First up for the new treatment, Catherine Ryan's new dating show, Ready to Mingle. I'm a bit bored with these sort of programmes, but I just thought Celebrity Juice was possibly the unfunniest programme on the television. I never quite understood. Perhaps the people who watched it have to be students who were sort of, like-minded as the panel. Somebody says you'd be fantastic on Celebrity MasterChef. Not on a million years. I can't think of anything worse. I can't cook. I've no intention of cooking, and I don't know why you'd ever embarrass yourself on something like that. Definitely not. And Roger says, I agree with you. Where on earth will Elton put such a thing? Can't imagine. I know, one can only hazard a guess, can't they? Make up your own jokes on this programme. Jacqueline Wilson is in the Telegraph today. Why she's giving the railway children a modern makeover. We love Jacqueline Wilson, and we love you for keeping us company this week. We'll do it again next week. We'll do it again from Monday, Bank Holiday Monday. I expect you to be here. And if you can't be here, bring a letter of apology. I haven't gone to it yet. I haven't done all my links up yet. I've got to do a full script up here. Couldn't care less whether he's ready. He'll have to wait. I have to hand over, because coming up on my little bit extra podcast, some juicy gossip. We like a bit of juicy gossip. This is from the Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. I do like it, despite the fact that it is actually trash. Ed Sheeran and Elton John's present. I don't know, I mean, perhaps there's a special shelf for it or something like that. And he's also done something rather special in Coventry. And how could I forget Rebecca Vardy has a brand new hairstyle? So presumably what she's done is taken out the false hair and sort of just gone for like a bob. But, she doesn't really suit it, actually. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Bank Holiday. Isn't it exciting? No, not really. It's another... I mean, if you're looking forward to going out for today and you're looking forward to going and doing something interesting, well, then this is the station that's going to kick-start your day. Mainly because you wake up in the morning, the alarm goes beep, 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 and you think, oh, for goodness sake. You get out of bed and you go, oh, it's Bank Holiday. I can go back to sleep. I don't need to go to work today. But many of you will be getting up and heading down to the station, standing on the platform, looking round, going, where is everybody? And the answer is they're still in bed, because nobody knows what to do on a bank holiday. They have no idea. Do a bus ride, do a train ride, or failing that, do what I did yesterday. I sort of woke up and I thought, right, I'm going to do loads of things today. Promptly fell back to sleep again. And just, and a friend of mine then started sending me pictures, and they looked as though they were taken inside a museum. I said, where are you? He said, I'm in the Brighton Toy Museum. I said, I didn't even know there was such a thing, but it looked like the place to go today. All of that and your texts and emails, as always, which is 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And unless you're particularly stupid, we sort of weave them all in because, over the past few days, I've heard some pretty stupid people phoning LBC. I've also seen strange people who've been writing to the newspapers, complaining about this, that and the other. And there was another one. We lost another bloke the other day who died of COVID. And what was so interesting, this is another person, there have been quite a number of them. He was an anti-vaxxer. He was a major anti-vaxxer. He'd always said, don't bother getting it. It's not going to affect you in the slightest. He caught it. Within a week, he was dead. It's as simple as that. And his last message to everybody was, get vaccinated, which is, of course, the message we've been pumping out all the time. If you don't want to be vaccinated, don't complain about it when you depart this mortal coil and your family are left to grieve, because it's there for everybody to have. Everybody should have it. Twice, 3 times if you're very lucky. That's what I'm going for. Definitely going for the 3 times. But it makes me sick. There was a piece that was written... Who wrote it the other day? It was somebody who wrote to somebody who was in a church, of all places. He was a regular Christian, in America. And he said, we don't need to be vaccinated. The Lord will see us through it. And somebody wrote back and went, are you really stupid? Of course the Lord won't see you through it. If you end up getting cancer, do you sit there and go, well, I think the Lord will cure it? You go to hospital. You go to see the experts. If you want to learn about transport, you go to a museum. You don't go, the Lord will sort that out for me. The Lord might be able to sort a few things out, but he certainly can't sort COVID out. That's a fact. Anyway, the bloke who had said this, dead. Another one from COVID. How many more times you have to do it? Mind you, the good news was, I suppose, over the weekend, if you're an animal lover, woof, bah, and all that kind of stuff, is that they brought all these animals into the country. Whether they've been vaccinated, I've got no idea. I hope so. There's a very good chance that animals can bring all sorts of illnesses in, but they've said that they will all be tested. And I think there was 200. Unfortunately, we had to leave most of the Afghan translators over there. Their lives are not going to be worth living, I can tell you now, because the trouble is that the Taliban know who these people are. They're all stuck at the airport We got as many out as we could have got out. We didn't take as many as the Americans. I think the Americans have taken 55,000. And we took 14,000. But I mean, America's got loads of places that people can go to. I think the best call I heard was yesterday, talking to Ian Dale, and it was a woman who'd fled from Afghanistan. Her parents had already fled to Turkey some time before, and she managed to get out by herself in a hotel, and she was self-isolating. And she was looking forward to making a new life here, she said, because I don't have a country that I can go back to, because that's the way the Taliban have made it. They've also decided now no mixed classes in Afghanistan. Women cannot go out with men. Is there something the matter with the Taliban? Have they been dropped on their heads or something? We know they're a bit barking mad most of the time. But goodness sake, honestly, what is it about women and education? They don't seem to... Are they a bit frightened that the women are better than them? Is that what it is? Because somebody said to me the other day, they said, oh, in Afghanistan, have they got shopping centres? I said, not anymore, they haven't. No, they've been bombed. And now Biden, he was a pain in everybody's side. And he then sort of sent up drones and they were sort of bombing things. So God knows where we go from here. But what have they left over there? All their equipment, all their jeeps, all their helicopters, although, to be honest with you, the Taliban couldn't knit a blanket, so there's no chance of them using a helicopter. And very shortly, all of these things will rust, because unless you use helicopters, they just start falling apart, and they won't have the spares over there. So that's why the Americans have left all of these things. I forget how many thousands of trucks there were over there, jeeps and all the rest of it. So, let them use it. They won't be able to repair them because they're a bit thick. And they won't be able to fly the helicopters, so they will sit there, and they will just rust and fall apart. And that's the reason, I think, they didn't even bother bringing them back. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. They were playing The Sound of Music in the lower gardens, says Ollie, in Bournemouth on a giant screen. We thought of you. Oh. Do you know, yesterday, was it yesterday, day before, was my ultimate good day. I just happened to have finished doing my bits and pieces and shopping and all the rest of it. And I turned on the telly, and it's Steel Magnolias. Now, I love Steel Magnolias. It's one of the only film I went to a couple of film premieres with Princess Diana. I mean, she didn't know it was me there, but I mean, she was there, and the cast of Steel Magnolias, which was fantastic. And I sat there, and it had exactly the same effect on me the very first time I watched it. I bought it on DVD. I bought it for friends of mine who go, "Oh, what's it like?" And I go, "Watch it." It's it might be sort of termed a girly movie. But I don't mind girly movies because it's got an all-star cast. I mean, everybody's absolutely brilliant in it. It's set, and I didn't realise until I spoke to the man what wrote it that it's a true story. It's based on his sister. His sister got diabetes and she died as a result of it. And so they did, and I had no idea. And I met him. He came in. He was in London, and he started talking. Of course, you can hear it in my voice. And I said to him, "This is your sister?" He said, "Yes." He said it was filmed in our town in America. They use all the houses. It's just fabulous. Anyway, so I watched that, and then I sort of got through a box of tissues, as you do. And then after that, I happened to be flipping over the channel. What was on the other side? War Games with Matthew Broderick. Have you seen War Games? Fabulous film. So I watched that, and then I had something to eat, and then I thought, I think I'll go to bed now, actually. I got really quite tired, and then I thought to myself, but it is the bank holiday, and I do like the bank holidays. And today it never seems like a normal day on the Monday, because most of you will be off. There will be a few people, like in this building, there's people who are sort of leaving and people coming into work on a but it's just another day. It doesn't make any difference to me. I see it's like going to children's birthday parties. When you're little, it's great. You have balloons and a magician, and you get cakes and biscuits and little sandwiches and everything else. Then you get a bit grown up and you think, God, it's naff. Who wants a kid's birthday party? They're very stressful for parents and very expensive, because each kid has got to go home with a goodie bag, a little tiny party bag, so that you do the happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you, and then you have to cut the cake up into bits, wrap it up, pop it in the goodie bag, blue goodie bag for boys, so it's got rubbers in the boys, that go on the end of pencils, and anything else would be a waste. And the girls get sort of colouring pencils and a little bit of makeup and stuff like that. And you've got to go home, and if you don't do a good goodie bag, word goes around the school like there's no tomorrow. Stephen had his party the other day. Goodie bags, naff. You know, so you have to make sure you've got nice goodie bags. Russ says, I thought you'd be overwhelmed with excitement to hear that Joe O'Meara of S Club fame is releasing a solo album. Yes. I knew that because we did it on the programme when it was sort of, I don't know how you can describe her, actually. She was the racist from Big Brother, her and Danielle Lloyd. And Shilpa Shetty was unfortunately the recipient of their bile, which was racist, and so they came out to nothing at all. Jade Goody was the instigator of it, and it was a long time ago, and I understand that, but I don't think these people ever changed their spots at all. And so I knew that she was bringing out an album because it killed her career overnight. Completely stone dead because nobody would touch her. She was box office poison. Danielle Lloyd seems to escape quite well, so I keep reminding people all the time she was as guilty. They thought it was hilarious that Shilpa Shetty was being abused, racist wise. I just thought it was absolutely terrible, I'm afraid. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Shane says, I don't have War Games, but I do have Steel Magnolias. Oh, it's great. War Games is such a good thing. Do you want to play a game, Professor? Let's play Global Thermonuclear War. And the computer plays. But what the computer is doing is it's playing a simulated game. It's not actually going to launch all the missiles in America. But the people sitting there watching it have no idea that this kid is so clever. He can tap in. He could change his grades at school. He could, enter all these things. And you meet all these techie people. And so the computer plays a game and it's counting down and then it's opening up the silos. The truth of the matter is it isn't opening up the silos which have got the nuclear weapons in. It's a simulation. I nearly said a stimulation. Probably was for some people. It was a simulation, so it wasn't actually doing it, but they didn't know that. So then they quickly went through and said, Newark, are you there? And there was silence. And then he went, yeah, we're here. And so it went on all the way through. And in the end, they get the machine to play itself. They let it play tic-tac-toe because there is no winner in tic-tac-toe. And so the machine was playing it faster and faster and faster. And in the end, the computer goes, thank you, Professor. Shall we play another game? Because it was a voice simulation. And it's such a good film. When I first watched it, I thought, this is a bit cool. This is a bit cool. I liked it a lot. Great show. Listened to Nick Abbott the other night. Heard him give you a mention. And he said, stop at traffic lights for an old man unless you see Steve Allen driving a Bentley. Yes, that is true. He's obsessed with my car. I don't know why he's obsessed with it. You know the reason. I won't let him in it. I've said to him, you will change your clothes before you sit on my Connolly hide. There's no chance. I've got cream leather. And I just don't want somebody grubby sitting on it, and it's just not right. Even though it's heated. I mean, he has heated seats, but you have to stick a nightlight under the front of it to actually start getting the effect. But he's just been obsessed with it. I don't know why. I mean, the other day he was sort of saying to me, do you have any pictures that I can have? And no, absolutely not. Leave me alone. It's almost getting to the stalking situation, But no, it's a nice little car. I quite like it, actually. Although it does need because I kept thinking it was going to rain the other day. Did you look up into the sky and go, excuse me, Steve, where was all this hot weather we were promised? I undid an extra button on the shirt, just to sort of get a little bit of, because I quite like the little V shape, which you get when you get a little bit of sun. The rest of me is pale, insipid, white milk bottle, whatever you want to call it. But you get that little sort of V shape bit in the middle. And I looked up and I kept thinking, oh, God, this is rubbish weather, isn't it, for a bank holiday? No fun fairs, but the good news is in Twickenham, as yet another shop opens, we've got Zippo Circus coming back. Now, I thought that the other year the council decided to cancel circuses. And on our village green, which is very nice indeed, I thought they weren't going to have Zippo Circus back, but they've got it back. It's coming back in September. It takes them all that time to set up the big top, to get all the acts in, the caravans put round the outside and everything. And it's only open for 4 days. It's like building a housing estate, then knocking it all down. So I'm definitely going to be going to that. because I love a circus, and I believe that on Shepherd's Bush Green, George Irving's supersized fun fair will be back there very shortly for about a week and a bit, and that's always a good one. Definitely, we like George Irving as well. Listen, we'll take a short break. Still to come, Prince Charles has ordered an inquiry into a fixer offers access to him for £100,000. Fancy a new job? Waitrose trying to woo lorry drivers. £54,000 they're offering. And if you fancy being a plumber, Pimlico Plumbers are offering £150,000 on average a year. Blimey. And Kerry Katona freezes on Who Scares Wins. Yes, we've dragged this torturous lifestyle. I don't know why they put her on something like this. It just dredges up all sorts of memories. And believe it or not, Katie Price has said she doesn't want to go into court again. And I'm saying you get off your bum and you get into court, okay? If somebody has assaulted you in your home and you've made a complaint to the police, it's your duty. This person could go and attack other women, whoever they are. You know, and for you to say, oh, I'm not going out of bad memories. Of course, you've been declared bankrupt so many times. One of your exes took you to court and sued you for $25,001 because you released a porno film of him. So that's why you don't like court cases. Well, tough on you, love. Tough on you. You're doing every woman in the country a disservice if you get beaten up in your own home by person unknown and then you go, oh, I don't think I can go through the court experience. Yes, you can. And hopefully the police will convince you. Plus, Laura Whitmore's days could be numbered. I'll tell you why in a moment.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning everybody, Bank Holiday Monday. It is lovely to have your company. I see Johnny Rotten, former Sex Pistol from about 500 years ago, has said rubbish to Botox and swears by a face cream. He uses creme de la mer. He's such an old fake, isn't he, really, honestly? Yeah, Anarchy in the UK. Oh, let's buy some face cream at £380. What an old fraud. What a fraud. Apparently, Monica Lewinsky. Remember Monica Lewinsky? Of course we do. She's begged producers to keep a scene where she flashes her silver thong at Bill Clinton in a TV series about their affair. Monica, who's 48 now, says, I would have loved to have said, that's great that you guys think we don't have to show that. Listen, you talentless old baggage. Goodness sake, honestly, how embarrassing. I always remember that bit of footage where he sort of gets to you in the line and then he smiles as if to say, I did not have relations with that woman. Yeah, his idea of relations and our idea of relations as well. Joe Biden branded a disaster by a former US Navy SEAL. I think he has been a total disaster. I loved it the other day where somebody was complaining bitterly about Boris and somebody said, no, actually, he didn't have any idea what was going on. Biden was the one who sort of ruined it for everybody. But there again, he's an old man. What does he know, for goodness sake? It was Trump. Yeah, it was Trump's plans to pull out. No, I think in the first place. Christine McGuinness. God blimey, she's not still around, is she? Poor soul. She went to the LGBT Awards in London. What for? I've got no idea. Perhaps they think she's drag. Perhaps that's it. They've got no idea. She poured her curves into a glitzy gown. Unfortunately, darling, I don't think anybody's going to be remotely interested. She's a bit of a dreary. She's like Rebecca Vardy. Rebecca Vardy's another one of these drearies. They're so obsessed with, pictures of themselves in the papers and all the rest of it. And you look at the husbands, and they're generally the biggest bores under the sun. Sir Cliff Richard has stripped off for some topless pool snaps. He's raised a toast to mark his 2022 planner. And he said, I've done my final topless photo for my annual calendar. He's 80. He's 80. I mean, it is just phenomenal. And he says, I think it's the time to gracefully exit the Chippendales market. Well, his calendar always sells phenomenally well. Out of all the little calendars that are available out there, young Cliff's fans cannot get enough. And Cliff at 80, in a pool, with his shirt up, because nobody goes into a pool with their shirt on, do they? Although some people, if you're pushed in, they do. I was watching that Lay all your love on me, which was taken from Mamma Mia, but there was also a chart hit that came out a short while ago, and they get people singing along at the festivals. And I was watching that, and then I watched the clip from the movie where it starts off with a boy and a girl on a beach, all very sort of romantic, and she's singing, lay all your... And then all of a sudden, all the rest of the company are there, and the boys are... It was fantastic. It really made me feel, a little bit good. A channel has been wrapped in Watch Dogs in Indonesia. In the Baywatch movie, they've told the people off. Why? It showed thighs, breasts and buttocks. You want to come round here? Par for the course. Par for the course, I tell you can't get enough buttocks and breasts around here. But in Indonesia, they don't want things like that. So they actually sort of went, no, you can't have that. So, because I think it's going to be sort of, bad for people. They're going to be influenced by things, which I think is highly unlikely. I mean, really. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to ever go to a swimming pool, would you really? Steve. Do we know which celebrities are lined up as the players in Celebrity Naked Attraction, says Gary. Wouldn't it be so funny if there was a Celebrity Naked Attraction? I can think of a few celebrities who wouldn't have any qualms whatsoever in doing it. Seriously, I can think of lots of celebrities who've taken their kit off in films. They wouldn't worry about taking their kit off. It's just that their agents would be looking for an awful lot of money. And Shane says, you've talked me into buying War Games on DVD. $6 and the sellers here in Sydney. Oh, you won't be disappointed. You will not be disappointed. And Kim says, I went to see Steel Magnolias way back up in the old Odeon in Glasgow. Smashing movie. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't disagree, but I went to the Royal Premiere. And I thought it was great. And all the cast were there, which I thought was, just really, I thought it was lovely, actually. Shane says the Taliban are raving lunatics. I think that's putting it politely. I think that is putting it very, very politely. They've all got screws loose. Every single one of them. You can't... I mean, who they're taking their orders from, I've got no idea. And where it says in the Quran, women are second-class or third-class citizens. If it's a case of adultery, the man seems to go free and the woman gets stoned to death. They're very perverted, the Taliban, very perverted, which is a bit sad. Oh, look, Amy Hart's taken herself out again. And the former Love Island is hoping to land a spot on Dancing on Ice. You're getting that desperate now, aren't you, love? We can see it. The desperation is showing through, a bit like your roots. She says, I'd love to do it. I'm up for any show where you learn something new. We're just up for working, aren't you, love? It's all dried up for you. All dried up. She says, I've had a couple of skating lessons. She's already something of a veteran. Since her stint on Love Island, she's appeared on Celebs Go Dating and Celeb X in the City. In other words, basically, nothing at all. Nothing at all, love. Then she had to spend $150,000. I'm going to sneeze. Getting her teeth done. And she was going to be a trolley dolly out in the sky, but she obviously thinks she's got the personality of somebody who can appear on TV shows. I think she had one appearance, I think, on Loose Women, and they decided she really wasn't the brightest penny. She also had a bit of a breakdown on Love Island when the bloke that she'd picked, who I think was AJ, or who picked her or something, decided she was too boring for words and so ditched her. She immediately had to go into rehab. They need to check these people. There's something not quite right about them. Not quite right about them. Oh, good news is, for fans of GC, deathly silence falls over. Nobody is a fan of the GC because the poor old soul just doesn't have any work at the moment. So she's decided, she's come up with a bit of a wheeze. She's doing a show about getting herself pregnant. Okay, and it's going to be Gemma Collins has a baby or something like that. I mean, they haven't confirmed it yet. I mean, who in God's name's going to be interested in that? I can't imagine. I really can't imagine. But that's it. So she wants baby, like they all do on all the ex-people from the Towie programme. It's a case of get yourself up the duff as quick as... But they must have more single mums on that programme than anywhere else. Even old Lydia Dim gets herself pregnant. Sorry? It is like the Jeremy Kyle show, only it's sort of, they've got baby, and you've got poor old Lydia Dim and her ghastly mother, the one who looks like she's plugged herself into an electric socket and done her hair in. And you look at Lydia Dim, who used to go out with Arge, but there again, everybody used to go out with Arge. That was hardly difficult, was it? And so she's got baby, and then they have to, in an effort to try and make some sort of living, they then tell a story about the baby, and very uninteresting, I'm afraid. Ant Middleton's doing a tour. New Age of Thinking. Who is he? Oh, he's apparently... Wasn't he the one who was dropped from the SAS programme or something, wasn't he? He's apparently touring all over the place. He's sold out 3 of them already. Stockton, Ipswich and Southend. Mega. He's an author and motivational speaker. Diversity are back again. I'm sick to death of watching a dance act. I don't know why. I shouldn't be, because I quite like dancers. I'm just a bit bored with the same thing, you know, do, 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 do. And then we all, you know, it's all a little bit too much. Billy Ocean is still touring, and he's sold out loads of things, proving he's more popular than Ant Middleton. Shed 7 are back again. They've got a few sold out as well. And as I say, Ant Middleton, I'm sure he was the one who was dropped from something, but I can't remember that. I can't remember exactly what it was. What else in the paper today? No, actually, this is yesterday. I just realised I'm reading yesterday's paper. You know why? Because I didn't bother. Oh, look, Christine McGuinness. Mine and Paddy's secret. Yeah, he must be bored witless with you, love. Separate bathrooms. Separate bathrooms is the way forward. Yeah, there's probably a reason for that. I mean, you're a bit dreary, aren't you? You know, there's not really a lot going on. The Sunday People, I mean, the only reason I'm doing yesterday's papers is because there is not a huge amount in today's papers. It's lots of stories about troops leaving Kabul, how the SAS could operate. We've got the pets out, but there's no picture of any of the pets coming out. So I'm assuming we did bring out 200. That's what I'm assuming. And but I thought there'd be a picture of them in their boxes and crates and everything else. But, you know, can't have everything, can you? They arrive this evening. Oh, right, lovely. And then they go to where? Quarantine. Oh, look, 2 drag queens. Oh, I do beg your pardon. One of them is Sarah Ferguson. Oh, look, here's Sarah. What was she doing? She went to the LGBT Awards. Who in God's name invited her? What's she got to do with it? What's she got to do with it? So they had a drag queen there, Lawrence Cheney. Never heard of him. Never heard of him. But apparently, US singer and actress Demi Lovato was there. Lorraine Kelly. Blimey. It was a real star-studded event. Not really. And Mel C went. But, I mean, Sarah Ferguson. You know, they're trying to deliver a writ to Sarah's ex-husband, the one that she clings on to for grim death. And he's locked himself away inside his mansion. Because the moment they've actually served him with a writ, it's legally binding. So that's why he knows that he's staying well away. Why you'd want Sarah Ferguson anything to do with, lesbian, gay and transgender and poly this and poly that. I've got no idea why. Actress Amy. This is Tracy Metcalf. She's in Emmerdale. Anybody on that one? No, me neither. I love the way that, I mean, presumably, these people get a new agent and they immediately start putting out stories about they're this, they're that, oh, they went, you know. I mean, I can remember when I went on to Five's Company, which we did for just under the year, actually, and the agent said, have you got a story? I mean, have you tried to lose weight and failed? Have you been addicted to drugs or something? No, I'm just a very boring person. So, in other words, all these people get there. I mean, barely a day goes by where you don't get a story about Eamon Holmes. Either his feet are giving up, he's an old man at the age of 60, he can't go out for a walk, but he does because it's for an advert, and then you turn it on and there's one advert doing a machine that vibrates on your feet. Seemed kind of a waste. And then there's sort of all sorts of other adverts, investing money and all sorts of things like that. I thought they're using him everywhere. And Vernon Kay is not going to be on this morning. He's fallen ill. He's gone down. They think might be COVID. Whatever it is, he's not doing his 3 days. God, that was going to be his comeback. So they've dragged Damon back in again for it.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. How are we this morning? Are we good? I mean, I don't care. I just ask out of matter, because that's what you're supposed to be. You're supposed to be polite. If you're on the radio, you're supposed to be very polite. But I heard some people not being very polite over the past few days, talking about Afghanistan and who was responsible and who wasn't responsible. It's the people left behind I feel sorry for. The people who are standing at that airport and they see the last plane taking off and they're thinking, where do we go now? You know, I think there was one of our reporters out there as well. I'll tell you, these reporters, you don't realise, they take their life in their hands. Do you know, just to send back a 5-minute report on something, it's blooming dangerous out there. Would you want to go to Afghanistan? Didn't they find one family who were there on holiday? What sort of person goes to Afghanistan on holiday? Dear me. Oh, we found the UK's best town or village. It's quite nice, actually. You'll like it. It's what I call picture box, because if there's one thing that's good about Essex, It's some of the little villages. This particular village, which is the winner, is not in Essex, but Essex has got some beautiful little villages. You drive through Essex. I mean, ignore the old things that sort of turn up in Towie, because it's not like that at all. You won't see anybody who looks like that bunch of old moggies anywhere at all. I promise. No, seriously, you will not. Everybody's quite normal in Essex, even in Brentwood. You know, friends of mine who live in Brentwood. I used to live in Brentwood. It's quite classy. You know, Sugar Hut, I think, might have closed or might not have closed or might have opened again. I don't know, whatever it is. But the sort of people who go there are sort of going there because they've seen it on the television. But they just look like normal people. The people of Brentwood, I think, are deeply embarrassed. It's a perfectly normal place. It's got a nice shopping centre. It's got a lovely theatre. It's got all sorts, it's very active community. And then you've got the old mingers, the ones who turn up in Towie, who totter down the arse. What? How you doing? Yeah, he mugged me off, he did. He mugged me off. Lovely. It's basically the one-night stand programme. That's all it is. It's who slept with who did this. Do you see? He mugged me off on holiday. Yeah, I know. He was there. Who did he get off with? He got off with that so-and-so. She's had enough. And then the other one will come over and say, why are you mugging me off to these? So it goes on. It's almost like, I've said before, it's the Made in Chelsea programme, but sort of sounding a bit rough. The Made in Chelsea programme are exactly the same people as does the OKR, very bright, vibrant green Zora today. Zora looks like she's sort of swallowed a paint palette. Very, very green today. I was saying you're very green. Her hearing's gone. It's completely awful. Never mind. We struggle on. And Joe in Essex says, talking about the Taliban with my son-in-law, and he said, I can't take anybody seriously who fights a war in flip-flops. God. I just don't understand where it says, anyway, in the Quran. They're all supposed to be following the Quran. I don't know what version they're reading. It's not the one that everybody over here reads. Stella says, I did see The Prince of Egypt on Saturday. Brilliant performance and quite emotional. Good. It's good, isn't it? Big theatre. Big theatre. And it's lovely. And the good news is Joe Allen's is opening up again. I think it's on about the 18th of September. So Kathy and the team down there, they must be absolutely delighted. Because round here, next to our building, which runs all the way from Leicester Square to the Garrick Theatre, there is sort of it's an alleyway, and it's got lots of restaurants and stuff like that in it, and most of them are closed. Admittedly, they were vastly overpriced because it's the tourist market, which is a bit of a shame. But a lot of places have closed down. A lot of places that didn't manage it. I'm also delighted to report that the CAA is reopening again. I think, because I got the newsletter the other day, I think September. I think beginning of September, the 1st of September, 12 noon, they're opening the club fully to, and it's I joined the CAA, which used to be called, it's always been the CAA. It was the Club for Acts and Artists, and it's a nice private club. It's in Covent Garden, and lots of famous people have been members over the years, and they gave me honorary membership because I used to go there all the time. So I was on a different shift, and they're fabulous. They really are. They've got a very active, but they've not been open for the best part of a year. And it's affected a lot of places that have suffered very badly, and a lot of places might never open again, which I think is a shame. We need to kickstart it, but look at it, all over the place, and it's just the way that it goes. I'm afraid. We're hoping that once we've got all the restaurants back open again, all the theatres will open, the pantomimes will kickstart this year, and everything will be absolutely marvellous. Dave in Blackburn, bit of a plank, not his fault, poor little soul. He said, can we talk about something else? No, you can't talk about anything, dear, because you're in Blackburn, Lancashire, and that's probably about as dull as it gets, I suppose. But no, we always talk, Dave, about what I want to talk about. Surprisingly, that's why it's called Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. Sorry to break it to you like that. If it was called Dave from boring, wherever you are, Blackburn, then it would be different. But unfortunately, it doesn't say that. I've checked. I did have a look. Jack Grealish shows to the world he's got no sense of fashion. He looks like the biggest player. He looks as bad as Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton couldn't dress himself if they laid the clothes out in front of him. He's another buffoon when it comes to it. And poor old Jack Grealish, another one. And he's launching a fashion label. Aha, aha, aha. Oh, do you remember I told you that coming up for auction was the gun used to kill Billy the Kid? But Billy the Kid, a bit before our time, I realised, but the gun went up in the sales room. They thought it might have fetched $1 million, $2 million. Very famous gun. Goes down in history. $4.5 million. $4.5 million it went for. The gun used to kill Billy the Kid. I mean, you'll never see anything like it ever again unless you go to Vegas. And if you go to, where is it? I'm trying to think. I think it's the Vegas Crime Museum. And it's got all sorts of things in there, including part of the wall from the St. Valentine's Day massacre, which is complete with bullet holes. They've got the chairs that came out of the hairdressers where the people were having a shave and somebody came in and shot them and slit their throats. And they've got all this stuff there. And sometimes you kind of miss it, that when it's a gun, I mean, I don't know what you do with a gun that was used to kill Billy the Kid, apart from tell people this gun killed Billy the Kid. I wonder if he ever thought, as somebody sort of aimed it at him, whether or not one day this gun will be famous because it killed me. I don't know. There's a man who's desecrated a war cemetery. You won't believe what this one's done. This one's the biggest idiot in the entire world. I mean, seriously, he's an idiot. We'll tell you, it's not. I wouldn't mind if he was young, but he's old. And firms in the clear-up, £10 million worth of clear-up for the chewing gum on the pavement. You see them around here. We have our pavements around here jet washed every so often because people, don't ask me why, when they have a piece of chewing gum in their mouth, like that, as opposed to taking it out, wrapping it in the silver paper and dropping it in a bin, they spit it onto the floor. So consequently, all these splodges all over the place are peasants spitting their chewing gum out. Seriously, I just don't understand it. In Singapore, it's banned completely. If you're seen with chewing gum, prison for you. Prison for you. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, brilliant idea. I don't know what it was there for. Is it there just in case somebody wants to have a quick snog and you want to make sure that you're all sort of, a little bit perfect? As opposed to getting a little spray and going like that. You can get all sorts of things, can't you? I mean, if you think you're lucky enough to get a snog. Dave in Blackbird's never likely to get a snog, poor soul. But I mean, he lives in hope, doesn't he? He lives in hope. And somebody says, somebody else who saw The Prince of Egypt on Saturday. It's brilliant, isn't it? I mean, it's huge theatre. Barn of a place. I got taken there years ago to see Battle of Britain with my dad, because obviously he was an Air Force boy. And Hayley Mills has got a book out. Now, I think, can you get Hayley Mills' name up on Wikipedia and see if she did? I'm pretty certain she did, but I just want to make sure it was right. Was she in Pollyanna? I've a feeling Hayley Mills was in Pollyanna because Walt Disney loved Hayley Mills, and she did Pollyanna. It's a real, if I tell you, it's a gooey, schmaltzy, saccharin-coated film about a little town and a little girl who comes there and lives with her aunt, who is filthy rich. Filthy rich. The aunt is filthy rich and lives in this fabulously big house, and Hayley Mills is Pollyanna. And Pollyanna just loves everybody. She's like, she wants to be friends with people, even people who don't. If you remember Bewitched, the woman who played the mother is in this as well. In fact, there's lots of very, very well-known people. And Hayley Mills, unfortunately, has an accident at some point, and she gets hospitalised, and the whole town turn out to bring her gifts. Such is the affection they have for her. It's just brilliant. It's just brilliant. And people go, bless you, child, bless you. And they suddenly realise that the town she's living in should be named the Glad Town, because they were glad to have had her there. Made in 1960, Carl Malden, Jane Wyman, Richard Egan. It was based on the novel Pollyanna from 1913. And Hayley got an Academy Juvenile Award. She's a cheerful... seriously, if you've never seen it before, buy it. It'll only cost you a few quid. Some of these films are so cheap, and I always think they should be in your collection. If you want a film that at the end of the day you think, I want to go live in this place. Seriously. I think that about everything. I want to go and live everywhere, me. I don't care. But I've always wanted to do... I'd love to do a riverboat thing in America, with the big paddle steamer at the back, which I quite fancy the idea of. Did you enjoy War Games? Oh, of course I did. Because it featured Blackburn, didn't it, Dave? Featured Blackburn, let's set our nuclear weapons on Blackburn in Lancashire. I don't really know, actually, what Blackburn's famous for. Can't think of anything. Dave, probably.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I don't know, should I pack a picnic up today and sort of head off into the countryside? But I'm not too sure what the weather is like. I don't think the weather's going to be that exciting. It's really not as good as I was expecting it to be, really. Too much junk on television lately, says Dave in Cornwall. Well, we're obsessed with Daves this morning. And then you mentioned a hotel you stayed in on Gran Canaria with Dale. Says Jill, which one is it? I can look it up. It's called the Riu Palace. R-I-U Palace. And it's in Maspalomas. And it backs right onto the dunes. It's bougainvillea everywhere. It's all white. You can eat outside. It's got 2 swimming pools. They had cabaret in it. We have, I mean, years ago we went, but it's German-owned, the Riu Group. And so the standard, hate to say it, is a bit better. The only thing you've got to fight for is the sun loungers. People put books on about 3 a.m, seriously, to stop you sort of being too near to the water. But apart from that, we thought it was great. The food was good, everything else. Very nice indeed. And another one here. Somebody else says, wait a minute. Oh, somebody else talking about the Prince. Amazing how many of you have seen the Prince of Egypt. I'm very impressed by that. Very, very impressed. More of your texts and emails in a moment. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Oops, wait a minute. I've pushed the wrong button here. Honestly, to see me actually doing these things, I'm actually much, much better than I thought I was. Wait a minute. Close. Oh, that's better. I'll find out how to do it. I went through the Sun on Sunday earlier on because that's when we were talking about, the babies and everybody else coming out of Kabul, people throwing their babies over the wire to the soldiers and everything else. And then the people who died. But as I say, the ones who are left are the ones who you've got to feel sorry for. The ones who've got out, at least they've got a chance. America has said a revenge drone strike killed 2 high-profile ISIS-K targets in Afghanistan. It turns out that most of ISIS-K are made up of ex-members of the Taliban. For some strange reason, they want to destroy their own country. Bear Grylls is building a £20 million mega apartment. Believe you me, where he is based, and it's going to be at Battersea Power Station, he's bought 3 properties and he's going to knock them into one. Well, you have to get planning permission and everything. You can't just start knocking these places into one. But also £20 million mega apartments. That's peanuts in London. There's one down the road from here in Knightsbridge, 140 million. So 20 million, basically an outhouse, and that's for 3 of them. So not very expensive at all. Here is Cheryl Tweedy's older brother living in a tent and begging for handouts on the street. Andrew Tweedy, and because that's the family background. We've known about him for ages. She gave him money years ago to get him through rehab, and basically he's sort of turned round and gone whatever. So he has been jailed as well before now, and so she paid this money, and he says Cheryl's still my family. Yeah, they've not spoken for years. What do you do? There's an ex-addict here and a drug addiction specialist, Mark Dempster, and he says family can be a huge driver and motivator for people to overcome addiction, and he's made no effort. What more can she do? You can't have somebody hanging around your neck for ages. There's quite a few people, isn't it? Hasn't Ollie Murs fallen out with his brother? They don't talk either, I don't think. People fall out. I never quite understood it, but that's the way it goes. I see that workers must be strike-ready to battle bosses, says Unite's new chief, Sharon Graham. My God, she's living in the 70s, isn't she? I'm sorry. Everybody out on strike now. Everybody out. Come on, everybody out. Let the unions bring us down. She's braced the country for a wave of industrial action. God blimey, you are steeped in history, aren't you, dear? Not at all surprised they picked you, somebody old and past it. Prince Andrew is hiding. Ooh, I'm hiding. To avoid official trying to serve him a rape lawsuit. Security guards stopped multiple attempts by lawyers last week to hand the documents to him. There's no way. Every time he goes out now, even though everybody hates him, he's going to be surrounded by people who will stop anybody handing him a writ. Because once you've handed the writ, you've got to serve it. And they need him to take it. You can't give it to somebody to say, can you give this to Andrew? It's got to go into his hand. And of course, he won't be picking up anything because he knows. He knows about it. An insider said more attempts will be made to hand the papers to him, but a source said there's no way he's going to risk poking his head out right now. No, of course he's not. Why would it? Why would he? Goodness sake. Also, Strictly Bosses won't pair Kate McGlynn with former Flame Giovanni Panici when she's a contestant. They're keen to avoid stirring rumours the pair could get romantically involved. Because apparently Giovanni is dating that one from Love Island, Maura Higgins, who they were saying could replace Laura Whitmore. Because, to be honest with you, she was so feebly awful on Love Island's presentation this time round. Everybody was saying the same. The TV editor, Ed Gleave from the Daily Star, said that she'd been on the programme for ages and hadn't quite achieved anything. She had no presence at all on the television. Seriously, but there again, she never was a great presenter. So I think as they've got the new series coming up, they might be changing. They've got a couple of names in the frames. Where she goes after that, God alone knows. No idea. Tony Parsons talks today about Clive Myrie making his debut as Mastermind's new presenter this week. The questions were the easy bit. What chess piece can only move diagonally? What 60s group was Mary Wilson in? And what day of the week is the Super Bowl played? You know, they really are easy, some of the questions, basically aimed at about 5 or 6 year olds. The Wembley steward who attempted to sell passes, wristbands and high-vis jackets hours before the England v Italy Euros has been spared jail. Yousaf Amin wept as he was ordered to do 200 hours of community work. He got off lightly. Thousands of Yobs attempted to gain entry to the biggest football match since 1966 without a ticket, many encouraged by idiots like Mr. Amin. It's a miracle nobody was killed. He should have been sent to prison. I'd have given him 5-10 years. That's what I'd have done. I mean, honestly, what a piece of nothing. Gemma Collins, as I say, she's in a lot of the papers, talking about how she wants to have a baby and wants to give birth on television, if you please. I didn't think things could sink that low, but Gemma Collins obviously can. She says, I'm going to have a baby next year. Rami and I are going to try. This is totally different from the Rami that she dumped after about a year last time round because he wasn't the right one. Now, of course, because she hasn't got anybody else, this is about the only one she's got left. So we're going to make a show called Gemma Collins Making the Baby. Well, dear God in heaven, I think that would be very, very X-rated. Gemma's currently filming an emotional and tough Channel 4 documentary on self-harm, but we just sort of slip effortlessly from self-harming to having a baby on television. She says, my family love him. It's funny that, because they didn't. A short while ago, she was the one who ditched him because he was about as boring as dishwater. She's also very pleased for James Argent, which is the other one who she didn't like at all. She says that he's lost 7 stone. Yep, still about 40 though, isn't he, I believe. I don't believe that poor old Arge is ever going to recover from anything. Except watching him on the television a short while ago, you begin to wonder, whether he should go back inside and seek a lot of help. But anyway, they have been engaged. This is Gemma and Rami, who's apparently a businessman. I think he's got a garage. That makes him a businessman in this day and age. But she says, Rami and I are very excited. It's not easy for me to get pregnant because of PCOS. So we're going to make a show about that. Great. Unfortunately, it's not really going the way you obviously thought your career was going, is it? I mean, we've sort of come down to this. She's supposed to have lost 3 stone, but she didn't do it with any effort. She did it with these injections, which she got from somebody up in Cheshire. And these injections are designed for type 2 diabetics. I told you, I've got a fridge full of them. But they have a side effect, and the side effect can make you quite ill. And so I sort of stopped taking them. And what they are is they're appetite suppressants in a syringe. You literally inject yourself with, however many units has been decreed works for you, and you don't eat. First time I did it, I didn't eat all day. And I didn't feel as though I'd missed food all day. It's just that I then went, I must eat something. I can't not eat anything. But the other day I had a very bad yesterday because I've run out of tablets. Well, I had run out of tablets. And I went round to the chemist on the Saturday to find a note on the door saying, we will be closed this Saturday. I thought, no. So I had to eke my tablets out the other day, took my normal tablets this morning, and I've got tablets for tomorrow, and then quickly nipped to the chemist and get my new prescription, which is definitely going to make me a lot happier. Vernon wanted a son for footy. This is Vernon Kay. And, of course, the bad news is he's not doing this morning. We were so looking forward to his 3 days on this morning. Marvellous Vernon, because he hasn't sort of done anything for quite a while, but he's fallen ill. So he can't do it. So they've drafted in good old Rent-A-Gob. Yes, Eamon Holmes is back in again. Having only just finished doing it, he's now back in again. So that's quite good. Anne Hegarty has become a millionaire. She apparently is sitting on £500,000 in an account in her company, which is called Frosty Knickers Limited. It has to be that, doesn't it, really? It has to be that. Plus, what else do we have in the paper? Oh, Laura Whitmore fronting the Love Island show, hanging in the balance. I mean, to be honest with you, she's very, very average. They're thinking that maybe either Maya Jama or Maura Higgins could be doing it. Because I remember that Caroline Flack's mother literally had a go at Laura Whitmore saying, wait a minute, I turn on the television and there is a woman who looks a bit similar to my daughter, who's not with us anymore, wearing a very similar outfit. So that didn't go down too well. Very interesting, very interesting. I wonder actually, but she was, when she was doing the interviews at the end of the programme, the end of Love Island, she had to read questions off a card. Really embarrassing, really embarrassing. But we'll wait and see, shall we? Georgia Kasulu has hit back at critics who piled pressure on her to bounce back into shape after giving birth. She and her co-star boyfriend, Tommy Mallet, well, they're not married, by the way, just thought I'd mention that now, that they don't seem to get married in Towie anymore. They just seem to get themselves up the duff and then they sort of sell stories or programmes. She's got this Baby Steps. Honestly, is that all they can do? Because we've had the Fahir's sisters who do babies. And then you've got, who was the other one? There was one whose ex-boyfriend is in prison. And, can't remember her name now. Anyway, she's got a programme about baby things. We've had, I mean, they've all done it. And now you've got Georgia Kasulu. I mean, God, I mean, you know, woman has baby. Hardly stunningly amazing, is it really? I suppose it is for Essex. But it'd be nice if they got married, but I think unlikely. Alicia Dixon turned up to the LGBT Awards in London. The biggest surprise of that, as far as I was concerned, is that Sarah Ferguson turned up. I'm sorry, have you ever heard her spouting up for gay rights before? What in God's name was she doing there? Of course, if she'd taken Andrew, that would have been marginally more entertaining. And we were expecting Jordan to go, but I don't think she managed it. Also, we got a major actor who has died, and Marks and Spencers are dropping suit sales in M&S. They've only got about 100 stores who are selling suits now, because apparently nobody wears suits anymore, unless, of course, you're an estate agent, in which case loads of people are wearing suits. And BA ending the drinks trolley on short-haul flights.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. It's the bank holiday Monday. It's whoopee. It's where should we go today? Nowhere. The weather's not going to be great. I thought it was going to be sunny and, you know, we'd be lying there slathering ourselves with ombre solaire. But it doesn't work. Fern McCann, says Eddie, is the one whose boyfriend is in prison. I'd forgotten, actually, but somebody else had filled me in on that, so that was okay. Yes, it was Fern McCann, the one with the most ghastly voice. And again, I mean, who is remotely interested in these dreary programmes about people giving birth and then telling you what freebies they get? Because that's all it appears to be nowadays. Did you see that latest thing? The Gemma Collins thing. I had to mention it because Gemma's having her house redesigned. To be honest with you, she's got no room down there. She's got, seriously, it's a bit of a, not really a great thing. She's got a giraffe in her sitting room holding a chandelier, and she thinks that's classy. Somebody said, oh, she's making it look like Buckingham Palace. Only if Buckingham Palace was a trash pit. Nobody has one of these things, but she's got her little friend Dawn, who lives in a big mansion up in Cheshire and manages to convince people like poor old Gemma Collins that this is what people have in their houses. Only if you're that sort of person, I suppose. But, Steve, have you been to the Paddington exhibition at the British Library? No. And Rob says, would you ever consider swapping your Creed for David Beckham's aftershave? It's only 10 quid a bottle. Oh, come on. That's very unfair. It's not 10 quid a bottle. It's 10 quid a case. It's remaindered, isn't it? I believe Dave Beckham. Do you think Dave Beckham wears his own aftershave? I do hope not. Kim says, I didn't realise Essex had its picturesque side to it. Absolutely. Absolutely. I told you, I've been to the Essex show, for about 4 years running. And you won't see anybody at that show who looks anything like the peculiars who turn up and the only wears Essex. Seriously, nobody like that at all. They're all, down-to-earth, ordinary people. And the villages in Essex, some of them, check out. Probably type in villages in Essex. They're so pretty. So pretty. So nice. So you can go and check those. Do you think paperwork for Penn and his animals should have taken priority over interpreters and the young? Says Mathus. You can get into a great argument about whether or not pets should take priority over the translators. People are very funny about animals in this country, and yet we're not the nation of animal lovers that we seriously think we are. As I say, I mean, I learnt that years and years ago. People dump animals left, right, and centre, which is a great shame. Great shame. Steve says, David, sadly no Goose Fair this year. You should listen to this programme more often. I told you more than 2 weeks ago there was no Goose Fair. He says, but we can still partake in the Goose Fair favourite mushy peas. He says, the mushy peas stall in the Victoria Centre Market sells them all year round, topped off with mint sauce. Oh, dear, honestly. I'm so glad I don't live up there. Sounds ghastly. And then Donnie says, are you receiving enhanced remunerations for working over the bank holiday? I'm not allowed to discuss contractual arrangements that I have with the management. So people used to say that years ago. They say, what's it like working Christmas? And years ago, you could get double money and, quadruple money and things like that. It was very lucrative. Times have changed. Now you ask somebody, do you want to work the bank holiday? And somebody will go yes, or somebody will go no. Doesn't really make any difference either way as far as I'm concerned. And just when you thought things had gone quiet with Harry, Meghan and their quest to find freedom, and don't we all wish they'd all bugger off and go and find it somewhere else, the latest is the news that another chapter's been added to their book, Finding Freedom. Among the new revelations is the claim that some members of the royal family were quietly pleased the Duchess of Sussex missed Philip's funeral because they feared she'd create a spectacle. Plus, there's now news that Harry and his father Charles are only on light speaking terms, neither of which are particularly surprising. The world's most boring couple. I tell you, it's going to end in tears. I guarantee it's going to end in tears. The Rocky Horror Show bosses ordered a batch of Frankenfurter wigs and were sent 52 tins of Frankfurters by mistake. The production team paid for a shipment of black curly rugs inspired by the character Dr. Frank N. to sell to audience members. That's all they bought, 52. Bungling supplier sent the 416 sausage snacks instead to the Orchard Theatre in Dartford. Well, I mean, you could sort of eat those as well, couldn't you? I've never... Fancy you just ordering 52 wigs. I mean, you not thought they would have found those beforehand? Probably not. And women like a Sunday morning lion more than men. Men rise at 8:43 on average, whilst women snooze for another 10 minutes. Oh, bliss. Another 10 minutes, that kind of thing. And spare a thought for elderly fans of Tom Jones. They've been told to stand at his homecoming gig. They've been told they can't bring chairs or picnic furniture to the open-air concert. 7,000 fans are set to attend Wednesday's gig in Rhyl. The Seafront Spectacular is the only Welsh concert on 81-year-old Sir Tom's tour for his Surrounded by Time, his 41st studio album. One ticket holder said, I don't see the problem with bringing my own camping chair. It's health and safety gone mad. Well, it is if the 7,000 people there have got these chairs. I mean, there are a number of tickets, which did include deck chairs and things like that. And there is an accessible viewing area with temporary seating for customers with accessible needs, but tickets sold out very quickly because space was limited. So they've said, no, now somebody's going to do it, aren't they? You know that somebody's going to take a chair in and there's going to be a ruction, and they're going to say, oh, all right, you can bring the chair in. And then somebody else will say, wait a minute, I'm going home to get my chairs as well. I don't know. Oh, there's a recipe today in the paper. Somebody's obviously been listening to us. For the Chinese-style fried bananas. Oh, delicious. Delicious. I could eat that right now, actually. If I was going to eat anything. I wonder why they don't make that. You'd think that they would make it in Iceland and they'd sell it, because they sell all sorts of things in Iceland. And I see no reason why we couldn't actually have toffee apple and toffee banana, and then you just sort of deep fry them. They could almost be sort of done for you. But I quite fancy it, that, actually. I shall recommend it to the boss of Iceland. He'll be saying, what a brilliant idea. We do Chinese takeaway. Why don't we do Chinese puddings? And toffee apple and toffee banana. Brilliant. Josephine says, I went to Saffron Walden in Essex. Beautiful. It is beautiful, isn't it? It is beautiful. It really is. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And Steve, not Meghan and Harry again, says Shane. Mercifully for only a couple of seconds. That's it. We're not going to mention them ever again. I wish they'd disappear, actually. World's most boring couple. I don't believe a word they say. I'm not remotely interested. I couldn't care less. I'd rather watch paint dry. But if it makes the newspaper, then I have to mention it. Like, for example, Maisie Smith and her screen husband, Zach Morris, have appeared loved up on a night out. Maisie, 20, going on about 100, and Zach, 22. This is Tiffany Butcher and Keegan Baker were joined by her family at a crazy golf restaurant in Essex. They wouldn't pose for pictures together when they arrived. Oh dear. Delusions of grandeur, I suspect, but they were seen entering a unisex toilet together. How odd. How odd. At the end of the night, Maisie and Zach went into the same toilet cubicle. He came out a little later, not long after Maisie, it appears. Oh, that doesn't sound like a very good idea, does it? I mean, apart from that, somewhat peculiar, but then, of course, he gets people's tongues wagging, and that's never a good thing. I think Maisie Smith has tried to have publicity before. Unfortunately, dear, you're not mature enough, okay, for this, so just leave it for the moment. But don't go in a toilet with your so-called boyfriend together, okay? I'm just telling you, people have fallen foul of stuff like that before. I see that a man was arrested the other day for scrawling graffiti on an RAF Bomber Command War Memorial. Do you know, I'd love to have a go at these people who write graffiti. I really would. I'm afraid for me it would be putting them in the stocks and pelting them with rotten fruit and just about everything you can possibly think of. Not very good. The teenage son of Euro Millions winner Adrian Bayford and his ex-wife Gillian is fighting for his life after, wait for it, another horror quad bike smash. Now, we had one of these a few years ago, didn't we? But this said, the article, Friends said the 13-year-old was hit by a car driven by his sister, age 15, in the sprawling grounds. So his sister, who's 15, was driving a car, which they can do on private property, and he's now fighting for his life. He was flung off the machine and through a fence. Dear God. Devastating news. Adrian's a lovely bloke who cares deeply. He won $148 million. And he's since remarried. He's been at the hospital constantly. There was a thing on the television the other day, when it's one of these dial 999 programs. And this particular bloke he'd gone through his car windscreen and a log or a piece of wood had gone straight through his body and come out the other side. How he was still alive, God alone knows. How long ago was that? And the answer, he did make a recovery, but only just. EastEnders star on the return of her all-time baddest bad girl. Yes, sadly, we're going to have to put Charlie Brooks back in. It's not for very long, I don't think. And she said, I'm going to be really bad. I'm sorry, dear, it's called acting. Okay, it's called acting. Hannibal Lecter didn't really go out there and eat people. He was acting. If you're paid to be a bad person, then you act being a bad person. It's not you, dear, you're acting. I love the way they have to sort of try and get into their parts and all the rest of it. It's so hilarious, isn't it? But she's made load of coverage. She's sort of popped up in all the papers. But again, it's really not that interesting. It's a case of, you just read somebody else's lines. It's like, get out of my pub. Barbara's best line, I think, ever. America wants Prince Andrew for questioning. That's why he's laying low. Can't imagine why, actually. You'd think that, if I was Prince Andrew, I'd want to help out as much as I can. Just to say, listen, this is what I know. This is what I can tell you about him. This is why I was hiding in his mansion. This is why we were walking through, the park, chatting away. Why can't you fill us in on these things? Almost as bad as Jordan saying she's not sure whether or not she wants to go to court over the latest allegations where she was assaulted in her home. And I said the other day on the programme, you have to go to court. Of course you do. This person who obviously abuses people, when whatever, must be taken to court and has to be named and shamed. It's as simple as that. You can't have somebody like this running riot.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
But she didn't, and that's why I was so shocked the other day when I saw, Jordan's boyfriend walking out with their dog. And I remember when he wasn't walking it, he was holding it, because it's one of those dogs with no legs, and they just sort of tuck him under their arms or tuck him in a bag. And he was going, I thought, would you not, if you were her boyfriend and you'd heard that she'd been assaulted in her own home, you'd be round there with boxes of chocolates and flowers and everything else? Not a peep.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Constable 2 found parts of Essex picturesque And episodes of Lovejoy, says Mary, also show the beauty of Essex. How apt you go from Harry and Meghan to the Rocky Horror Show. And how easy. How easy. So Kerry Katona's frozen on who scares wins, and of course it's dredged up all the things that she talks about all the time. So it's a case of, there's a lot of people who've still got issues. In between that, she gets her boobs out to show people. So the bank holiday clouds, which can't keep us off the beach, even yesterday, apparently, when it was very sort of miserable. 1 minute it was sunny, and then the next minute it went all overcast. I kept thinking, there's no point getting the car washed. It's going to tip down and blow me down. It didn't happen. I was a bit disappointed, really. The vegan burger that tastes most like meat. Because this is what vegans really want. They want to eat meat, but they can't bring themselves to eat it. So they have to have something that looks like meat, tastes like meat, but it isn't meat. Okay. What was the other one that I quite liked? A woman. She books into a hotel. She gets into the room. She has a bit of a meltdown. The television doesn't work properly. And there's no shampoo in the bathroom. So what does she do? As opposed to calling down to the reception to say, can you send somebody up to look at my television? And have you got some spare shampoo? She calls 999. You can imagine, can't you? The operator goes, 999, which service do you require? And she goes, my television's not working properly and there's no shampoo in the bathroom. I think somebody like that should get it. Well, mind you, we've had them over the years and we laugh at these people because they're simpletons. They're simpletons. They don't know they're simpletons. They're a bit stupid. Hello, is that 999? My takeaway Chinese ain't arrived. That's what they, or the next door neighbours are making a lot of noise. What am I supposed to do about it? Well, I don't know. What do you want to do about it? I mean, I'd actually go, OK, don't worry. Television's broken. We'll send somebody round. Thank you. Bye-bye. Put the phone down. Let them stew in their own rubbish. These people are so thick, aren't they? They are so unbelievably dim. And yet they vote. We let them, but admittedly, it's easy now. They just have to put a cross in a box. So it saves them having to learn how to write their name, because there's so many different spellings of names now. I mean, there is the normal spelling of name, and then there's what's commonly known as the lower class system of spelling the name, which will be sort of, Sherilee, and it'll be sort of Leeea or something like that. They've all got different spellings for them, and you think, do you think they all sat there, with their plastic flowers in the hanging basket, trying to work out whether or not the sofa in the front garden looks good or whether we should put it into the back garden? And they go, what are we going to call the baby? Let's have a look through the paper, shall we? How about Kylie? Very popular. You'll find lots of kids called Kylie, lots of kids called Jason, because people see people on the television. And, but you don't find any kids called Rex, do you know? You don't find any kid Rex, because that'll be what the dog is called. And when I say the dog, they've generally bought one off a bloke in a car park. And the thing will be dead within about a week, but they don't know that because it doesn't come with any papers. Tarquin, what was that? What did you say? For a few £1,000, they're not cheap. 1,500 quid minimum now for dogs. It's a lot of money, isn't it? My next door neighbours bought one. I think they paid about £2,500 for a dog. It's a lovely dog, but £2,500, and that's I don't know. It's just a dog. One end eats and the other end doesn't. And it's got legs and it runs and it looks like a small pug kind of thing. It looks like one of those sort of French bulldog type things. No? Oh. What have you got? A poodle or something? You got a poodle? Can't imagine you have. Your dad's got a pug. Oh, see, I hate those. I don't like pug, and I don't like British bulldogs. Anything that drips saliva over you, I'm afraid, out completely. No, thank you. We don't want anything like that at all. They're just ghastly dogs. There was one on the television. There used to be one with a comedian called Schnorbitz. This thing slathered everywhere. When it went like that, you got drenched. It was just disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. But I mean, people love dogs. That's why we sort of brought 200 cats and dogs back from Kabul, but left a lot of translators there. I would have thought, actually, the translator, I mean, surely couldn't they just sort of get people, lying down or, you must better cram a few more in. Would that not be possible? Now they've been left to their own fate, and it don't look too promising, I'm afraid. What else we got? Marks and Spencer's dropping suit sales, because apparently people don't wear suits now. That's what I said. You can play a game on the high street where you live. Not in London, because it doesn't quite work the same. But if you live in, say, Richmond, Twickenham, Teddington, a place like that, you see a bloke walking down a street in a suit. A, it'll be badly fitting. Secondly, he'll be an estate agent. Okay? They're the only people that wear suits nowadays. Nobody wears them, and they're always cheap-looking suits. You know, the jacket is so creased and the trousers are creased, and they're too tight for them. But, you know, that's all they can afford, because estate agents, unless they sell property, don't make very much money. But I walk past people now, and I generally say it, because I've got my mask on, I always go, estate agent, you know, just like that, just to see how they react, which is always quite good fun, actually, because I'm always right. I could follow them back and go, told you, estate agents. And they sit there in these sort of suits, and they've always got the worst hairstyles. They have the side bit shaved and all the bit, and oh dear. And the girls must take them forever to paint that black line in down the middle of their hair. It just takes for ages, all these things. Why? They just can't get it done properly. I've seen all the adverts on the television. You get this squeezy stuff. You go squeeze, 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 and then it takes away your roots, which is sort of better, isn't it? Except for the poor girls working Gemporia channel, which is where they're selling jewellery. But don't bother looking at their hair. Look at their nails. The nails are the worst thing you've ever seen. Every single one of them, because they know they're going to be getting close-ups. Because if you're a model on the television, you're demonstrating jewellery, you're going to need to show your nails. And each one of them has got cheap nails. You know, really, really bad. Even some of the boys on some of the other channels get a manicure. You know, at least put some sort of cream on before you go on screen. Makes it so much easier, doesn't it? So much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Mary says, loving your energy. Great start to the week. Well, actually, people are enjoying the rest of the holiday, because people have had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. That's nearly a week off. They don't bother asking me anymore. They used to ask, you know, who wants to work bank holiday weekend? They don't bother with me, because they know it's not going to make any difference. Mainly because I could be home, you know, before most people are out the shower. Unfortunately for fans of Gordon Ramsay, the BBC have just axed his game show. It just didn't rate. And yet, strangely enough, they're hanging on to changing rooms. Biggest pile of rubbish you've ever seen on the television. Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen, 97 if he's a day. Didn't even raise 2 million as an audience. 1.5 million, which is pitifully awful. Did you see it? Oh, what a pile of rubbish. It was just the worst thing. It was never very good before. The only good thing about it was that we used to laugh at what Lawrence Llewellyn was wearing. You know, as he turned into the fop of all fops, I'm afraid. What else we got here? It's this fashion thing. I don't know what it is with fashion and footballers. Now Jack Grealish has gone out there looking like a complete turkey. And we had it before with Lewis Hamilton. These people have got no idea about fashion. They just look ridiculous. You know, I think people should point and laugh. That's what I would do. Seriously, I would point and laugh at these people. I happily do it. As I say, whatever you do with the estate agents, you can do with all these other people. Also, Love Island. Is it coming back? Or they're going to get rid of it? Who knows? And Noel Gallagher says he keeps gifts from fans and gives them to his missus for Christmas. Well, there you go. At least he's reusing and re-gifting, as they say, which is lovely. And veteran American actor Ed Asner, best known for playing Lou Grant on The Mary Tyler Moore Show, has died at the age of 91. To be honest with you, I didn't even know that he was still alive. But he was married twice, and he's got a few children as well. Ed Asner, 91, has passed away. And COVID may have shut down Notting Hill Carnival for the second year in a row. 2 years running now, they're not having the Notting Hill Carnival. Because, to be honest with you, I don't know why. They're doing other things. People go to nightclubs and everything else. What difference would it make? So anyway, some flamboyant dancers hit the streets, and but this is just to advertise some gym wear. I don't know why people have to have special gym wear. I mean, a feather sort of flower arrangement in your hair must look a bit stupid in the gym. But they're not going to have it. I mean, whether or not the Notting Hill Carnival's given up completely, I've got no idea. I told you I covered it one year. Do you remember? I thought I was being really clever. Me and Therese Birch covered it. They said, would you like to do, a special for the bank holiday? Cover the Notting Hill Carnival. Yes, please. Yes, please. So they sent us out there with the radio van. We set it all up. Well, we had somebody driving who sort of set up the area and all the rest of it. And we sat there and we waited for the Notting Hill Carnival. And we saw loads of people going to it. And we thought it was going to appear in our road. It turns out we're in the wrong blooming road. It went by on another road. We could see it. It crossed over the road. And I said, Therese and I had filled an hour of talking about nothing. It was hilarious. Ulrika Johnson says she feels lost during the celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. Oh, shut up. Honestly. And Kerry Coke Toner was on there as well. She battled through Ant Middleton's challenges. I'm sure there's a story about Ant Middleton that he was dropped from the presenting of this programme. That's why I'm quite surprised to find he's actually going out on tour. And but this programme with all these people on it was filmed last year. This is not a this year programme. This was a last year programme. It's like, oh, they've just kicked off the celebrity baking thing. Jordan's been kicked off. It's a shame, isn't it, really? When I say kicked off, I don't mean literally kicked off. They just sort of went, go, you're rubbish, and you can't do anything. Mind you, a bit better than old Gemma Collins. I mean, she managed 2 days in the outback, didn't she, for the celebrity jungle thing? She couldn't get an helicopter. I can't get an helicopter. 40 years old she is, I tell you. She needs to go back and get some help. She's not normally. Lee Scratch Perry has died at the age of 85, a reggae legend. The producer and performer worked with Bob Marley and Sir Paul McCartney during his 50-year career. He died in hospital in Jamaica, and Rolling Stone magazine did a nice tribute to him as well. And apparently Jeremy Clarkson reckons driving a tractor requires more expertise than being a Top Gun pilot. That'd be so stupid, honestly. My godchildren drive a tractor on their land, and they haven't likened it to being a Top Gun pilot at all. Honestly, these people make such a drama about it, don't they? So simple. You just get in there, put it in gear and steer. That's all you've got to do. At the moment, thousands are fleeing this hurricane. The National Hurricane Centre said this catastrophic storm surge will apparently do serious damage. Louisiana saw traffic jams and crowded airports as the hurricane got closer. The governor says your window of time is closing. Weather will deteriorate. They seem to be plagued in certain parts of America, don't they, getting these hurricanes. We don't get things like that here. We really don't. I mean, I don't mind seeing it, but I saw a picture of a reporter and she was standing, I think, near water, which looked as though it was about to cascade over the... You'll get stupid people that stand near water, and you're looking at it thinking, it looks like a tsunami. Type in tsunami on YouTube. In Japan, type in Japanese tsunami, and there's a load of people standing there on a beach, and they're sort of looking at this little wave, which is about a mile out, and then it gets bigger and bigger, and then it's coming in nearer to the land, and then somebody obviously yells in Japanese, "Get the hell out as quick as possible," as this thing literally starts sweeping boats towards them and all the rest of it. So when you get this hurricane here, it's made landfall. And I think winds of up to 150 miles an hour. It's a Category 4 storm. I mean, really terrible. They said stronger than Hurricane Katrina, which devastated New Orleans in 2005. They build houses in Florida. They're built with storm windows and everything else. Although, to be honest with you, when you get winds of this sort of split, I mean, they're going to be blooming useless.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Kim says, Steve, the only time you see a man in a suit up here is if he's off for a funeral or a court date. I know, I don't. Why is it? Why is that? Somebody will commit a heinous crime and it'll be something so vile, and yet they turn up at court in a suit. And you think, what are you turning up in a suit for? Don't make any difference when you go to prison. But you're quite right, actually. And we feel that we should wear suits for funerals out of respect for somebody who's dead. How does that work? Very odd. Still waiting for you to turn up at my designer pet stall at Northweald Market, says Gilly from Basingstoke. I'm waiting for you to appear in your new socks, maybe a new belt. I hear you've lost some weight. I did lose some. I lost some weight when I was ill. I'm not sure if I'm putting it back on again at the moment, though. I think I'm being okay. So. Well, I weighed 13 stone. When they weighed me the other week, I was 13 stone, and I thought that was about normal because I was convinced I was a little bit more. Steve says, Mary, I think you're right. Wasn't Ant Middleton taken off air due to inappropriate, inconsiderate and dangerous comments regarding COVID? I can't remember what it was for. I just remember that they dropped him from the programme. That's all I remember. I can't remember anything else. Oh, I started buying Christmas stuff the other day, by the way. I went to I went to Costco, and they've got some of their Christmas stuff out. And I sort of, I'm pushing my trolley around thinking, what shall I buy? What shall I buy? And they've got these lovely big tall soldiers. They're about 6 foot tall. And I thought, lovely, but I couldn't get them in the car. I'd have to sort of dismantle the roof or something. And so I thought, right, don't do that. But they did have a Mickey and a Minnie Mouse. Well, I think it's a Mickey and a Minnie Mouse. And they're quite tall, and they've got lights in, and they play tunes, and they're independent. So I bought them. I bought 2. And I'm debating whether I either give them to my godchildren for Christmas or my brother. Because I'm trying to think of my brother's place with his wife Marion. I don't know where they're going to put these things. I don't know. So I might have to go and buy another set. But the trouble is with Costco, you buy something for Christmas, you go back the next week thinking I'll go and buy it again, and it's sold out. So you have to be very careful with these things, very careful. But Mary, thank you for that. I will check actually, but I'm sure that Ant Middleton, perhaps that's why he's going on tour. Perhaps that's why. I mean, I've got no idea why. But if he was making not very nice comments about COVID, well then I'm not interested. Not interested at all. Going back to Josephine, who went to Saffron Walden and said it was lovely. I remember telling you about it. It's beautiful. It really is beautiful. Really is lovely, 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 which we like. And Steve, I went to Sidmouth on Saturday and came across a Christmas shop. I love Christmas shops. Love Christmas shops. I just like Christmas. I know it annoys people. Somebody wrote to me and went, "Oh, I wish you'd stop mentioning Christmas." You know what people are like, the Mr. Miseries of this life. Perhaps they've done a book about, Mr. whatever all those Mr. Men books. Perhaps, they could be Mr. Misery. Anyway, talking of Mr. Misery, here he is, Charles Ryan. Charles Ryan is 71. He lives in a place called Quebec in County Durham. And his house backs on to a graveyard. It's a war grave cemetery, okay, which as far as I'm concerned is the same as any other cemetery. It's just that it honours the war dead. Charles Ryan, not the brightest penny in the box, removes an 11-foot stretch of stone wall separating his garden from the graveyard. But he did it without any planning permission. He just decided to remove this graveyard wall. Had no planning permission. He set up an unholy row with the locals, led by the village vicar. The Reverend Michael Pearce said it was an undertaken in such a cavalier way and with no respect for those who were buried in the churchyard. It's deeply distressing. Mr. Ryan, who's obviously as thick as a bloody brick, insisted the issue was a storm in a teacup. He said the wall was his to demolish and denied damaging graves. He's now submitted a planning application. So, if he gets turned down, he'll have to demolish and put it all back. We had a house like that in Twickenham. The people moved in and started dismantling the interior, which was protected. They were told to put it all back again. Can't have people like that. And he's just ruined it in a cemetery. What a horrible piece of work you are, Mr. Ryan. Hope they don't bury you there, love. Hope they don't. £10 million to clean up the high streets. It's not going to go very far, is it? With chewing gum. £10 million to clean up chewing gum. I don't know. It's just one of those things. Oh, lovely. Dick and Angel Strawbridge are in the paper today, and they're talking about sprucing up your chateau. When they came in here, they were charming. Charming, charming, charming. They couldn't have been nicer. Seriously, they're so suited as a couple together, and the kids are fantastic, and they seem to have a fantastic life. It really is. It's worked out because he can do just about anything, and she can do just about anything. She can make curtains, cushion covers, wallpaper, stencils. It's an amazing show. And they came in and they brought me in presents. I got a set of their linen, and I got a book with my name on the front of it, which I can keep all my sort of entries in and bits and bits. They were so charming, and they said, "We listen." My friend Ant, who works on one of our sister stations, said he came in this morning in a taxi. He said the driver had you full blast. He said was laughing his head off. I said, I wonder what he was listening to then. It can't have been this programme. I didn't think we started off particularly well this morning. But it was okay. It was okay. But no, liquor paint, because that's what you're supposed to do on, when we have a bank holiday. The idea is you get all those little jobs done. Yesterday, I threw out my hanging baskets, mainly because they started off yo big, and they ended up yo big, enormous. And then once some of the plants start dying off, they look a bit manky. So I thought they have to go. So I got up at 4 o'clock in the morning, summoned up the strength, and started taking them down to put them in the rubbish bins, and I managed to get rid of 5 hanging baskets the other day. Filled up the bin completely, because these hanging baskets are enormous. But at least it's a lot better. I can water the other stuff, but it started dying off now. People think it goes for September. Only you've got to have a couple of cold snaps, and already your lobelia is looking a bit limp. And your agapanthus have given up, and all your primulas and stuff like that. The only thing that's surviving is the geraniums, but they will survive fire, flood, and pestilence, because they just go. You can have them in for a whole winter, and they'll just keep thriving on nothing at all. Nothing. I've had snow in all the pots, and still the bloody geraniums still keep growing. And you could take them out and put in new things. I normally put in winter flowering pansies, but I've got like 15, 20 pots to fill up. So it's a lot of pansies. Just have to go to Essex and we'll find loads, I should imagine. So Steve, Finchingfield in Essex, says John, is one of the prettiest villages. Nice. And somebody says, Steve, Steph McGovern, what does Channel 4 see in here that nobody else does? I think the casting person on Channel 4 is a close friend of hers. That's the only reason they risked her. Because to be honest with you, she was boring as hell on the BBC's breakfast programme. Very dull, very... and also, that programme on Channel 4, they must have a budget of millions. They drag on every unfunny comedian you could possibly think of. You know, anybody who can sort of throw something in a frying pan seems to be on the programme. The trouble is, there's too many people on it and nothing else. You cannot have a programme where you've got too many people on there. It looks like a horrible, horrible mess. Not helped by hers, actually. Shane says, Merry Christmas, and the same to you. Merry Christmas. Mind you, don't have much of a Christmas in Australia, do you? It's all barbecues and stuff like that. And you can't have a barbecue in the heat and go Merry Christmas. It just doesn't work. It's got to be cold. It's got to be snow on the ground, or at least snowing. You know, for people to enjoy it. I mean, last year at Christmas it was freezing, but I don't think we got any snow. It was a bit out of town. The year before I drove down the motorway when we could have Christmas and dinners, and I normally get a few Christmas dinners in. Normally about 3 or 4 at Christmas time. I get my godchildren, I get my brother and the family, and then I get a couple at Joe Allen's or Little Italy, something like that. I've just got a thing about Christmas lunch. Sad life, isn't it, really? I started to wonder, actually, what do we do on the radio? The answer is we kind of work for Christmas dinner, which is nice. Yeah, it's okay, isn't it? And it's got to be the thing that makes it is the roast potatoes. If they're not crispy, I don't want them. Yeah, you go into some sort of cafeterias and it's just looked like they've sort of dipped them in a few little bits of hot oil. They're not crispy at all. You've got to work at your roast potatoes. Blokes, sorry. Goose fat. I've tried everything. I've tried beef dripping, goose fat. Then I decided it's easy to let somebody else cook them. But I do issue instructions, crispy or we're not eating them, okay? And we do want at the end, I always like to leave enough room, but I've never managed it yet, to have Christmas pudding with ice cream, or failing that, just a fresh fruit salad. That's quite nice. Or a trifle with a bit of sherry. But no, definitely Christmas pudding with ice cream or custard. Or just anything, actually. And somebody, a restaurateur wrote to me and said that he made them into little balls and then put them in batter and deep fried them. So you had Christmas pudding balls. What's the matter with that? Yeah. Honestly, I tell you, it's like doing a double entendre show here. Sometimes you mention something, it's in all innocence, and immediately you get that little smirk from the other side, and you think to yourself, you're hopeless. Honestly, absolutely hopeless. So sprucing up your chateau. Does anybody... My brother used to go crackers for making cocktails. I don't think he makes cocktails anymore. Or if he does, I don't think I've ever had one. But a retro drinks trolley in your sitting room gives a chic boutique hotel vibe. I'm so glad that they are successful, Dick and Angel. I'm so glad that they worked at it and they got so much, fan mail and so many bookings coming in. They're booked up for ages. They really do. I mean, it's the sort of place you could go there and you wouldn't, if they said, oh, could you come and give us a hand in the kitchen? You do it because it's great fun. I have worked in a hotel before, not working officially in the hotel. I cut the grass there, but I used to go in and help out. Do you know, making your own ice cream 3 times pricier than if you buy it in the shops? 3 times pricier. And they say here, which compared the price of Aldi's, Tesco's and Ocado's with the ingredients needed for a DIY version. And it's more expensive to make your own ice cream than it is to go buy it in the shops. So go buy it in the shop. Treat yourself to ice cream today. Ice cream and fruit salad. That's nice. All that sort of good stuff, actually. It's good. Mark says, how many days till Christmas? I don't know, actually. I don't know. I shall find out and I shall have the answer for you in a matter of seconds. First of all, I'll give you a quick time check. I tell you 5:45.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. 117 days to Christmas. 117 days. It's not very long. I mean, that's why. I mean, I did feel a little bit guilty pushing my trolley out of Costco with this Christmas decoration in it. Not as bad as some of the things I could have bought. I could have bought a lovely train with all lights in it and stuff like that. And there was some. Disney seems to be the theme this year. And I just wonder if I'm sure that the Costco in America has got different stuff from us. I'm quite sure. Steve. There you go. 116 days, 19 hours, says Sandra. No, it's 117 days. Definitely. I've just checked. I am never wrong on these things. You know me. I don't like to get anything wrong at all. Here they come. The troops arriving back at Bryce Norton the other day. And the last have arrived home. Boris Johnson said their sacrifice had kept Britain safe. There's still loads of people left out there, though, aren't there? Still loads of people, and they see little sign of getting back at all. But you see them coming down the steps now, and they did a sterling job. And then the Joe Biden attending the transfer of the fallen service members at Dover Air Force Base yesterday. Very sad. But who's taken in the most refugees? Not us. We're way down the list. The United States have taken in 50,000. Pakistan, 24,100, Britain, 14,000, and then a huge jump to Germany, 5,300, Italy, 5,000, Australia, 4,000. I mean, dear God, they could have taken more, couldn't they? Spain, 1,898, coming down to New Zealand at 276, Poland, 900, India, 656, Finland, 330, and Switzerland, 292. Amazing. 8,000 Afghan former UK staff and their families have been saved. Animals can leave, but not people, the Taliban have said. That makes me wonder how much longer these people will be surviving. But the ex-Marine said he landed in the UK with 140 dogs and 60 cats with mixed emotions. There were 24 staff and dependents working there who were not allowed to fly. He said the shelter staff were still in their homes, with the charity in contact with them, adding that efforts would be made to try to get them out of Afghanistan. Not if the Taliban have their way. Not if the Taliban have their way. It's awful, isn't it? You think that, if somebody doesn't want to be somewhere, they just sort of let you out, which would be quite nice. Why would you want to stay in a country which is just absolutely decimated? Absolutely decimated. So Gordon's bank balance show is axed. It kicked off with 2.7 million viewers, came down to 1.5 million by the third instalment, which is what's commonly known as a disaster. But not every show works. There are loads of them. Some shouldn't go beyond doing a pilot. They really shouldn't at all. And apparently, according to one columnist today, the new left-wing boss of the Unite Union, Sharon Graham, is an advocate of picketing bosses' homes. What a complete idiot, writes this columnist. The unions are going back to the 70s. When are people going to realise all of these things just alienate the majority of us and end up costing jobs and futures? I know socialists want us all to be equal. I'd like us all to have enough money to live on as a start. But after that, it's up to the individual to make of their lives what they can. Nobody is born equal, or am I wrong? Oh, Sharon Graham's living in the past, isn't she? I think we're going to bring all these people out on strike. Oh, God in heaven. And reality TV abusive? I'm ready for my call up to Love Island seniors, said this particular columnist. But they've got presenter Laura Whitmore, one of the worst presenters I've ever seen on the television. Seriously, I couldn't believe how bad she, especially as everybody was watching to see how she was going to do. But when you get Caroline Flack's mother criticising her as well, it doesn't look particularly good, does it? Duke of Cambridge and Duchess of Cambridge are seriously considering relocating to Windsor. They found a home there. They want to vacate Anne Hall in Norfolk, but I think somebody already lives in this particular place, and they say Anne Hall made sense while William was a helicopter pilot. It was useful for Christmas at Sandringham, but it doesn't really work anymore. It's too far away for the weekends. But there is a place here, it's called Fort Belvedere. It's in Windsor Great Park, and all they'll do, they'll just give it to them, and then they'll either keep Anne Hall and it'll just be a place used for people to go on holiday or something like that, or they'll sell it, but I don't think they'll sell it. I don't think so. Whenever they want to do anything, they just do it. They're that rich, the royal family. They don't need to worry about anything, I shouldn't imagine the Queen sits there going, have you seen the price of a bar of soap for Christmas? I'm not spending money like that, because they don't buy expensive presents. They don't. You would think they buy jewellery and diamonds and everything else. No. In fact, the smaller, the better. The smaller, the better. Flannels, soap on a rope, a little bottle of perfume, something like that. But they don't do extravagant. Let's face it, the Queen's been recycling clothes for years. You don't think they're going to waste it. The staff get a little present, but it's something really a bit pitiful. And they all line up. That's for you. That's for you. That's for you. And they all have that. And the Queen, but they're expected to dress for breakfast and dinner, I believe, at Balmoral, where they have Christmas. And then they do I think they go to church, don't they, on a Sunday, and a few sort of weirdos turn up to see them. Do you think Prince Andrew would be turning up? There'd be people trying to surround him and go, have this writ, have this writ. He won't go anywhere near that church, I bet you. That's the way it goes. But somebody said, are we going to have a normal Christmas this year? Yes. I think so. I hope so. I don't want to go another year without, having proper Christmas and proper snow and stuff like that. Definitely. Best oil, full stop, for everything, but exceptional for roast potatoes. Mild coconut oil, lightly steamed to remove the coconut flavour. Oh. Wow. Not sure about that one, actually. Somebody says, if you want crispy roast potatoes, parboil for roast and then deep fry them in a wok. Drain and dry them with kitchen paper and you've got the crispiest spuds ever, says Janet. Janet is in Manchester. Well, we just do them. We parboil, dry them, and then put them in with the turkey, but you've got to baste them. You've got to baste them. And my mother, she did the best. Although, as I say, my godchildren, and since then my brother's girls, have done fantastic roast potatoes. We had one year, I told you, where the roast potatoes were exceptionally good, in which case I can just sit there and eat roast potatoes. I don't want them too big, but they have to have, crispiness to them. And I mean crispiness, so you bite into, I could eat them raw. Do you have a Costco executive membership card or standard, says Joe? Do I sound like the sort of person who'd have a standard card of anything? Of course not. I'm executive membership. Executive membership. Always have been, actually. I don't think I ever wasn't. I just decided it was the best way forward. I don't know why. It didn't make any difference. They used to have different times for people going in. I don't think they've got that anymore. But I love going there. I can spend ages pushing the trolley around and then thinking, oh, should I buy that? Should I buy this? Should I buy that? Oh, I'll get that. And you end up back at the car thinking, where the dickens is all this stuff going to go? Where is it going to go? Also, the drugs cocktail, the free prescription age rise will cost the NHS. It's false economy. The Prescription Charges Coalition warned that short-term gains for the proposals will actually cost the NHS more money in the longer term. At present, people aged 60 and over can get their prescriptions for free on the NHS, but they want to raise it to 66. They state that people aged 60 to 65 can remain in work and be economically active and more able to meet the cost of their prescriptions. So there you go. I don't have to pay for mine because I'm diabetic. So I get everything for free. But I do buy my blood sugar meters because they're only like 20 quid. Not very expensive at all. Oh, a nice one from famously the target of a brutal put down by Noel Coward after he'd seen her 7-year-old self perform in the West End production of Gone with the Wind. He told the producer, cut the second act or the child's throat. Bonnie Langford reckons she's had the last laugh. Still in big demand almost half a century later, Bonnie triumphantly remarks, but you see, the best revenge is doing it, and I'm still doing it. Oh, you couldn't stop her. Oh, my goodness me. She's Little Miss Dynamite on stage. Absolutely. Parboil, make sure they're chilled in the fridge before they go in the oil. Crispy outside, soft in the middle. Perfect, says Joe. Oh, don't. I could eat. If somebody made crispy roast potatoes now, I could eat them. I could seriously eat crispy roast potatoes right now. And I tell you what, I love it with cauliflower cheese. I love cauliflower cheese, but it's so fattening. I remember testing my blood after I'd had some cauliflower cheese once because I felt a bit lightheaded. And, I'd gone through the roof. Spent the next sort of day trying to get the blooming blood sugars back down again. But no, it was a terrible problem. And I think it's the cheese that goes on the cauliflower. But it's, oh, God, it affected me. But as I say, having run out of tablets the other day, I had to sort of go a day with only 2 tablets, and I did feel a bit lightheaded by the end of it. But then today I'm back on normal, and tomorrow I've got enough tablets to get me through, and then I've run out completely, so I've got to go to the chemist tomorrow to go and pick up my prescription. Can't wait, actually. Really can't wait. A lot of people talk about suits. Harry Mount says men like him feel naked outside the safety zone of formal wear. Some people wear suits all the time. All the time. I don't think I've ever worn a suit. Ever. I don't think I've ever worn a suit. I'm trying to think if I ever worn a suit. Probably not, actually. Probably not. Robert Webb, the comedian, limbers up for Strictly. You see, he's doing what... I mean, most of them will just be complete useless. But Robert Webb he's 48, and he was pounding the streets. He's determined to be as fit as possible. And he took up running after emergency surgery when routine screening picked up a potentially fatal heart defect in 2019. I think he'll do really, really well. He'll be fit. Some of the other ones will be sweating buckets. Really. 10 million to get rid of the... madness in the Med. 539 migrants saved from one boat. It's just ridiculous, isn't it? And a team of Arctic researchers believe they've stumbled across the world's most northerly island. The Danish scientists had been meaning to fly to Udak, which lies off the northern coast of Greenland, but instead they wound up on an unknown patch of land even further north, and realised only when island enthusiasts pointed it out to them on social media. So there you go. It's been given a name, but I can't pronounce the name, so I'm not going to tell you what it is. I love it. Happy birthday today to Cameron Diaz, who's 49, and Warren Buffett, who's 91. He's worth about 104 billion. One of the most successful investors in history. 91 and he's 104 billion pounds. Unfortunately, he will die at some point. You know, even with that amount of money, it still doesn't make any difference. Oh, he's giving away most of it, I think. Giving away most of it. Mary Shelley was born on this day in 1797, and Dennis Healy was born in 1917, died in 2015. Plus. 3 men have been arrested over a ghoulish bid in 1977 to steal the body of Elvis Presley from a mausoleum in Memphis. Detectives who kept watch there after a tip-off believe the men intended to ransom the body and demand a fortune. Oh, my godfathers, how very bizarre. This music signifies that we have the news at 6 o'clock coming up, and we'll be back the other side of that. Then I'll tell you the hunt for the perfect peaceful village you should head for in the southwest. It's a place you're probably going to want to go to today, and you can. In fact, I've got 4 of them, but you're not going to make them all today. They're a little bit further apart, I think.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Bank holiday skies, cloudy. What does that mean? It means we still go to the beach. We are determined as a nation not to let the weather put us off. You know, people will sit down there in a lay-by eating their sandwiches as the rain tips down from on high, and they will enjoy every second of it because that's what we do. And if you've got the weekend off and you think, get in the car, come on, we're going to Bournemouth, or we're going to Brighton, or we're going to Southend, we're just going somewhere. You know, can't just sit at home and vegetate. Otherwise, the kids play on the computer. Everybody gets bored, and you've wasted the day. So at least it's not a washout, because people went to Bournemouth the other day. I personally would not enjoy going to a beach that was this rammed. And also, who wants to get in the water with all the great unwashed? No, thank you very much indeed. Even at West Wittering, people paddle. You know, because kids haven't seen the sea. They don't know, about waves, so they just paddle. And they love it, and they've got a bucket and a spade and a tiddler net and a ball, and they can, they just enjoy going to the seaside. But I mean, I went to the seaside when I was younger, but nowadays, if I was going to go anywhere, I'd probably go and sit on the prom in a deck chair, staring out to sea. That would be, that'd be my idea of bliss. I don't quite fancy the idea of sort of actually sitting on a beach. Somebody says, what on earth has Mickey and Minnie Mouse got to do with Christmas? Oh dear. You're very miserable, aren't you? How depressing must it be to be in your family at Christmas? Oh, Mickey and Minnie Mouse, they're nothing to do with Christmas. What do you think I'm going to have? Light up baby Jesus and Mary and Joseph and the 3 wise men and some carols and some nutty shepherds out in the fields? No. And it is happy holidays. The Americans do happy holiday. Happy holiday, let the merry bells keep ringing. Oh, I love happy holiday because it's holiday time. In America, people go out, the weather's, atrocious, and the snow comes down, they go and get their Christmas trees and go home. If you really want to watch a good film, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is a fairly popular one to give you a rough idea of how good or bad the happy holiday season can be. So I like it. I like the idea that Mickey and Minnie Mouse, they've got nothing to do with Christmas, but nobody ever said they had. It's just that they've decorated them. And in fact, there were loads of Mickey and Minnie Mouse Christmas holiday. I've just started buying Christmas DVDs, box sets of Christmas DVDs. Some are cartoons, some are not. And they're all brilliant because I can't get enough of it. I cannot get enough of it. I know people complain about it and they all go, oh, no, it's going to be dreadful. Somebody says, you look like you're wearing a suit on your promo shot for the LBC app. No, I don't think so. I look as I'm wearing a suit. Do I? Oh, is it a photograph I've not seen before then? I mean, I've seen most of my photos. But do I look as though I'm... Is it a suit? Is it just a jacket over a pair of trousers or jeans or something? I mean, can you see my trousers, as they say? I don't know whether you can see the trousers. Oh, no, that's just a jacket with a blue shirt underneath. And I can tell you, if you went round the back, it's all clothes pegged. It's all clothes pegged to make it look as though it fits. Never fitted at all. It wasn't even my jacket. They had a spare jacket there. I just took a blue shirt, which they ironed, unlike the producer this morning. I don't want to mention anything about it. It's a bit of a problem. And he said, I've ironed it. Well, yeah, but I explained to him about plugging it into the wall, turning on the switch, waiting for the iron to heat up, and then sort of... he's obviously got no idea. It's doesn't get very hot as an iron. Years ago, people used to put their irons on the fire. And so it was just literally a solid piece of metal that you picked up by the handle and then you pressed things. I don't like ironing. You used to put your shirts under the bed. Oh, I've heard of that, under the mattress. I bought, years and years and years ago, I bought a press, a Singer press. And it's like something out of Prisoner Cell Block H. You lift up the handle and the lid comes up with it and you put it down and you go like that. I bought it years and years ago. Niall says you could be a voice double for Bing Crosby. Boom, 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 boom. Could be, actually, yes. Oh, no, I'm a big fan of... And just anything like that. Anything to do with Christmassy. And anything that looks nice. And it's an opportunity to, you know, put lights up and ornaments out. I mean, the Americans do it so much better than we do. So much better. When we do it, it just looks a bit tacky. But I love it. I absolutely love it. Can't get enough of it. So, one of John F. Kennedy's former mistresses has broken her silence after 63 years and compared him to Harvey Weinstein. Diana DeVay said that the former president used the same tactics as the disgraced Hollywood producer who was convicted of rape last year. She told of how Mr. Kennedy effectively said to her, "You go to bed with me, I'll make you special," when they met in 1958. At the time she was 20 and he was 40 and married. She said she decided to speak out because of the Me Too movement had caused her to reassess her view of the relationship. She says, "For a great man, he was still in the throes of the male mythology of his time. See pretty woman, have pretty woman." She met Mr. Kennedy when she was at college, and he was giving a speech in Boston for his senatorial re-election campaign. He came to a table and said, "Give me your seat so a tired old man can sit next to a pretty girl." I had no idea. It never even crossed my mind. I don't know why. But she said she went completely numb when he was assassinated. He is said to have had flings with dozens of women whilst in office. It is that old adage. See pretty woman, have pretty woman. You know, I'm very big and... I mean, let's face it, look at Robert Maxwell, a more unattractive, ugly man you'd be hard-pushed to find, but he was very rich and very powerful, and that is very alluring. So the very idea that you can read all these years later that JFK used to groom girls like Weinstein and had affairs with dozens of women whilst in office kind of made sort of the Jackie O thing look a bit embarrassing, really, didn't it? But I suppose it goes on all the time. Used to be said on Capitol Hill, wasn't it, there was a homosexual ring up there? I don't know what that's supposed to mean. But there were lots of sort of problems. I mean, years ago, it was the post boys in London who delivered post, was said to be operating some sort of rent boy type ring. It was all, you know, sex has always sold. Never in my life, it has to be said, which is a bit disappointing, but it doesn't matter, you know. Other people tell me their stories, and I kind of get off on that, you know, which is good enough nowadays. But that's all it is. You go to nightclubs now. If it's any night, I tell you what, it seems to have closed its doors. Mahiki. I went past there. It used to have a Cafe Concerto right on it, and there's now big signs up. It's not open, Mahiki. And I used to see all the people queuing up there to go in. I think Harry used to go there, opposite the Ritz. And I remember looking at the door thinking that should have been open by now, but no, it's not. And it doesn't look like it's likely to, unless somebody's going to tell me something differently. I might have to check on that one. But you go there and you get girls who specifically go there to be picked up by footballers, or at least invite them into their inner circle to have drinks. Because the footballers have got loads of money. And they go, "Yeah, you want a bit of champagne?" And they sort of try and make it, I mean, they're all as thick as bricks. But... it's a case of the girls go, "Oh, I'll have a drink with you." And, "Oh, You know, and they like being invited in. And one girl, a reporter, went down to a club and said that the girls were literally queuing to get into the VIP area so they could find a footballer who would buy them, you know, champagne. And they don't want anything. They don't want Prosecco. Oh, no. No, they want a good quality champagne. You know, they're looking somebody to spend 400 quid on a bottle of champagne, which if you're a footballer on, you know, 50,000, 60,000, 100,000 a week is nothing. Absolutely nothing. 250 a week. 250,000. Yeah. I mean, to buy a bottle of champagne is nothing and give it to people. It really isn't. But I mean, there were who were those businessmen who went out a couple of years back, and they went to a Gordon Ramsay restaurant, I think, and their bill for lunch was 60,000 because they racked it up on booze. It was they were buying really nice bottles of wine and stuff like that. The food was sort of almost chucked in as a freebie because of all the booze that they were buying. I mean, frankly, I would never do anything like that. I mean, the most I've ever paid, if there's been 4 of us or 5 of it, mainly there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sometimes the 6 of us, would be about 500 quid. And I would think that would be sort of, you know, but we wouldn't be drinking posh booze. We'd just be drinking Prosecco and a beer or something like that. You know, but I always have a pudding. I'm one of these sort of people, you know, I cannot go out, and sometimes I've had 2 puddings, which is really bad if you're a diabetic. But then I wish they'd make puddings little. I'll have anything. I'm particularly fond of crumbles. And it's got to come with custard. But if I see 2 or 3 puddings on a menu that I like, I'll order all 3. Because I wish that they would do them and they go, listen, we do all the puddings on one plate. So all of these puddings you can have on one plate, and it's a miniaturised version. That'll keep me happy. Because I generally, if I have a starter, I never get round to a pudding. So I just mainly go for a main course, which is lovely. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. And Rob says, I'm with you. In the words of Wizard, I wish it could be Christmas every day. Yes, I mean, there is a man who celebrates Christmas every day in this country. He has Christmas lunch every day. And he keeps his decorations up. I mean, he's mad as a fruitcake. But, you know, I mean, it's the sort of thing to have. Some people like it. It's like, you know, there's a woman who's the biggest fan of the Queen, and she's got all the memorabilia from the royal family. Her entire house is a shrine to the royal family. A bit like inviting Sarah Ferguson and getting her to sit on the sideboard, you know, because she's like a tribute to the royal family, isn't she? Or as Prince Philip called her, the biggest embarrassment we've ever had to deal with. Steve, says Harry, offshore Spain. Mahiki had a bar club at Henry Royal Regatta this year. Oh, right. Bit of an odd one, isn't it? I've never been. And you mentioned it was Dennis Healy's birthday, says Johnny Perry. And in the early 80s, I was sent out in a radio car for the AM show, due to be interviewed by Bob and Doug for the LBC Breakfast Show. I arrived at a beautiful square somewhere near the borough in South London. So that was it. So Dennis Healy, he died, didn't he, ages ago, Dennis Healy? I think so. But I trust you to remember that, Johnny. They were talking, there was pictures of Johnny, because Johnny and his partner have a hotel in Bournemouth. And I should imagine, I mean, are you open? Are you good business? Is it not good? I mean, how does it work with the hotels? Because there are people in the London hotels, but not, I don't think very many people, because we don't seem to have as many Americans. That's what we want. We want all the tourists back in again. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, Heathrow Airport, just seen the sign, £5 to drop off from October, says Richie. Can I ask who actually thought this was a good idea, and is there going to be any reduction for the taxi private hire companies? Now that I couldn't tell you. But I suspect so.
At Honda, we've been engineering cars for over 75 years, actually. We know that excellence takes time, so you can rely on the Honda engineering in the all-new ENY1, with a range of up to 250 miles on a single charge and up to 5 years warranty, servicing and roadside assistance. Our first electric SUV, the ENY1. Oh, a hole-in-one.
Yes!
Honda, the power of dreams. Range based on test conditions and may vary.
Johnny Perry says when he actually got to this interview, he said, I didn't realise the interview was for after 8 a.m. and I was an hour early. I rang the doorbell. He told me to bugger off. I can remember who was it who did that a while ago? Somebody was telling me a very similar story of somebody who they'd They phoned up to get an interview with somebody, and the person said no, they can't. And they said, well, we can do a time to suit them. And they went, no, definitely not. And they said, why? They said, because he's dead. Didn't they do that? Didn't Jerry Springer come over to this country to do a chat show, and he wanted to get Morecambe and Wise on? He'd heard that they were very good comedians, and somebody said they're dead. But he'd said on the programme, let's book Morecambe and Wise. They got to be good. They got to be good. They went, no, they're not alive anymore.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Bank Holiday Monday. Of course, you might be one of those people who's working today. You might be driving a bus or driving a train or doing an underground or working in a sandwich shop or a bar or something like that. And it's just another day. It's only the rest of the country who go, where should we go today? Well, let's go. Let's drive. If we live in London, I don't know. If you lived in Scotland, where would you go for your day out? The Highlands or something? I don't know. I'm really not too sure. But if we're in London, we've got loads of places we can go to. We could go to Bournemouth. We can go where? We'll have to ask Darren Adam where to go in Scotland. Yes, well, I don't know. Perhaps up into the Highlands or something. Most people just go out for something to eat. Dan says, an amazing weekend I've had. DJing, a friend's wedding Saturday, and last night a bank holiday house party. Quick snooze, got my breakfast show at 8, and then off to Westfield to treat Danny and the girls. Woo! Boy, only a short while ago, he wrote me a thing saying, I'm home, I'm exhausted, I'm going to bed. Which is good. And Steve, read the charges at Heathrow Airport. Taxi drivers and private hire will not get any discounts. We're currently paid to drop off at Gatwick, Luton, Stansted, Bournemouth, Southampton. Good Lord. I had no idea. The charge gets passed on to you, the customer. So they just added on if it's a fine. I don't know why they're doing that. If all of a sudden everybody went, I tell you what, let's boycott all the airports. It'll never happen. But if you did and you boycott all the airports and you say, well, we're not going to fly anymore. We've decided we're not going to, so you can all sit there. The airlines will soon be complaining about it. Well, listen, if you're dropping somebody off, you pull in, they open the door, you open the back door, you take the cases out, you put the cases on the pavement, you drive off. Goodbye, see you. Why do they have to pay a £5 for that? I don't understand it. Mind you, they have traffic wardens there giving people tickets. It's a bloody airport, for God's sake. It's supposed to be dropped off. It's a money-making racket. As usual, motorists get penalised for it. Ridiculous, honestly. Somebody says, what do you think about your friend Gemma Collins waiting to... We've done this show. Where have you been? You need to listen from the beginning of the show. We've already done the baby with Gemma Collins. All right, we've done it. She's run out of ideas. There isn't anything else. She hasn't fallen down any trapdoors recently, or but she does have, that quality item in the house, which is a giraffe holding a chandelier in its mouth. Her friend Dawn Ward, the one who lives up in Cheshire, who now isn't part of those housewives of Cheshire, one of the most ghastly programmes on the television. Nobody likes each other. They really all hate it. I've never known a programme where everybody hates each other. Oh, no, I tell you what, the Housewives of Beverly Hills were fairly close behind that one. And the Housewives of Atlanta and all the other ones. But, Dawn Ward obviously had said to Gemma, "Here, Gem," because they call it. She stayed there when she was supposed to be doing a fashion shoot up there. But as Gemma Collins is just a bit rude and ineffectual, she was supposed to be doing a fashion shoot. She was still faffing around at home, and they're all waiting for it. They've got the clothes there waiting. They're waiting, to do the pictures and all the rest of it. And she was just rude personified. I think it was on that Diva programme, which was the biggest pile of rubbish ever. She wasn't just a diva, she was just rude. Just rude and offensive. Steve, the original Spikers are tote bag spotting today. National Spotter Steve Allen Tote Bag Day. Well, I'm going for that one. Definitely. Steve, says Vincent, we are spoilt for choice when it comes to places to go in Northern Ireland. So many mountains, trails and parks. I'm working, so I hope it rains. I bet it looks really pretty when it rains. Don't you think so? I think it does. I like stuff like that. Steve, off to Southend for a day trip this coming Sunday. Fish and chips followed by traditional 99 ice cream with a chocolate flake, nothing better, says Brian in Luton. Luton. That's what they call London Luton. Have you noticed that? That's now changed. It never used to be. It was just Luton, Bedfordshire. Now it's London Luton. And somebody says, can you slow down? It's going way too quick. Less than an hour to go. Usually listen to the whole show on catch-up. And, I do listen from 4 weekdays. But invariably I fall asleep. But bank holiday, I get the whole bundle of you. Any chance you could do hours overtime, says Jilly? Hours overtime. I have done them overtime before. It's only if somebody doesn't turn up. But this morning I know Andrew Pierce will turn up because that's what he does, because he's professional. He's professional. Stephen, you're so right. We should boycott not the airlines but the airport shops. Does anybody buy anything in the airport shops? I see all these shops at the airport and I think, who buys all this stuff? You know, there'd be a shop there selling shirts. And I think, well, you get to the airport and you go, I'll buy a shirt. How would that work? What would be the point of that? Why don't you buy it beforehand? Much cheaper. Much, much cheaper. So here is the best place to live in Britain. A quaint village in Wiltshire. Give you a clue? Avebury. Avebury. It's got a manor house, a pretty pub, and it's got the Avebury Stone Circle, which came top in a Which survey of Britain's best towns and villages. They also boast, as say, a 16th century manor house and gardens managed by the National Trust, the Alexander Keeler Museum, displaying local archaeological finds, and a picturesque pub with a thatched roof. See? Nice place to live, actually. 5 stars for the scenery. 5 stars for the scenery, and 4 for peace and quiet, attractiveness and value for money. It pipped Castle Combe, also in Wiltshire, and Wells in Somerset, which were joint second. Castle Combe, with its pretty houses and babbling brook, has appeared in several films, including Downton Abbey and Warhorse. 5 stars for scenery and attractiveness. Wow. The Victorian model village of Saltaire in West Yorkshire came 4th. The UNESCO World Heritage Site was given 4 stars for tourist attractions, shopping, peace and quiet and value for money, built for the workers of the mill in the 19th century. It's also got paintings by Hockney. It's quite lovely, actually. Wells is the smallest cathedral city. You ever been to Salisbury? Salisbury I liked a lot. Bottom of the table was Bodmin in Cornwall. Matlock, Bath in Derbyshire, was second worst, followed by Ross-on-Wye in Herefordshire. I love it. So there's the place you should go to, Avebury. A manor house and a pretty pub. What more could you want? And if they do food and they're open today, that's the place to go to. You can type it in on sort of the maps thing, and that'll tell you, which is lovely. Steve, Oxford Airport was renamed London Oxford. Pointless. Well, people were getting off at Luton. They called it London Luton, and people didn't realise. I think they thought you got off the plane at Luton Airport and there you were, and the Tower of London was just round the corner. No, you're then on a coach for 2 hours going down the blooming motorway. Dreadful. Happened to your mate? Yeah. I don't know why they call it London Luton. Ridiculous. Steve, not a bank holiday in Scotland. We still have our August bank holiday on the first Monday in August, says David in Aviemore. Enjoy your day off. I don't really look on this as a day off, actually. I really don't. I just look on this as another day. Doesn't make any difference to me. I mean, I've got a couple of things which I've got to do today, and then I think my brother's coming up to town tomorrow, and they're going to have a trip round Kew Gardens, which is very nice, and another one here. Oh, somebody's saying it's good news about the dogs and cats. Yes, it is. It's a shame that there are still people there who are trying to get out of Afghanistan. Whether they make it, I don't know. Last orders for the BA Drinks trolley to cut the plane weight. Like that's going to make a difference. And so they're ditching it in favour of a buy before you fly system. So that means passengers on short haul must select what they want to drink and how much 12 hours earlier, while staff will still wheel a trolley down the aisle. It will only contain complimentary water and snacks. We'll just have a bottle of water then and have some snacks. So it's a bit ridiculous. I mean, in the 1960s, the air stewards used to carve roast beef for you. Now you can't even get a glass of wine without a kerfuffle. I still like it, though. I still like the idea. But I always used to have tomato juice on planes. I never had anything else. Tomato juice, then I sort of graduated to tomato juice with vodka. And then I'd sort of sit there tiddled for the rest of the flight, thinking I think I'd go to sleep now. And I sleep quite happily on planes. Literally, the moment the thing takes off, I just make sure I've got a bottle of ice cold water with me, which I tuck in the thing in front, go to sleep, and then wake up. Then I've got the water to drink, because I need to drink a lot of water. And then they come round with something to eat, which I've always liked. I always like airline food, even though it was cooked 12 hours prior to the flight taking off. I still like it. It's quite nice. It's been okay. I suppose you get the same. Short-haul flights, I don't think they give you a meal. I think it's like a sandwich, isn't it? Toasted sandwich. You know, something like that. And I've never flown first class across the Atlantic. My friend Graham flies there because it's got a bar. that you have your own bar in first class, and he sits there. He doesn't go anywhere near his seat. He just sits at the bar for the whole journey. That's it, until he has to go and sit down and be strapped in. When I say strapped in, that's probably the best thing for him, actually. Niall says, to save aircraft weight, why not have slimmer crew? I have to be honest, some of them are a little bit porky, aren't they? Have you seen it? The blokes are. I mean, honestly, some of the blokes, I mean, they could seriously go on a diet. Perhaps, I suppose really, if you've been flying for ages and ages, I used to love flying TWA because they did have the oldest stewardesses in the entire universe. I mean, average age was 90. They used to pootle up down the aisle, Okay, everything all right? And they were like that. They were so old because on TWA, to get the long-haul flights, you had to have flown with the airline for a long time. So they were really fairly ancient, And it was quite funny. We used to laugh at them, actually, because some of them, you thought it'd be easy if you gave them a walking frame so they could get up and down the aisle. But no, I used to love it. And they used to go, can I have an orange juice with ice, please? And one would put the ice in the thing and then pass the cup to the other one who'd pour it out of the carton. You thought they'd be squeezing it, wouldn't you, really? Steve, they say the Watford Harry Potter is in London. It's just being snobbish, says Jackie. Well, I've never seen that. That sounds good. I was down at where was I down at the other day? Oh, I was down at St Pancras Station. And I was saying to somebody, they filmed a lot of Harry Potter down there. And he said, did they? Oh, I said, yes. They did. They filmed all over London for Harry Potter. But you're quite right, actually. Steve, train to London quicker than Gatwick. Okay. And Steve says, Brett, coming back from Vienna a while ago, they couldn't land at Gatwick, so we were diverted to Southampton, which during the flight changed its name to London Southampton. You're joking. That's miles out.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Dawn Neesom's up and alive on a bank holiday, which is good news. Brett says, coming back from Vienna, we couldn't land at Gatwick. See, I fly into Heathrow for Vienna. I used to do Vienna backwards and forwards from Heathrow, which was an awful lot easier. But fancy going to London Southampton. That's so far away. So far away. And also BA Heathrow to Larnaca. No meal or drink service. One complimentary bottle of water and a bag of crisps. Seems quite reasonable. I mean, the water's bit's good and a bag of crisps. I think you could take your own stuff on, can't you? I'm not sure about. I don't know. I mean, you have to do this. When they said 12 hours in advance, you have to tell them what you want to drink on the plane if you're doing short haul. And I remember we booked for a couple of Christmas dinners over the years, and they want to know months in advance what you've decided to eat. Well, I can't work these things out, so I just go standard. Nothing particularly complicated because they have to know, I suppose, for ordering stuff in. But imagine trying to order your booze in advance, deciding on exactly what you want to drink on the plane. This is because of the story of BA is going to drop the trolley. They'll still have it, but it will only have your drinks on it. So they're not going to carry. Although, how much more can these things weigh? I mean, it really isn't not very good. They do a Harry Potter bus to and from Watford Junction, Steve. Very good, says Jackie. Thank you. And Colin, no, it's Duncan, says, who's Gemma Collins? There's a question. Don't even think she knows. Bolshe Flakes. Flakes are these. In America, we call them Karens. Over here, we call them Flakes. They want to cancel the kids' cartoon Paw Patrol. Now, I've only ever seen Paw Patrol a couple of times. They fear that the show brainwashes children into liking police because police dog Chase is braver than the others. I'm sorry, and the problem is what? I don't quite understand what the problem would be with that. But people get a little bit funny, don't they? So the woke army reckon the cartoon, created by Bob the Builder writer Keith Chapman, portrays its police dog character Chase as braver than the rest of the rescue hounds. Well, of course he is. It's just stupid. One critic wrote online, Paw Patrol is absolutely propaganda, and the fact that they sent a Chase as the star is meant to indoctrinate children early into a pro-police stance. Yeah, I think these people are basically just taking the mickey out of it. They aren't really that stupid. Because critics are also fuming that out of the show's 6 main characters, only one cockapoo helicopter pilot Sky is female. Get over yourselves. Get over yourselves. People are a bit mad, aren't they, nowadays? And history buffs apparently have hit back at snowflakes for their blatantly false versions of the past. The History Reclaimed campaign comes after attacks on slavery and racism links of revered figures like Winston Churchill. Robert Toombs of the University of Cambridge said, "This is not simply an attack on people connected with slavery, it's an attack on our whole historical tradition." Yes, well, people like to have a little opinion nowadays, and because of the internet, it's people like that sort of thing, don't they? Which is a shame. Steve, I was told, says Albert, for crispy potatoes, dip the edges in sea salt before putting in the baking tray. Oh, I don't think so. I don't think you need things like that. I mean, you could listen. I mean, even with dipping the edge, you could be there for days doing all this stuff. Somebody told me dip them in semolina or something like that. You can sort of get semolina and then you can dump the thing, and that seems to work just the same way. A 17-year-old girl has pleaded with other young people to get vaccinated after she was hospitalised with complications from COVID. She's currently taking, at 17, antibiotics, steroids, morphine and blood thinners. I'm on blood thinners. I've gone back onto them again. I wasn't. I came off them for a little while, and then I went back on them again. Here we go. TV host Ulrika Johnson says she feels lost during an emotional first episode of Celebrity SAS Who Dares Wins. It was filmed a year ago, so, I mean, I don't really care about it. She opened up about confidence issues. My God, have all these people got issues nowadays? Every time you read about something, they go, oh, of course, this happened when I was younger, we ran over the budgie or something like that, and, I've never got over it. Vegetarians turn away now because big festival head honcho Alex James has revealed he survived lockdown by eating his livestock. He says, we had to eat our pigs. It was a shame we ate a whole pig a month. Oh, I mean, that's what happens, unfortunately. We do eat things like that, and that's the way it goes, I'm afraid. Another picture of Jack Grealish. I mean, what a buffoon. His £100 million contract can't buy style. Here he is. He went out in a bucket hat, which laughingly costs £380. A Balenciaga logo T-shirt, which laughingly costs £450, and a pair of Gucci shorts, which cost £600. More money than sense. You can always part a fool from their money. And poor old Jack Grealish. Please God, you don't bring out any clothing yourself, mate. Please God. We can only hope, can't we? We can only hope. Badgers are running riot at a cemetery and digging up human remains from dozens of graves. They've been building tunnels under plots at Yardley Cemetery in Birmingham. Janet Bradley says her father's grave's been affected. She said, my kids are worried that Grandad might be eaten. Birmingham Council said, we are prevented from taking action due to the protected nature of the badgers. What about the protected nature of the bodies who are being buried? You'd like to make sure that they were there for some time, wouldn't you? And another one here, which says, oh, this is Beyonce, showing she's still bootylicious. She was drinking out of a cup here. This is a Versace cup, and it's the sort of thing that you get in Starbucks or anything like that. But this one is from Versace, and it's £765. More money than sense. But as I say, the more money they have, the easier it is to part them from it. Nearly 1 in 5 of us had forgotten the difference between a verb and an adverb. Like listening to James O'Brien in the morning, isn't it? Like listening to him. I mean, seriously, he throws in words I've never even heard of. I'm rubbish at these sort of things at all. 18% say they can no longer use a protractor. I could never use a protractor even when I had a protractor. I got the little set which had the protractor and the compass and all these other little bits and pieces, and I could never do it. I never understood how it worked. Never bothered with things like that at all. But some people, I don't think I'd cope very well, actually, being a school person in this day and age. I'd be sort of going, I don't know, could I concentrate? No, I spent most of the time staring out the window. Far more entertaining. Casualty actor Derek Thompson. You remember Derek Thompson? He revealed he once had to help out in a real-life emergency. He's played Charlie Fairhead since the show started in 1986. He's not still on it, is he? Since 1986. I mean, that is phenomenal, isn't it? And Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen was apprehensive. Think no more. The audience were equally as apprehensive and deserted it. He said, I was dreading it when it started to get closer and closer. We had to isolate for 7 days beforehand. But I remember leaving the family with all my stuff, driving away and thinking, oh, my God. Yes, it's on Channel 4 at 8 p.m, but to be honest with you, the audience is pitifully awful. Absolutely awful. I mean, less than, I think, $1.5 million. And bookies are tipping McFly star Tom Fletcher to be crowned this year's Strictly Come Dancing champion. Really? What for? What for? No, it's going to go to somebody else. Won't be him. Definitely not. Definitely not. But I'd like to know all the all the energy that people are sort of pumping into it. Also, well done, BBC 1 and 2, for fantastic viewing Saturday with Parkinson. It's a shame we don't get viewing on TV these days. Absolute magic, says somebody called Pegasus, who obviously is a bit peculiar because they don't have a normal name like Barry or, Ruth or whatever it happens to be. But well done to Parky. But he was of that generation. They got the biggest stars. Now it tends to be Graham Norton. Graham Norton gets the biggest stars on the television because if the stars are in town, they're going to be talking to Graham Norton because that's it. Steve, roast potatoes, parboiled, left to dry, and a good shake in the pan to rough up the edges. Yep, sprinkle with a crumbled OXO cube into searing hot duck fat and cook for half an hour, turning occasionally. John says that, like you, I could quite happily have just the potato. Me too. Me too. I tell you what I could just eat as well. I could just, and gravy, yes. I could also just have York puddings. Because now more and more people are having Yorkshire puddings added to their Christmas dinner. There never used to be. Nobody ever had a Yorkshire pudding with turkey. But nowadays it's quite normal. You go, Yorkshire puddings? Yes, please. Because all you got to do, you buy the things made. Aunt Bessie's been doing them for years. I mean, that woman must be about 95. I mean, she's still turning out all these products in her kitchen. How big the bloody thing is, God alone knows. Oh, sorry, swearing, using the word kitchen. And I was sort of thinking to myself, what is she? I saw the picture of her on the packet after last year, and I thought to myself, she must have aged since they took that picture. Definitely must have done. But no, she makes Yorkshire puddings, and you just literally take them out of the freezer, stick them in the oven. Perfect. Why would you bother making them yourself? It's like phyllo pastry. Don't ever bother making it. It's cheaper and a lot easier to go and buy the stuff. Always works. Always works. But on roast potatoes, everybody's got their favourite bit of doing. But I do agree with roughing them up. Roughing them up is supposed to be quite good. So you sort of... What? Honestly, you're making up your own jokes on this programme. We don't do jokes on this programme. It's a very serious political satire programme. We spend most of our time talking about Afghanistan or trying to work out how we're going to get the next lot of people out. But I wonder whether they're just going to ignore them. Oh, we haven't mentioned Geronimo, have we? Because we don't know where we are with Geronimo. I'm hoping he's not been turned into burgers over the weekend. I'm hoping he's still happily standing in his field with those bizarre people in little tents living next door to him. I bet they're not even there anymore. I bet they're not. I want to go down and picket at DEFRA and shake them by the shoulders and go, "What are you doing?" Sorry. With this alpaca, poor thing, sitting in a field. They don't know what's happening to him. Do they give him a test? That's all it takes, blood test. Jump, jump, jump. 5 minutes, done. Has he got, this bovine tuberculosis? Or is he okay? If he's okay, leave him. But stop wasting everybody's time. Honestly, you want to be taken seriously? Open your doors. Open your doors, please, and come out and do something. Because I've just got a feeling they're all of a sudden go, oh, he's no more. He dropped dead of COVID tuberculosis, or whatever they call it, bovine tuberculosis.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. I've noticed, actually, you can always tell when somebody's got no friends at all, and there's a bloke called Piers who wrote to me, because I said, you must want to tune into the programme this morning. Piers has only got 7 followers, and he's been on the thing for the last couple of years, so obviously you must be very dreary, Piers. No friends at all now. I blocked you, actually. Sorry about that. It's only because I thought, it'd be a lot easier actually just to get rid of you while you're living, because I've seen a picture of you. You don't look as though you got long. Georgie Agnew says her mum, Eva, loves Steve Allen. I shall pass it on to him immediately. And apparently has her earphones in every night listening to the programme. A very wise and sensible person. And how did we meet Georgie Agnew? I can't tell you. I can just tell you that her mother, Eva, loves Steve Allen, and that's good enough for us. So there you go. Aunt Bessie's apparently says Lewis and Uxbridge's taste of nothing. Much easier to make your own flour and eggs and milk. Oh, no, very cheap. No, you go out and buy it. That's what she makes it. You don't think this poor old woman sits in her kitchen making all her stuff for people like you to tell you how to make it out of normal ingredients? Don't be so silly. The idea is you go out there and you help Aunt Beth. Look at her. She's a pensioner, for God's sake. She wants to have a bit of life, towards her twilight years. She makes a very good rhubarb crumble. Oh, honestly, look at you. Have you shrunk? Have Andrew Pearce shrunk? It's a bit difficult to tell whether you've shrunk or not, dear. Andrew Pearce is on at 7 o'clock this morning. He always has to come in and wave. It's a lot easier if he waves, so then at least we know he's living. Because I was totally convinced the last time. I was thinking to myself, honestly, he never seems to stop. Mind you, not as much as Ian Dale. Ian Dale never stops. I've never known a man like him. He was just phenomenal. He seems to have, but he's been running recently, and he played golf the other day. So he's finding all the middle-aged things to do. Running and golf. I couldn't do golf if you actually paid me, really. Not very good at all. Not very good at all. So Janine's back in EastEnders, but as I say, I think she's only back for a little while. I don't even know. I mean, I know the character, I think, but I couldn't tell you anything about it. But they do this every so often. The old Watts, it was trying to get back in again, wasn't he? It was the one who left. I can't remember what his name was. Oh, he was some bloke, and he'd been on television. He's got a book out, and he was talking about the fact he was a tea leaf when he was younger, and then he went, "Oh, I'd quite like to go back to EastEnders." I thought, yeah, because you haven't got any work. That's what it is. You're going back for the money, but I don't think that's the reason. I think the writing needs a kick up the rear end in EastEnders. Kerry Katona froze in fear as she tried to cross a ravine over poles in Who Dares Wins. But what was it about the programme, love, you never understood? It's called SAS Who Dares Wins. Did you check out what they were? What do you think they were? Pixies or something? No, it's supposed to be very tough, but we know that you're not. The ex-pop star, when was that? God in heaven, about the 1800s. So she's overcome bankruptcy, your fault, addiction, dubbed her effort pathetic, and wept about not completing the task. Honestly. She's also everything came out. It was like therapy. Ex-weather presenter Ulrika Johnson. She hasn't read the weather for donkey's years. Was warned to stop whimpering. James Cracknell found the SS-style exercise an ordeal. Of course it is. It's SAS. If it was any easier, the producer would be doing it. The very idea that he might get wet out there, that would put him off straight away. I don't want to get my hair wet, Steve. I'm not very happy with this and all the rest of it. It's a bit cold out there. Just get on with it. They're the SAS. I mean, the very idea that Kerry Katona could basically tie up her own shoelaces, I find a little bit worrying. But it's already been filmed. It's already been filmed. It was done last year. Who wins? I couldn't care less. Couldn't care less. Wes Nelson says, I have quite a cheeky face and sometimes it lands me in trouble. I'm sorry, listen, you're all doing this for money. What are you moaning about? Just get on with it, pick up the cash, and go home. And shut up. Oh, I get so cross reading about these stupid people's lives. But of course, Kerry Katona has made £1 million, she told us the other week, just through getting her boobies out. So she's having them enlarged, so there's more of her boobies to see. Which is great value, isn't it? I might take out a subscription myself and pay her to keep her clothes on. The sun came out. The Victorian Pier at Llandudno in North Wales was packed with visitors. It's a lovely pier. Very nice pier. I like this pier a lot, actually. Hence the song, Pier We Go, Pier We Go. It doesn't matter. And things will cool down today, but West England, Western Scotland get the best of the weather. And Sarah Kent of the Met Office said, if you want sunshine, west is going to be best. So there you go. Powerful drama hitting the screens. And it's all about Stephen Lawrence and the murder of. Doreen Lawrence says, I won't see justice for Stephen in my lifetime. She was talking on Lorraine's show last week. Plus, Colin Salmon, the Bond movie star, has told how he feared he was facing death after contracting coronavirus on New Year's Eve. Yep, all those people getting on the buses without wearing their masks on. Could be carriers. Very likely, actually. Very likely. The best Yorkshire puds are Waitrose. Ready-made ones, says Carol in Gerrard's Cross. Lovely. Yeah, I mean, put it this way, Marks and Spencer's do nice. They do small ones and they do big ones. You just heat them up in the oven. It takes but minutes. Bit of an expensive way of doing it, so make sure you're cooking something else in the oven at the same time, which is a lot easier. And then my father used to have them, according to my brother, with jam. He would put jam in a Yorkshire pudding. Oh, I don't like the sound of that very much indeed. That doesn't sound very nice, does it? I bought one in Marks and Spencer's once. It was a big Yorkshire pudding which had mincemeat in it and carrots and stuff like that. That was quite nice. But no, never make these things yourself. Unless you're cooking on the television for people to watch you boring the pants off people. No, just get out there and buy it. That's why we have the frozen section in the supermarkets. It's for people like you and me who can't cook. We ping. Or you pop something in the oven, or you cook it on the stove. It's easy. Why would you bother sweating over something like doing this and mix this with that and get the flour out? Have you got baking powder? Have you got turmeric? No, what the hell? You'll find nothing in my food cupboard. Apart from Prosecco. And you just, I mean, you could add Prosecco to it if you wanted to. And then you just pop it in a frying pan and you cook something. It's as simple as, why waste time? What's the point of spending hours getting a meal ready and eating it in 3 minutes? My mother used to say, slow down, because she spent all morning cooking. For Christmas, I mean, if you can afford it, go out to a hotel, but it's not cheap. Not cheap at all, I'm afraid. If you're going out for Christmas lunch in a Christmas dinner in a London hotel, average price £100, 120. 140, and some hotels £250, £300. It's a head. Yeah, it's really expensive. It's really expensive. And yet, relatively speaking, it's a cheap dinner. Turkey's relatively inexpensive. Potatoes don't cost that much. The vegetables, have been steamed, so that's not too complicated. And the Yorkshire puddings were probably made a few weeks ago. And yet they were able to charge a lot of money. I mean, we have been out, and it worked out. I think we went out into Essex somewhere. I think there was about 13 of us. And it was about 80 quid a head, not including booze. Not including the booze. And, of course, everybody goes, go on, drinks all round. Yeah, water, get the water in. It's very expensive. But it saves having all the hassles at home of people arguing about, cooking and people. My mother used to wake up at the crack of dawn to put the turkey in the oven. And then she sort of learnt if you put it in overnight, it was much better. Steve, we used to have Yorkshire puddings filled with Philadelphia cheese. That sounds quite nice. In Welsh, the name of a microwave is pop dipping. Says John. Thank you. I just realised we're nearly finished, actually. Nearly finished. The BBC have axed, as I say, Gordon Ramsay's game show because it didn't do well in the ratings. If only they'd scrapped so many of their other programmes which don't do well in the ratings. I mean, some of them are just ghastly. Ghastly. And yet they sort of persevere. You can always tell when they persevere because they put the person in it on Strictly Come Dancing. All of a sudden you start going, I wonder what they're good at. And you go, I don't know who they are. And they go, CBeebies. You go, right. Oh, of course. How wise. Right, so the papers today, the drone blasting the ISIS-K bombers. The Sun's Jab Army is recruiting our incredible readers. And Eddie the Eagle Edwards is struggling to get any lift in his love life. He said after his divorce, he said attempts at romance went right down the drain. So there you go. You have to know. And Piers Morgan is odds on to make a return to Good Morning Britain by the end of the year. Because one of the bookmakers have cut the odds down, so there's a very good chance he could go back. He quit. He was never fired. I love the way people go, he was dropped, No, he wasn't. And if he goes back there, that'll save all the faffing around. The others have been okay. They've been okay, but nobody beats our Piers. And I think it'll be good. I love upsetting a few people. The people who go, no, he had to go, he had to go. No, they had more complaints about Love Island and people swearing on it, which was a lot easier. Chris Lowry, over in España, says, my mum used to put syrup on Yorkshire puddings. Syrup? Oh, no, we used to have a tin of that in the cupboard. Not too sure about it.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday. We love Tuesday. Tuesday's great because it means that you've already had Oh, lower the tone of that music. Way too loud. Good God in heaven, honestly. If I wanted the orchestra in my ear, I'd have booked them to privately walk into my studio. But no, because you've had the bank holiday Monday, it's short a week. You've only got to do 4 days. How easy is that? Goodness sake, honestly, we've all worked the 5 days and love every second of it. Better sort of start making your will. There's an asteroid 3 times the size of the Statue of Liberty heading towards Earth. I mean, I've seen some of them which have crash landed. Some of them miles across. They crash in the Arizona desert. They obviously sort of get near land and go, don't think so, and go, and they literally provide huge craters. Unbelievable. But this one is 3 times the size of the Statue of Liberty. I don't know if that's lengthwise or if it's width or anything else like that. The dirty truth about disposable nappies. Owners are queuing up for Penn's pooches all the way from Afghanistan. God knows why. He's very much divided the nation because, to be brutally honest, and without putting too fine a point on it, the 200 pets that he's brought over to this country just add to the thousands who are currently sitting in kennels who've been abandoned by their owners. So all this garbage they give you about, we're a nation of animal lovers, we are. We abandon animals. Ask all the main charities and they will tell you how many dogs and cats are looking for owners out there, and yet people say, we're queuing up to get one of Penn's pooches. Pfft, I don't think so. Towie's Tommy Mallet, I think he's called, reckons he'll be the first billionaire of the show. He sells shoes or something. I mean, he sold 11 million quid's worth last year. I don't want to break it to the poor little soul, but I mean, he's not the brightest penny in the box. The difference between 11 million and a billion is quite a lot, dear. That's a lot of numbers. He's also in one of those dreary programmes on the television where they get their girlfriends up the duff, but they're not actually married. It's fantastic. It's called Have As Much Sex As You Want, Ditch Them, and then go find somebody else. No shortage on Towie. A man who fell off his jet ski was over the age of 40. What is it about these people? They just go, I've got over 40, I'm going to relive my childhood. I'll get a motorbike. Nope, I'll get a quad bike. Nope, I'm going to get a jet ski. And they go there. He was going so fast, it threw him off and threw him straight through a fence. I mean, you can't help feeling he's obviously a bit dim. And Fergie in Teletalks. Oh, more garbage. This dreadful book that she co-wrote. She couldn't even write it by herself. She thinks it's going to be turned into something on the television. Give it up, love. Give it up. Please. You know, for the sake of everybody. You've always been the embarrassment in the family. But now, of course, you've got the 2 daughters and you've got your ex-husband, who possibly could be the biggest embarrassment in the entire royal family. And there's us thinking it was Prince Edward years ago when he couldn't make it in the Marines. You know, because they said you have to get up early in the morning. No, I'm to theatre. I like going to theatre and shows and glitter and things like that. And to be honest with you, out of all the people whose marriage you thought would have collapsed years ago, Edward's marriage is going strong. All the other marriages have split up. You know, Anne, Charles. I mean, they literally sort of go through these people, and they all say, you know, to have one marriage collapse is maybe not so good. 2, looking a bit dodgy. 3, there's a problem with the family. And the problem is huge within the family because they don't know the real world. There's another picture of Prince Charles, and he's actually meeting with a convicted fraudster, somebody who's convicted of money laundering. But somebody should have said in Charles's team, you know, bad enough that you've got a brother who's not following the plan. They've done a huge bit with Mark Bukowski in one of the papers today on where does Prince Andrew go from here, and he's now dicing. You know, can he ever make a comeback? Not a chance. Not a chance. And in fact, when the Queen finally goes and Charles is in charge, I think he will knock him back even further. And hopefully the 2 quiet people over in the States who spend most of their time in litigation, perhaps they'll start dropping the silly royal titles because, you know, if you don't like the royal family, well, then get the hell out, and get the hell out as quick as possible. The school that put cameras in the toilets have been accused of invading pupils' privacy. They've done it to stop bullying, because that's where people go to bully people. They go to the toilets. And, I mean, how many times, you know, at your school? Although, actually, I never got bullied at school. I didn't get anything like that. I'm sure there were people, because in my class we had fat, thin, sticky-out ears, ginger, freckles, spots, you know, you name it. We had everything, but it didn't really exist so much. You got a few people trying to cadge cigarettes off you and sweets and stuff like that, but there wasn't any actual bullying. I mean, it wasn't like Tom Brown's school days, which was, you know, life in a public school in this country. It could be pretty harsh for little boys who were thrown in there at the age of 9 to 11, things like that, and all of a sudden they had to grow up fairly quickly. But the one thing you will discover is little boys who've been to private education and they've been to the universities and the colleges and the schools and things like that can hold a conversation with an adult without any trouble whatsoever. They can actually talk. You went to private school? Oh, Godfathers. Well, that kind of sums it up, doesn't it? The producer went to private. What do you want to be when you grow up? I want to work with Steve Allen. Well, there you go. You've achieved your objective. Somebody wrote to me a short while ago, a couple of years back, and they were saying, I've listened to your programme, and I'm not surprised you haven't got any qualifications. And I thought, yeah, still doing better than you, though. I could always laugh at things like that. I didn't need to stay at school. I failed my 11 plus, left school at 15 when you were allowed to, and worked ever since. Never actually stopped working, which is always the best. That's what people do. You know, I wanted to leave school, work and earn money. I didn't think of anything else at all. And I didn't care what the job was, so I worked in retail for a few years and did all sorts of little bits and pieces. And it paid off. It paid off. But I do love it. I mean, now, you know, I'm getting quite worried. All we're getting is positive vibes from everybody. You know, people saying, nice to have you back, blah, blah, blah. Audience figures looking good. You know, we still have our incredible spike in the morning, because somebody wrote to me the other day. I think they wrote to me. They either might have written to me or the producer and said, how much longer we got to put up with Steve Allen? And I said, you should write back and go another 3 years. I don't want to make too much a bigger deal of it, just in case other people are listening. The Queen's got a beefcake great nephew. He's one of the Chattos. He's going to join the Commandos, the first royal to do so. But when you look at him, and he's 22, I think, and he's beefy. And you look at Prince Edward. I mean, Prince Edward looked like the biggest drip of all time. He didn't look as though he could actually... He's the sort of person who put pleats in his underpants because they didn't really fit properly and stuff like that. Kerry Katona says the SAS was like therapy for her. Why don't you just get on with your life, dear, and stop droning on about things which nobody's interested in? We really couldn't care less, because you've made a living out of talking about your problem. You don't seem to think about anybody else. You only think about yourself all the time. We know the reason you went on the SAS programme is because you haven't got any money. All this baloney about I've made £1 million through getting my boobs out, I'm afraid, is not going to hold out much water. Although she's having her boobs enlarged. Really exciting. I bet your children must be really pleased. Very pleased. What was the other one? Notting Hill Carnival not happening, but we told you that weeks and weeks ago because we knew about it weeks and weeks and weeks and months ago. And yet there were still some pictures of people in the paper today who decided that they would put their costumes on and walk the route. I didn't quite see the point of it, so there's 4 of them. They said they were given permission. You don't need permission to walk along the pavement on the route of the Notting Hill Carnival. But it just seemed a bit pointless to me. I don't know why they cancelled the Notting Hill Carnival. I can't work it out. The weeks and the clock is ticking on Geronimo. Yes, we're getting ready for the men from Defra with their guns. I don't know why guns. They put in the paper plural guns, and I thought there's only the one, Geronimo alpaca. You won't need anything. What if the first gun doesn't work? Well, just kind of then he gets a reprieve or something. It's like, I think they did that, didn't they? Wasn't there somebody famous years ago, a highwayman, and every time they tried to hang him outside Newgate Prison, it didn't work. So in the end, I think they actually reprieved him, because it just didn't happen at all. And I think they did the same in the early days. If the hangman's noose failed to have the desired effect, they gave them a reprieve. But this particular guy he'd been convicted so many times, and he was sort of waiting to be hanged, and it never happened. And then he escaped on one occasion. He escaped because that was a popular day out for Londoners. Let's go to the hanging. And you go and buy your butter kissed and, your hot dog and everything else and stand there with your camera phone going, is he going now? Okay, watch him swing. And they would do the crowd. Thousands and thousands of people would assemble outside Newgate Prison. And the condemned person would be led out. Whereas most hangings in our era, in our sort of days, were done privately in prison. We didn't do public hangings at all. The last time they did public hangings was when they did war criminals and stuff like that, people who were shot and people who were hanged. But normally, people in prison who'd been given the death penalty, it was done privately. They were in the condemned cell, and next door to them was the execution cell. We didn't sort of go there for a jolly old day out. Unlike those people working inside the Tower of London, who must have been sort of sick to death of the amount of people who were sort of going, another beheading? Yep, another beheading. And you can still go and see the axe. So they tell you it's the axe. I mean, it looks pretty gruesome to me, definitely. One woman in Maidstone, in one of the hospitals, was told by the doctor she was too fat, clinically obese, and told the reason she was that fat is because of all the rubbish food she was eating. And of course, that's how it works. Some people have a very good metabolism, and they can digest food, and they don't put on weight. Which is they're very lucky, and we don't hang around with them because they're bloody boring. Okay, I don't want to hear anybody going, I can eat as much as I like, Steve, and I never put on an ounce. Those people are off my Christmas card list. I don't put them on there. There's no presents, there's no tree, there's no lights. You sit there in total misery. Stuff yourself with as many curries as you can eat and boxes of crisps. A friend of mine was married to a girl and she could eat everything, and I didn't like her either. That's the way it goes now. But some people only have to eat 15 cream cakes or a bucket of KFC and they put on the weight. And you see them waddling down the high street, the ones who've got like 3 bottoms. They're absolutely enormous. And you think it's because of what you're eating. You're eating pizza, you're eating chips, you're eating all the things which you can have in moderation. And if you're clinically obese, your life is going to be ended a lot sooner than most other people's, because the strain on your heart, you've seen them in America, they make programs about it, they make television programs just to remind you of how fat that country is. And we've got roughly the same. I mean, some people, I've seen them sitting in KFC with their bottom hanging over the side of the chairs. They don't make chairs big enough. In America, they had to bury some bloke in a piano case because they didn't have a coffin that size to bury him in. So they buried him in a piano case and they had to have him winched out of the house. And you think to yourself, that's due to overeating. There was one girl, they had to remove windows and the door of the house that she was living in with her parents because she was so clinically and morbidly obese, they couldn't get her out any other way. She goes to hospital and she goes, I want and she's still trying to get the free food. Still trying to get the food. All of the local takeaways knew her, and she had an account with every single one of them. Her friends were bringing her in food. She came back from hospital. They'd had to replace all the windows and all the rest of it. And it turns out her parents were giving her this food. Or she likes KFC. She's going to die. Are you mad? Don't parents realise? I mean, sometimes you do see clinically obese children, which can either be a glandular problem, or then you look at what they're eating and you start thinking, that's why you're that size. I know people now who are so concerned that they're watching what their pets are eating as well, because it's very easy to get a clinically obese dog and the strain on their little hearts, because they can't tell you. You know, you just look at them and you go, you're too fat, you're eating the wrong things. But of course, kids are brought up to enjoy sweet things. We all had the same. We all had exactly the same. You know, we all enjoyed sweets, but because we didn't live near the sweetie shop, you know, I mean, you had to sort of, it was a hell of a cycle ride to get there. And we didn't have very much money for things like that. So we didn't have sweets very often. It wasn't even, not even necessarily a treat. It was a case of we didn't develop a taste for it, and my mother cooked. So, you know, if you wanted something, she'd make you a sandwich, you know, cheese and pickle, or, you know, ham salad or something like that. We didn't even think about it. You know, we went out and we picked strawberries, picked blackberries. My mother would make pies and stuff like that. So sweets didn't come into it, apart from Christmas, where you'd have a few nuts in a stocking, and that was always quite nice, wasn't it? So you get your hands on the old nuts. I tell you, I was there, eating them. It's a bit on walnuts in the paper today. Will you wipe that smile off your face? Again, honestly, you do your best, don't you? You do your best. You help them out. You know, I'm doing a break. I'm in the middle of explaining how the programme works. I'm not just going to sort of veer onto something else. I'm not that type of presenter. I'm very focused. And another one here, Michael says, oh yes, actually 4. I didn't want to tell you that. Don't want to upset you too much. Steve, glandular problem, overactive donut gland. Yeah, but it's the thing. I mean, everything's got sugar in it. It doesn't matter what it is now. It's all got sugar in it. And I look at stuff and I think, oh, I'd like that. You know, I like Krispy Kreme donuts, but I couldn't have any more than one of them. And it would have to be, you know, I couldn't have it on a daily basis. I would have to have it spread out a little bit. You know, mainly because I'm trimming down, which is quite good. Sometimes I go a little bit over the top and I have a few little bits and pieces, and other times, you know, I'm really, really good about it. But you do see more and more people who are sort of seriously borderline, you know, you're going to have a heart attack and you might not come back from it. It's as simple as that. Love Island's waitress, Liberty Poole, I mean, seriously, I mean, what were her parents thinking? Is going back to higher education. How wise. That's a very good idea. Very good idea. Swimmers warned about an amorous dolphin who's faffing about somewhere. And I like the idea of Fergie in telly talks, honestly. This woman lives such a deluded life. Such a deluded life. What was the other one? Oh, yes, the heartbreak and horror at the Operation Ark mission. It's divided the country over this pen bloke, you know, and 200 animals that we've now got that we've got to look after. Like, we haven't got loads of other animals to look after in this country. We've just got more. He's just heaped it all on us. 200 animals, God in heaven. The Warehouse of Horror in Harlow. And that's some people, they thought they had sort of a nice lookout over some fields. And unfortunately, they've put up a huge warehouse on it. So what they're looking at is a brick wall. They're not at all happy. Not at all happy. Marmite beer. You'll either love it or hate it. I'm so glad I don't drink beer. I can't think of anything worse. And TV host Dan, Interesting Walker, is going to shrug off any criticism he gets from the trolls due to his faith. I mean, to be honest with you, I really couldn't give a forex. I don't know why it is nowadays. People have to tell you everything about themselves. You know, so you get Kerry Coke Toner, you know, oh, it was like therapy for me, this. And then Jordan, oh, this is this. We've heard it all a million times before. Nobody gives us stuff. They really don't. Just get on with your life. Try and sort it out by yourself. You know, that would... But I have said on previous occasions that after Jordan was attacked in her own house by person or persons unknown and punched in the face, I'm hoping, and well, that's what I was hoping, that she's talking to the police at the moment to try and identify this person so that we can get them into court as quickly as possible, because this person is a danger. If this person is willing to attack somebody in their own home, I want to know who it is so we can warn everybody else. That would make an awful lot of difference. 84850, and another one here. And Gary says, you're a tub of lard. I'm 13 stone. What are you talking about? I'm just under 6 foot tall and 13 stone. I'll tell you what, we're going to put you, Gary, out of your misery. You know, and that's not fat shaming. That's telling the truth. That's telling the truth about somebody. You're obviously one of these simpletons. I mean, it's not your fault. You can't help it. You obviously didn't have a very good education. And you think, a tub of lard. I mean, seriously. I'm a size 34 waist, which is, quite normal in this time. I bet you're about a 38, 40, aren't you, I should imagine. Mind you probably don't have clothes like that at all. Most of your stuff is probably sackcloth and ashes. But tub of lard at 13 stone. You need to get yourself an education, Keys says, so how did you get rich? It obviously wasn't by talent. No, it really wasn't. They just gave it to me. And I noticed he's only got 2 followers, Keith in Exeter, which gives you a rough idea how tragic his life must be. 2 followers. Of course, you know what we've done between me and the producer, who's currently having his tea. We have to put you out of your misery. Because if you're terminally stupid, there's nothing you can do about it. You probably don't know you're thick, so we have to tell you you're a bit thick. It's the sort of people who will be writing about Dan Walker and going, because you're Christian and all the rest of it. Whereas, it's like people who sort of tell, they want to tell you that they're gay, and you think, who cares? You don't get people coming up to you going, oh, by the way, hello, my name is Michael, I'm going to do so-and-so for you, and I'm straight. And you go, yeah, why would that be of any interest to people? Also, what was the other one as well? We found the Rolling Stones' biggest fan, and that Gemma Collins story has reappeared again. Yesterday, she's been persuaded to spend over a few £1,000s buying a giraffe, which is about 9 foot tall, holding a chandelier. She's got no sense of taste or fashion or anything at all. Look at some of the ghastly outfits the poor old bag turns up in. Dreadful. Steve, I have, says Shane, a Lamington every now and again. They're very sweet. Somebody told me what these are because we then looked them up on YouTube, and it's an Australian sort of cake thing. That's all I know. I forget what it's like, actually. It sounded quite nice when we actually looked at it. I remember, I think that was good. Sorry. They cancelled the carnival because in July we were still in lockdown. They needed time to organise it, says Roger. I don't know why they do. It's the same every year. It's exactly the same every year. Everybody dresses up. They get completely off their trolleys on booze. And I know because one of our studios used to be on part of the carnival route down in Shepherd's Bush. And they used to use the road behind our building for putting some of the floats in. And I tell you now, I've never seen so many empty vodka bottles after the float had moved off. I mean, unbelievable vodka bottle. Some little bottle, big bottles. They were alcoholics from the start on these floats, and the glass all over the place. Really messy. I've always said, I don't mind the Notting Hill Carnival, but just go and do it in a field in Enfield somewhere. We don't need it in Notting Hill. All the people of Notting Hill hate it. They move out. We've had people phoning up LBC over the years saying that they move out over Carnival. People wee in your front garden. Some woman opened her front door to find somebody weeing up against her window. It's that disgusting. So, go and do it in their own places. Prunella Scales, his son, says it's very sad they can't talk to her because of the dementia. I love Prue Scales. I think she's fantastic. And I like the kids as well. And a teen fears that his rugby dream could be over because he's got big feet. Why would that affect your rugby? Wouldn't affect you playing rugby at all. I mean, can you not move your feet one in front of the other, love? I mean, surely it doesn't make any difference. The producer's exactly the same size that I am. We have so much in common. And he's 10 and a half. And I'm 10 and a half as well. Look at that. I think you need the extra half. I didn't realise because I've tried. 10's too tight. 11 is just a little bit like sort of wandering about in boats. But 10 and a half is good. But you try finding 10 and a halves. It's not always easy. Not always easy. I've just sort of hunt around a little bit. And then I used to have shoe trees. You put them in there and it stretched the shoe out a little bit. You ever heard of shoe trees? No. Oh, well. And it was quite a good idea. We used to have them, and it kept your shoes nice. Nowadays, people don't, because shoes are fairly cheap to buy. 40 quid for a pair of shoes. And after you've had good use out of them, you throw them away and get another pair. I'm generally about 2 pairs ahead, because once I find a shoe I like, I sort of put them on and think, oh, they're not. I can't wear anything. Apart from, I got a lovely pair of trainers sent to me, very flash trainers from Professor Jonathan Shallett. He very kindly sent them to me. It's like a pre-Christmas come birthday present, and they were lovely. They're the only shoes I've got that have got laces in. All of my other shoes are slip-ons. I don't have any laces in shoes at all. I find it a bit difficult to do that. Steve, it's good that Gemma Collins spent that money on the giraffe. I'm sure she benefited from losing a few pounds, says John in Colchester. It's the most ghastly thing you've ever seen. And the trouble is her house is quite pokey. They call it a mansion. The one thing it ain't is a mansion, I promise you. Because she lives in a cloud cuckoo land, you know, because we know somebody who lives very close to her. And have you ever tried unusual meats like horse or lion? Well, we've all eaten horse, Robert. I mean, come on, even you can't be that stupid. You've forgotten the story. We were eating it. It came from the abattoirs. It got mixed in with normal meat. We've been eating horse for ages and ages. Ages and ages. In fact, there are restaurants in Paris that serve horse or pig's trotters and things like that. There's all sorts of things. I wouldn't eat lion. Why would I eat lion? Definitely not. Definitely not. Paul says, still buying cheap... Oh, dear, we have to try and... When you left school, Paul... Did they give you, like, you know, a piece of paper, which you probably can't read, and it says on you, on there, how stupid you are, you know, and how illiterate? Cheap is C-H-E-A-P, okay? Cheap that you've done is little birds go cheep, cheep, cheap. I mean, how did they let you out of school with an education that quite clearly went in one ear and went out the others? Did you used to draw little things on your desk and put little patterns on there and sort of have names? I bet you never had any friends. Roger says, I only went to the carnival once. There was a stench of wee and weed all around. Yeah, there always is. But every year you get the same thing. You get a jolly fat black lady who's dancing with a policeman's helmet. I'm sure she goes every year just so they can show you that it's, you know, it's carnival. Thousands of people go. They have Children's Day. A lot of bottles on Children's Day, a lot of bottles. And the sound systems they have to close down early because the neighbours are going, listen, can we please have some sleep? Please have some sleep. Because they're big. I mean, don't get me wrong. I do like a big sound system. Big sound system. You know, the more it pumps out. I told you about a friend of mine, Rick James, who was a local DJ in Berkshire. And he had these big orange speakers. And on the front of it was like rope. They were really big, powerful, big bass speakers. They pumped out the music, and it was just brilliant, absolutely brilliant. So I do like those sound systems, but if I was trying to get to sleep, I wouldn't be wild about it. Can you say a happy 50th birthday, says Andrea, to my husband, Stuart Smith. We were going to be celebrating in Spain, but due to COVID, we're on a road trip around the UK. We're in Rutland today and Brighton tomorrow, then Bath, Morecambe and Ambleside. 10 days, 800 miles, lots of eating planned in. We live in South Yorkshire and love your show. My mum Sheila listens every day. I missed you so much when you were away, you see? Very nice people in this world. Very nice people. Says, hope you're well. I am, actually. I'm remarkably chipper. Remarkably. 24 years since Princess Diana died. 24. It doesn't seem possible, does it? And isn't that book coming out, that ghastly one written by the wayward son, otherwise known as Harry? 24 years since she died. I think it's coming out on her birthday. I know you've said that you and Dale had been out and were trying to get the papers. I was woken up by Brian to tell me she died. We watched the TV coverage all day. They went to Northolt to see them bring her home. A terribly sad day. Terribly sad day. Yeah, we'd been out on the town and been for dinner. Came back, went to Earl's Court, pick up the papers, and he went, they're all late this morning. Don't know what it is. The papers are just late in being printed. And got home, and that's when, on the way home, I was listening to the news coming in on LBC, and they were saying that there's been a crash and that Princess Diana was involved in it. And it was then that the news emerged that she'd been killed, and that's when everybody went into deep shock. Almost, seemingly an impossible thing. And then, of course, it all went with the cover-up, and nobody saw this car and nobody saw that car, and then there were conspiracy theories, and then we had people, and it was the best-attended funeral they've ever had in the royal family. Best-attended funeral. It really was. But in fact, the funeral you were watching, as you probably know by now, was the Queen Mother's funeral. They didn't have any other funerals in place. The Queen Mother's funeral had been rehearsed, and they were all ready, although she didn't need it for a few more years after that. And so the Diana funeral was, in fact, the Queen Mother's funeral. And it went very well. Went very well indeed. Very well. And people were wailing as the coffin came out of Kensington Palace. And then the flowers. She was put into the hearse. And as it went out of London up to, to get up onto the motorway, people were throwing flowers. I never seen it. They had to stop the moment they hit the motorway so that the people driving the hearse could get out and get rid of all the flowers. They couldn't see through the windscreen. There were so many flowers. So many flowers. It was absolutely, absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And, Debbie, well, I'll be very glad to see the back of you then. Very glad to see the back of you. You know, if somebody writes something abusive, which you're prone to doing, then we have to get rid of you. You know, and the educational side of it, if you can't spell and you're supposed to be an adult, that is really bad news. Really bad news. So I'm going to put you out of your misery, which makes it a lot. Oh, it's gone already. Producer works faster than I do. Never mind, Debbie. See you. Bye. Dave in Plymouth. He says, I got into trouble at school for writing naked thighs on the desk, but the upside is it was correctly spelt. Please note I'm not Banksy. I can well imagine you're not Banksy. Somebody said, why does he not get done for graffiti? Well, the trouble is, it's because his things are worth so much money. The sort of graffiti you get round our way, and probably around your way, is sort of illiterate little children trying to spray paint something, and this is my moniker, and it's my moniker here, and you look at it and you go, you really are as dim as a paintbrush, aren't you? But whereas Banksy, they're works of art, and that's why they're worth a fortune, and these other dipsticks who just come round, and we get it all over the place. Rome is even worse. All the way round the circle in Rome, the graffiti is terrible. Terrible. Do you like horror films? Not particularly, no. I never understand why you would want to ever go to see a horror film, but there you go. Roger says some real horrors on Naked Attraction last night. I've given up, actually. The moment you see somebody with long hair and piercings, I don't bother. Seriously, I mean, why you'd want to stand... I mean, some of the blokes, little teeny tiny things that they've got. You think, honestly, how embarrassing. People are going to point and laugh. You know, any bigger, it'd be called a willy. And, you know, it's the little tiddly tiny thing. And then you look at some of the... And they've got tattoos and they've got piercings between their nipples and their ears and other bits of their body and stuff like that. And they're on there. Why? Because they can't find somebody to go out with. Any surprise? No, of course not. Seriously, they obviously were on the ugly tree and fell through all the branches, hitting everyone as they went down there. You know, and they go, oh, I can't understand why I've not found anybody. Look in the mirror. That'll tell you why you've not found anybody. Steve, not slept yet, says Catherine. I remember when Diana died, I was working as a sales assistant on the Black Watch ship and eating cereal at the time. I remember it because everybody was in shock. Well, I mean, they cornered Tony Blair. He was on his way into church. And, of course, he had to prepare something fairly quickly. And if you remember, the big scandal at the time was, you know, apart from the fact that she died in a car, in a tunnel, nobody else around, and people were trying to take pictures and all the rest of it. But the royal family, the Queen, was on holiday. She wasn't coming back down to London. She was up in wherever she was up in, and they hadn't even flown the flag at Buckingham Palace at half-mast. That's how arrogant the royal family were. At the time, it was a case of, listen, we'll cry if we lose a ship, but if it's a member of the royal family, just get on with it. And so the Queen had to be persuaded by the newspapers to come down. The papers were literally saying to her, get your bum off your seat and get down to London. OK, that's your duty. That's what we pay you for. And so, due to pressure from the media at the time, first of all, the flag was lowered to half-mast at Buckingham Palace. Up until then, it was a case of Her Majesty's on holiday, she will not be coming back to London. You bloody well will. And they dragged her back down again, and then she got out, and finally, you know, you saw the royal family. They don't enjoy being told what to do. That's why Harry's the way he is. Arrogant little so-and-so, like Andrew. Arrogant. You don't tell me what to do. I'm a member of the royal family. We are telling you what to do, pal, and it's getting worse. Getting worse. It's not good. Not good at all. Will we have a Lord Mayor show this year? I don't know, actually. I can't remember when they have it. Is it October, November? It's always... Because the Lord Mayor of London is always the richest person, isn't it? That's how he gets the job. Because I don't think it carries a salary. I think you have to be fairly well off to do it. And the Lord Mayor show is always very good, actually. If you've never been to it or you've seen it on the telly, they always do they do a good turnout. Lamingtons... Apparently, Australia's national cake is a square of light sponge, 2 inches square, covered in a thin coating of jam, then rolled in coconut. I visit my daughter in Australia and everybody serves you them if you go to tea, says Jill, in Ireland. Do you know, I've got loads of people listening to this programme in Ireland. Starved of good radio. Starved of good radio, they are. So now you know what Lamingtons are. I did know, actually, but I just couldn't remember which way round they were. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Why has TV become so trashy, Stella? I can tell you exactly. It's cheap. It's cheap. Reality shows, cheap. Very cheap. Naked Attraction, cheap. There's no shortage of people willing to get the kit off. Seriously, no shortage of people willing to exhibit themselves on television. Cooking programmes, cheap. Very cheap. That's why they don't do dramas. They do dramas every so often because it's so expensive to put a drama together. Whereas a cooking show, you just find some Z-list celebrities, stick them in a tent in a big garden and have 4 judges. That's where the money is wasted. You know, why you need 4 judges on something, I've got no idea. You just need Prue Leith or Mary Berry and Paul Hollywood. You don't need comedians. You don't need Sue and the other one. You don't need them to start telling you. Then we're not interested. Just get on with it. It's a cooking programme. You know, Noel Fielding. Oh, blimey, about as funny as nothing. He dyed his hair blonde the other day. It looked even worse than when he dyed it black. Poor soul. 84850. Stella said, I'm very sad that you won't hear for most of my holidays, but I'm ecstatic that you're back. Thank you for repeating the idiots of the Taliban are not real Muslims. They're absolutely not. Their interpretation of the Quran is completely different. Where in the Quran does it say you must kill women and you must make them second-class citizens? It doesn't say that at all. Where does it say you will grow poppy and you will sell drugs to the rest of the world because you're in the heroin market? It doesn't. It doesn't say that at all. It's their own interpretation. But there's a few people who support them, but they're mainly the ones who've got a few screws loose upstairs, which is about the good thing. Oh, I got a lovely story of a bone idol opera singer. This one, the story, you could not make this story up. The moment I read it, I thought, you're not serious, are you? It's a very interesting story, but, you know, but not really. And Marmite beer, as I said before, I don't know if you're going to love it or hate it. I can't think of anything worse. And I do like a bit of Marmite. I do like a little bit of Marmite. I think it's actually quite nice, but not too thick. Not too thick. It's a case of you just put it on thin. But I did know somebody who actually put loads on. I mean, like a quarter of an inch thick of Marmite on a piece of toast. I remember thinking, God, blimey, that's way too strong. Way too strong. And are you a Freemason? I'm not at liberty to discuss that. Dib, dib, dib. I can't tell you that. No. There's loads of people in the business who are in Freemasonry. I know all about Freemasonry because I've got various friends in it. I wouldn't listen. Even if I was in it, I wouldn't tell you. Nothing to do with you. Mind your own business. I love the way that people are sort of saying, "Are you a Freemason?" It was just the oddest sort of question. I've been to Freemasonry evenings. In fact, I'm very lucky because I live in Twickenham, and we have a building there, and all the lodges meet. We have nearly 300 lodges from the area that all meet in this building. Obviously not at the same time. That would be a bit silly. Michael said, did you have fillet steak yesterday? No, I didn't. I didn't have Italian yesterday. And it was very nice, very nice. It was sort of those little parcel things that have got stuff in the middle of them, which... Ravioli, that's right. It was quite nice, actually. It was quite nice. And so I had that with some vegetables. It was very good. Very good indeed. But today I've got a couple of things to do, and I've got breakfast with my brother and his wife and his youngest daughter and her boyfriend. So I think we're just going to go to a Starbucks. It's very difficult to find places where you could just go and have a breakfast. I think there should be places that are open all day and all they serve is breakfast. And you go in there and it's like a buffet. I quite fancy that idea, actually. So there is an actor. He's warned young hopefuls, don't waste your time and money on acting schools. But that's where a lot of people... What now? What's the matter? Why do you have these little smiles all to yourself? Are you nursing some secret or something that you're not prepared to tell me? I love it. So don't waste your time in acting school. But that's the whole idea, isn't it? It was like if you watch Tootsie. He's a teacher in an acting school, but he's never actually had a job. The only time he ever gets a job is when he dresses up as a woman, as Tootsie, and lands a job on a soap, as a soap, which is quite popular. But then lots of people go to college and universities, and they learn to be an actor. You know, and there's been some very famous ones, the Anna Scher schools and Sylvia Young and places like that take kids who are very young, mainly because it keeps them off the streets. Secondly, because there's a very good chance that you can get a job in a soap. Although in Coronation Street, they had a sort of an idea that they didn't want kids who'd been to stage school. They were a little bit too prepped. They wanted somebody who had that raw talent off the street. They were looking for sort of somebody who hadn't been affected by stage school. Because you can always spot them on the stations. Very loud. Very loud. Kids who've been to stage school. Hello, hi. They're all like that. I've noticed young people, they were sitting on the train. The train yesterday. Hilarious. I get on the train, I'm thinking I'm going to Richmond. And the signs inside the train are sort of broken down. And I'm sitting there and I'm looking at the sort of people who are on my train, and it wasn't the normal sort of people who would be on my train. It's, I don't know where we... Anyway, and so he said, right, here we are at Putney. The next station is Hounslow. And I thought, Hounslow? What in God's name am I going to Hounslow for? And it turns out they were doing work at Richmond Station, so all the trains were diverting. So I get to Hounslow, and I'm now sort of running, not late because I didn't have anything in particular to do, and they had a bus service. So they've got double-decker buses. I mean, there was only 2 of us on it, a double-decker bus. And I didn't know that he was actually going to Twickenham. I thought he said he was going to Richmond. And so I said, when we get near the rugby stadium, I said, you couldn't drop me off here. And he said, all right. And I said, because then I can get a bus to Twickenham. He said, I'm going to Twickenham. And he dropped me off at Twickenham Station. So it was really good. I've been on a couple of these bus things before, but I've got to check today that that we're going to Richmond. I'm in blooming Hounslow again, thank you very much indeed. It's all very worrying. They're always doing something on the railways. Bad enough having to walk to platform 21, thank you very much indeed, which I did, and I never complain about it. Have you noticed? I never complain about these sort of things at all. I'm a very good person. I go through life, actually. I sort of meander through it, which is good. Steve, lovely to have you back. As per usual, you have me laughing out loud in response to your humorous and witty comments, says Debbie. All right, I'll send you the £5. OK, got the £5. Much easier. 10 to 5. Wayne the trolley dolly. He's just landed in London after a few days in Hong Kong. How lovely. He said, I can't tell you how lovely it is to turn the car radio on and hear your dulcet tones. Dulcet tones. And Professor Jonathan Shelley, he's up early this morning. 9 minutes to 5. Goodness sake. And he says, Steve, there are many places to have breakfast. Virtually every hotel in London, many wonderful cafes, and then quite a few posh restaurants. The Wolsey, Chiltern Firehouse, then Terry's Cafe in Great Suffolk Street, Duck and Waffle in Bishopsgate Cafe, 41 in Bayswater, and Kettner's in Soho. Tell me the area you're having breakfast and I'll tell you a great place. Richmond. I wish I could go to all of... I've been to nearly all of these. I went to Kettner's, blimey, years ago, Jonathan, years and years ago. The Duck and Waffle in Bishopsgate, I've heard of. I know the Chiltern Firehouse, I know the Wolsey. Actually, for some reason, the Wolsey is not my favourite to have breakfast. Joe Allen's tried doing breakfast, and, because they were open anyway, it was a case of... they wanted to see how many people were sort of going, but I don't think there were ever enough people going in there. I like Terry's Cafe in Great Suffolk Street. That sounds quite nice. But it's not in Richmond. But bless your heart. Bless your heart. Have you ever tried crumpets, butter, Marmite, and a slice of extra strong cheese? No, I've heard of that, actually. I've heard of putting cheese over Marmite, but not thick Marmite, only thin Marmite, which makes it a lot easier. But as I say, I have seen people who sort of literally ladle it on like there is no tomorrow. Too much. Steve, you and your Marmite, you've got me salivating with the words Marmite. So I've just been down and made a Warburton's and Marmite, but the stuff just does not spread, unlike the Aussie copy of it. Oh, right. I told you I've got a jar of Marmite. It's stuck in a cupboard. A little bit leaked out. It's like concrete. I can't get the jar out of the cupboard. I need to get the hairdryer out and sort of aim it at the bottom of it. Make it a lot easier, actually. A lot easier. David in Sunderland, he said, I'm not feeling very well. Passing blood. Each time I go to the toilet, I'm very worried. Go to A&E. Go to A&E. Could be, it depends where the blood is coming from. But you shouldn't feel unwell. You might just feel a little bit sort of run down, but it sounds prostate. That would generally be something that would involve blood or something like that. So, to be honest with you, I would go to A&E and just get them to have a check out. Or failing that, you can phone the helpline. Somebody says, I remember the late, great Mike Dickin breaking the news of Diana's death. No, he didn't. No, I was listening to LBC. Ivy Cafe is great in Richmond for breakfast, says Jonathan. I knew he'd know. Do you know, I used to work in that building, Jonathan. That used to be called the Castle in Whittaker Avenue, and that end bit where the Ivy Cafe is now, that used to be a series of bars. You went in that door, there was a series of bars, there was a ballroom, other bars, there was a beer cellar, and a discotheque called Cheeky Pete's, and that was all part of that complex, and it was fantastic. And Steve says Julian Basingstoke. I remember the day Diana died very well. It was my most miserable birthday ever. Today I am 60. And I plan to make up for it out with the girls, but I'm very glad that you're back. 60. Honestly, it's so young, 60. When people tell me, they say, oh, I'm 60, and I go, gosh, that's young. That is very young. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Somebody says, love your show. Unfortunately, Keith is about 85% rice. The current photo isn't the best. It makes you look rather portly. No, it doesn't. It was taken about 8 years ago, and I'm as thin as a rake. What are you on about? Dear me. And your gaunt is pale. Oh, dear. You know, I think we have to lose you because you're a bit... because you can't spell. You're another one of those dim people who can't spell. Have you ever seen anybody who can't spell Marylebone? I mean, really? I love... Yes, I think it's the same person as before. So let's lose them because, you know, we have to put people out of their misery because otherwise it makes you sound a bit stupid. We don't want you to sound that stupid because you're obviously doing quite well by yourself. Have you ever tried pikelets? Yes, they're like thin crumpets. I mean, you can buy them down south, but I think mainly they're a northern thing, aren't they? Pikelets. You have them in Sainsbury's. Yeah, you get about 6 in a packet, don't you, or something like that. And I'm assuming you toast them exactly the same as you did the sort of crumpets. It's just that because they're thin, if you're on a diet, they're rubbish. Don't have them if you're on a diet. But, well, I mean, pikelets, crumpets... I tell you, even pita bread is very fattening. Huge amounts of fat in a pita bread, but there's something very nice about it, because I've started I'll buy... Warburton's do a very similar thing, and it's like a little thing. You toast it, and then it just opens up. It's already been cut for you, and you put some cheese in and some pickle, and then close it up and eat it like that. That's quite nice. That's quite nice. Or failing that, I just buy a loaf of bread and have some toast. But I get dreadful guilt pangs about having toast, thinking I shouldn't be having toast or anything like that. But there's something about it. You've just got to have it. And I had 4 pieces of toast about a week ago with peanut butter on. And it was particularly delicious. Steve says Claire, don't waste your time going to Starbucks for breakfast. Coffee's lovely, but the breakfasts are rubbish. No, I mean, I've had their panini with that's where I first had the Marmite and cheese paninis. They're very nice. They're very nice indeed. But I mean, you know, I wouldn't go in there and buy a bacon roll or anything like that. But definitely I would buy the paninis. Roger says, since BA scrapped their iconic 747 jumbos last year, all the newer planes, the 787s and the A350s, look the same. I don't know, but they're scrapping the drinks trolley on the short-haul flights, which we reported yesterday to you. And the reason being is that it's to cut down on weight. Well, how much booze are people drinking on short hauls? I mean, I don't, you know, if I was doing a long haul, I might have 1 or 2 drinks, and that would be it. I wouldn't drink myself into oblivion. The amount of people who get on flights, and it's their duty to drink as much booze as possible. It's not my idea. I just want to go to sleep. That's all I want to do. I look at it as a great opportunity. Pull the little shutter down by the window, you know, and curl up, and that's it. I'm very happy. Very happy like that. I'm not one of these people who sits there, you know, sort of tracking where the plane's going and looking at the maps going, all right, we're just going over. And then the captain says, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, there's your captain speaking. Look out to the right-hand side of the plane. So, of course, everybody comes over to my side and starts peering through the window. You'll see that we're just passing over Greenland because we're lost. And you look down, you think, lovely, it's just cloud. Just cloud, isn't it? We will very shortly be landing at Reykjavik, and you think, I'm definitely on the wrong plane. Definitely. I never understand how people ever got on wrong planes. But the only thing that you can't do is get on a plane that's not going to where you want to go. Although there was the lovely little lady who got on a plane in Italy, arrived here, gets off the plane. She thinks she's meeting members of the family that she's never met before. She ends up getting in a car with a family who have no idea who she is, but they think that she's their aunt that they're meeting from somewhere else. And it isn't till they're halfway down the road, and this woman goes, you know, who are you? And they go, who are you? And she went, I'm so-and-so, so-and-so. And of course they have to turn the car around and go back to the airport to throw her back out. So she got in the wrong car completely. She wasn't even supposed to be there. See, I think airports are the most boring things ever. It is boring. It takes you as long to get to the airport and to park the car and to pay exorbitant amounts of money. Don't ever make the mistake if you're going on holiday and put it in the short-term car park. You'll come back to bills of hundreds of pounds. People have got caught out by that. Trish says, crunchy or smooth? Crunchy. Crunchy. Definitely crunchy. I've tried smooth. It doesn't work the same for me. Pat in Tamworth says, when you get to the outskirts of Burton-on-Trent, the smell of Marmite is overwhelming. Really? Never even thought about it. Oh, music. You know what that means? News. Then what we'll do, we'll have a little wander through the papers for today. It being Tuesday. Tuesday's a nice day, and the reason it's a nice day is because you've only got to go to work for 4 days. So you should be feeling a lot better about life, that you haven't had to do a 5-day week. And if the weather stays roughly as it is at the moment, it won't make the slightest difference to anything at all. But the trains will be back again, heaving. The buses will be busy. And you'll just be enjoying life as undoubtedly you will try to. And just remember, just around the corner, Christmas, which is fantastic. We love Christmas. We can't get enough of Christmas. All those presents and the cards to write. In fact, actually, I looked at Costco the other day. They're selling Christmas cards already. Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to short week because you've had the bank holiday weekend. So back to normal. James O'Brien will be here from 10 o'clock this morning. Nick Ferrari will be with you from breakfast from 7. 31st of August, so it's last day of the month. Tomorrow we'll be doing pinch and punch, first day of the month, no returns. And not walking under ladders and doing the usual sort of thing. Festivals all over the place this previous weekend. I mean, literally. I suppose all the remnants from the Reading Festival will be staggering back into Waterloo and Richmond and all the other places. You can always spot them. They're always sort of young girls about the age of 15 or 16, and it's all, OK, yeah, we're all called Pandora and things like that. And they've all got the backpacks on and their Wellington boots. And they all sort of... I mean, seriously, sometimes the tents look as big as they are. And they all get on the trains, and thank God it hasn't rained, because when it's rained before, the trains are filthy dirty. They really are. But they had the Leeds Festival, and one rather enterprising drug dealer had been to the site beforehand, and he'd buried his cocaine. He had literally dug a hole, buried the cocaine, cover it over, and then when he went to the festival, he took his tent, and he pitched his tent over the haul of drugs that he'd buried in the ground. He'd worked out exactly where it was. After bypassing security, he paced out exactly where he'd hidden the haul. He snipped a hole in the bottom of the tent, dug up the drugs and began cutting them into wraps under canvas. Neighbouring campers complained about a powerful chemical smell, and security guards burst in on his pop-up cocaine factory. They reckon he'd buried it weeks before. It reminds me of a film, and I can't remember what it's called now, something like The Big Robbery or something, with Sid James in from years and years ago, where they'd robbed a bank and they'd thrown the money into a hollowed-out tree. When they came back years and years ago, because they got caught, but they never actually retrieved the money, it was still in the tree. They went back, and the place where there was a tree before, there was still a tree, but a town had grown up, and the tree was in the grounds of a police station, and they had to get it back. And that was the story of... it turned into a giant comedy. He's said to have used an X marks the spot map to find it before the festival opened on Friday, and he'd buried a considerable amount of cocaine, an entire block. I never understand. It just seems so old-fashioned now when people say, oh, you've been to a festival. Yeah. I remember being on a beach in the south of France years ago in Cannes, and Dale and I were on the beach, and there's a bloke talking to his girlfriend. They're American, and they're on the beach in Cannes, and they went, hey, have you seen the film Fantasia? And the girl said, yeah, I have. And he said, it's great when you're stoned. And I remember thinking, yeah, because I'd seen Fantasia. It's just lots of bright colours and dancing elephants and broomsticks and all the rest of it, which is good. I love the way that the police confirmed they'd made one arrest for trying to bring drugs into the festival, and a Leeds Festival spokesman declined to comment. Why? Because you were incompetent? I mean, at least, thank God, the people complained around there that there was a chemical smell. There's also some young people out on the town making the most of the 3-day weather. They say in Manchester, one woman kicked off her heels. You know why? They can't walk in them. You see it in London all the time. You come into town on a Sunday morning. I used to see all the people on a Sunday morning who'd been out to the clubs, Tiger round the corner and all the other places. And they bought these high heels on the Friday. Unfortunately, they hadn't actually worked out whether they could walk in them. And you see them staggering across Leicester Square, and they get near our front door, and then they have to take them off, and they just walk along in their bare feet. Filthy, dirty and horrible out there. But that's the way it goes. 84850. Paula says, whatever you do, don't accept a dinner invite from Katie Price. Got kicked off Celebrity MasterChef for serving raw steak with 3 measly Anemic-looking chips, says Paula. 3. Oh, I would put it this way, you wouldn't be going to Katie Price's filthy place, would you? Ever. Also, best way to eat Marmite is either as on toast or topped with cottage cheese. Oh, God, I can't bear cottage cheese. I don't know whoever eats that. I see it advertised on the television. I remember thinking, oh, it looks disgusting. Definitely not for me. And Roger says, I've just received my wages for August and it's £750 more than I was expecting. What should I do? Well, you know, the honest side of me says you have to own up to it because otherwise it's theft. If they've paid you, I got paid once, years and years ago. It's only years and years ago. Twice. In 1 month, I got my money twice. And I remember thinking, listen, I'm going to have to tell them because otherwise next month they won't get any money at all. And so I was very honest and told them. But I think if you're telling me that you've got 750 quid extra that you're not supposed to have, then you have to tell somebody. Because otherwise, you know, it's like writing out a cheque knowing you do not have the funds in your bank account. That's called fraud. So you have to be a bit honest about it. But I'm very grateful now because I don't have to pay national insurance. I'm very happy, very happy. I don't know what it means in financial terms, but it's very good. And Steve, did you sort the speeding ticket out? Nothing. No speeding ticket, nothing at all. I don't know what's going on with them. But somebody told me there was a problem going on with DVLA. And I can't remember whether they were on strike or they were doing something. Have you tried the Dexcom glucose monitor? A bit like the Freestyle, but sends me alerts, says Joe. No, I mean, to be honest with you, I've got so many meters and I've had the Freestyle one for ages. I just wish it lasted longer. It only lasts 2 weeks, doesn't it? But when I first had it fitted, I thought it was brilliant. Absolutely loved it. It was so much easier than having to sort of get your little machine out and, you know, put the needle in it and all the other bits and pieces. Tommy Mallet from Towie, one of the not bright pennies on there. I think he's going out with Georgia somebody, Kasulu. She's 30. He's, I don't know what he is, but he made the Forbes 30 under 30 list in April thanks to his shoe brand notching up £11 million of sales in 2020. He said, it'd be nice to make my company a £1 billion company. No chance, love. No chance at all. There is no chance that you're going to be a £1 billion company. You're miles out. You only made 11 million last year, and that's in sale. Oh God, what's that? What have we lost? This is it. There's going to be something here going on next door, I can tell. When people start peering at the equipment, and one of them's Henry, you know we're in trouble. It'll be something. I've forgotten. Can you drive a desk, Henry? I'm not sure if you can. You drive a desk? Can you really? There's no end to your talents, honestly. I'll tell you, I'm in awe, absolute awe. Is it not doing what it's... Oh, I know what it didn't do last time around. It played 2 jingles out before the news. In my day, there were no computers. No computers at all. And which was probably the best way, actually. Probably the best way. I remember the morning of Diana's accident well. I turned the radio on early, unexpected, most welcome company. All it was playing was some very sombre music, says Phil. Well, it certainly wasn't us. And it came in the early hours of the morning. And as I say, I don't think life was ever the same again. Here are the people who are sort of wandering the Notting Hill Carnival. I don't know quite, actually, but they're wearing their costumes, which are very nice, and they walked the route. So that they could sort of experience what it would have been like. And I suppose it's quite nice, actually. I suppose next year we will get it back. But I'm not sure about the Lord Mayor's show. That'd be quite a nice one. You're right, actually. We haven't had a poem for ages. That was something we did sort of months and months ago, and I'm not sure if we're still going to be doing the poem. We might sort of get round to doing something like that. Thank you, Henry. Bless his heart, honestly. Pops in and out, doesn't he? Boozers are set to either love or hate the new Marmite beer. And Camden Town Brewery says the limited edition is made with real Marmite for a punchy taste you can't miss. Sounds disgusting. Marmite beer, I've never heard of such a thing. Marmite Sophie Allen says, no relation, it's no secret our favourite toast topper originates from brewer's yeast, so we've simply gone the full circle and put Marmite back into beer. So I'm assuming it's going to look a bit like Guinness, isn't it? It could be that sort of dark colour. Britain's most famous oyster business faces extinction after sewage leaks turned its shellfish into a killer delicacy. This is a Kent firm. I've only ever eaten Whitstable oysters, but they sent me in a basket years ago, and it was sold to me as an aphrodisiac. In other words, apparently it puts lead in your pencil if you eat oysters. Just made me feel sick. Couldn't think of anything else. It was absolutely awful. A dolphin has got a memorial from the community who fell in love with him. Danny, who died last year in Portland, Dorset, thanks to his antics, left people there, and somebody from the Marine Connection, Liz, said Danny captured the hearts of the local community. That's quite sweet, isn't it? They wanted a lasting tribute to him. There's these dolphins all over the place. There's one who's become a bit amorous with people who sort of want to go swimming with a dolphin. Just remember, it's a wild animal. You know, there is the danger. It might sort of might react badly, very badly. Greg Davis is surprised he gets any telework because he's such a joker. We like Greg Davis. He's very good, actually. But he worked alongside a host of big names making the show, including David Mitchell and Helena Bonham Carter. I love her. I think she's fab. We like David Mitchell as well. Again, sort of people who just sort of get on with it and do it. They don't have to tell you about their lives and what doesn't work in their life, you know, unlike, you know, the Kerry Katonas and the Jordans and everything else, where literally, I mean, every single part of their life is sold to a magazine or a newspaper and everything else. But I'm still waiting for Jordan to tell us about the wedding. You know, have you got a date for the wedding yet? You know, that'd be nice to find out, wouldn't it? Have you booked the place, or is it on hold? Do let us know, because you tell us everything else, and I'm really surprised that you haven't mentioned this. Very surprised. Other stories in the papers. Inspector Morse has been voted the top TV theme tune in a poll. Some of them are really quite old. You'd have to be a certain age to remember half these things. Van der Valk, which was da-da-da-dum, da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-dum. Brideshead Revisited. I thought it was a great theme tune. I only watched the first 2 or 3 episodes, then it sort of kind of went off and I lost it completely. But Game of Thrones, Downton Abbey, the Oneida line, but top one is Inspector Morse. That is the top tune that apparently people... Oh, look, Victoria Beckham and another posy picture with the daughter. She and Harper were shown hugging and grinning in a swimming pool. There's something the matter with Victoria Beckham. She's not the full ticket, is she? But they were taking selfies and then captioning it on social media, because that's what they do. They sort of live on social media. Everything's got to be photographed. Dave and his tattoos. One of the boys is going out with a girl. You know, a bit of a surprise, but going out nevertheless. Took her to the Reading Festival. Very exciting. And TV host Dan Walker will shrug off any criticism from Strictly because of his faith. He says he's developed the skin of a rhino and never minds what people say about him. I don't think anybody ever worries about things like that. Why would you worry about it? It's only sort of people who would sort of moan. All you have to do, delete. It's so quick and easy. Literally, somebody writes you something on Twitter, you just go block, and that's it. It's done. But he says it doesn't matter what these people say. Oh, listen, if you are remotely famous, you will get trolled. It doesn't matter who you are, whether you're working for some tin pot radio station up on the Isle of Skye, or whether you're working for the BBC. Everybody gets trolled because there are sad, lonely people out there. They don't have anything else to do. Which is a bit of a shame, really. But they always get their own comeuppance, and eventually they just get bored, because by the time you've deleted them, they can't write to anybody. Who do they write to? Nobody. They've got nothing left. Morning, nice heavy company. Welcome to Tuesday. All back to normal. Well, as much normal as it can be, and that's it. Because I think the next holiday you're going to be getting is Christmas time. Well, that's okay, doesn't it? I mean, other countries don't even get, the amount of holidays that we have. Roger says, I took the advice, sent the wages clerk an email about the wages discrepancy. I think it's better to be safe, isn't it? And you've been honest about something. So in other words, it's that old... Well, no, it's not really, actually. It's like, as I say, it's like finding a wallet on the street, picking it up, and it's got money in it. What do? Do you hand it into the police, or do you take the money out and chuck the wallet away? That's the big dilemma. But if it's something that has come through a payroll... And it's an extra... I mean, you never know. It could have been a tax rebate. Could have been a tax rebate. And I think you had to be honest about it. I mean, put it this way, you never know. They might write back to you and go, no, we were right. We're right on it. And Conrad says, your meandering through life statement made me smile. I like the word meandering through life, don't you? You sort of, life throws up all sorts of little bits and pieces for you. And I quite like the idea. Apparently, Danny was serpentining, i.e. meandering to avoid bullets. This is in the Mel Gibson and Danny Glover sketch in the film Lethal Weapon, trying to avoid bullets. No, I prefer the bullet that was in Blackadder, where he said, I've got a bullet with my name on it. And they went, OK. He said, because I thought if I owned it, it wouldn't actually kill me. Because they always used to say the bullet, that killed you had your name written on it. Top TV theme, Follyfoot. Maybe. And Steve, another one says, when's the poem coming back? Somebody else says, I'm not a fan of the poem, which is great. I'll reintroduce it tomorrow. Go back with the poems. We haven't done the poems for ages, actually, have we? Well, I've not been here. Over in Brazil, they've got the latest thing now. They have heists at banks on a regular basis. They really do. And what they do to make sure the police will not shoot at them is they tie hostages to the roofs of the vehicles, and they set fire to other vehicles so they have a clean getaway. And the police can't go on the attack because there are too many lives. One of these vehicles had 3 people strapped to the top of it, all innocent, but they were hostages. And so they know damn well that the police are not going to fire on them. A gang of 50 to 20 raiders struck in the early hours, targeting 3 banks. They blocked roads into the city using burnt-out cars to stop police getting to the scene and used drones to monitor officers' movements before taking 10 hostages. They strapped them to the roof, and they left a trail of bombs along the route. Officials ordered people to stay in their homes and close schools. So 3 people arrested, but it's quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. Not so good. New question of sport host Paddy McGuinness. Apparently seems to have Sue Barker's blessing to do the programme. I love the way they go, I spoke to Sue Barker. Why would you have Sue Barker's phone number? Paddy says, before it was announced, I rang her up, which was mad because she was at Wimbledon at the time presenting. She was so lovely, went through how she structured her day, gave me some tips on what to do. I think the trouble is, once you've taken to the programme to that new level, which Paddy McGuinness is on, it's never going to go back again. I don't know why they bothered getting rid of Sue. I really don't know. I mean, is this the BBC's policy of getting rid of people over a certain age? Because we had that woman on Country File, and she was complaining. And I saw another older person the other day, and I don't quite understand. Surely, if somebody's a bit older, they're a bit more experienced. And Paddy McGuinness does take me out and has got a desperately attention-seeking wife. I don't quite know why they wanted to put him on the question of sport, but, stranger things have happened. Stranger things. Husband and wife, Tory MPs Esther McVeigh and Philip Davis, accepted more than £18,000 worth of free VIP tickets in just 2 months. They had freebies for horse racing, motorsport, football, tennis, much of it paid by betting firms. And 2 tickets for the British Grand Prix at Silverstone worth £3,000. I've never understood why you'd want to go to motor racing. Blurred adverts whizzing past you at God knows how many speeds. Last year, Mr. Davis was paid almost £50,000 as an advisor to Entain. At the time, he'd stepped down from the Commons Culture Committee, but loads of people did it. 23 Labour MPs declared nearly £32,000 worth of free tickets. In total, MPs declared nearly £200,000 in free tickets and VIP hospitality. Can't imagine why. Can't they afford to pay for these things? I mean, one here, I think they had a VIP day at Wimbledon when Novak Djokovic beat Dennis Kudla. Gambling giant Entain paid costs of £1,100 each. Also paid for tickets and hospitality to see England beat Denmark in the Euro semi-finals, worth just under £3,500 each. But that's quite cheap for the resultant publicity that they're probably likely to get. Steve, shortage of turkeys at Christmas due to labour shortages. And, it isn't so much shortages, it's the lorry drivers, isn't it? They can't get lorry drivers to drive the lorries to get the food into the shops. And somebody was saying earlier, and I can't remember who it was, I was listening to somebody and they were saying, the shelves are already looking empty. Not round our way. We're all being terribly sensible. Only in stupid areas where sort of people start stockpiling. I mean, I went to Iceland the other day to buy a couple of bits and pieces, and they had loads of frozen pigs in blankets. And I said the other day, well, why don't you go and buy some frozen pigs in blankets, stick them in your freezer, and then take them out and then sort of cook them nearer the time? I don't understand. We've got months to go yet. Months to go. It's, I don't think there's going to be why would there be a shortage of turkeys? As far as I know, there isn't a shortage of turkeys, but people have started panicking, and we're going to go back into what we had before, which is where people trundle out of the supermarkets with trolleys piled high of just about everything you can think of. If everybody treats it as just, normal time, we'll all be absolutely fine. You don't need to panic over anything. There's no world shortages at all. Here's the swimmers, the dolphin, who's been nicknamed Nick, apparently, is displaying signs of sexual aggression. This is the one he's in Hale Harbour in Cornwall. He had to be lured out to sea after thrashing his tail at them. Oh, dear. You see, you get stupid people. They will start swimming next to a wild animal. And you think to yourself, no. I mean, would you go swimming if there were sharks out there? No, but they seem to think that dolphins are safer. Not necessarily. Not necessarily. Thousands of Brits, these are the ones who aren't the brightest pennies in the box, offering to adopt Penn Farthing's 170 rescue animals from Afghanistan. So there you go. He has apologised for his filthy language, saying I'm going to hunt you down and all this kind of thing if you don't bring my animals back here. So we're now stuck with 200 more animals, whereas in fact all the animal shelters are fit to bursting with the amount of animals that have been dumped by so-called animal lovers in this country. I'm so happy to get the picture in the paper. Katie McGlynn, apparently she's been in a soap, but I have no idea. She was in Corrie, and now I believe she's in... I think she's in... I don't know what she's in now, actually. She's in something... Oh, she's in Hollyoaks. So in other words, that'll be it. You won't ever see her ever again. But she's quit partying and vowed to clean up her act ahead of Strictly Come Dancing. She's 28. She's put herself on a fitness regime, including, swapping wine bars for workouts in the gym. And that's it. But as I say, I wouldn't know who she was. She could walk in this building now. Not a clue. Not a clue. But you have to work up for Strictly. It's going to be very, very strenuous. That's why we saw one of the people taking part, Robert Webb. He was out the other day running. He's fit, and he will really work at it. And if you don't do it, you're going to you're going to be sort of come a little bit of a cropper. Duchess of Old York is in talks to... I don't know why she's a duchess. As far as I'm concerned, the moment she divorced Andrew and they got separated, she goes back to just boring old Sarah Ferguson. She's in talks to move into TV following the release of her new novel. Well, it's not just hers. There were two of them who wrote it. The other woman who helped write it writes for Mills and Boon. Amid hopes it could be the next Bridgerton. Oh, God, I do hope not. She's unbearable as it is. Sarah Ferguson has agreed a deal to develop and produce a version. She's got no experience of any of this. Everything in her life is just a bluff. And a Los Angeles insider said Sarah believes that this book should be taken to the screen. God knows why. God knows why, honestly. Clemmy Moody, writing in The Sun today, talks about the Wolves captain Connor Cody, who gave a speech at the LGBT Awards on Friday night, where he received the Football Alley Award. I don't even know what that is. In it, he said he hoped a top-level footballer would soon feel supported enough to be their true selves on the field. Until that day, we all have some work to do. Absolutely. You can't do that. What, an openly gay footballer? Good God in heaven. Until social media companies, writes Clemmy Moody, clamp down on vile, bigoted trolls targeting minority groups and stadiums, which are better pleased to ban these barbaric chanting thugs, it'll take a very brave man to come out. Nobody has. They won't do it. What they'll do is they'll actually come out, but they'll do it after they've sort of retired. They won't come out they have to put up with the chanting from the Neanderthals who are in the stands. You don't come out with anything like this. It's far too dangerous. People don't go for this kind of thing. We were thinking the other day, actually, in America, I can't think of any, apart from a few openly gay actors now. Most people who are gay, and if they're actors and if they're particularly successful, they're closeted. And that's the way it's always going to be. You're never going to change people's opinions. You go down to the deep south in America, my God, I tell you, they've got more prejudices you can shake a stick at. Revellers blocked roads and trashed a beauty spot at an illegal rave. This is in South Wales, in the National Park. And Inspector Bowen said a portion of those attending were hostile. There were no sanitary positions at the site and a large amount of litter. They seized 3 cars used to block them from getting in. 500 partygoers descended on this remote valley. They came from as far as Essex for Sunday's bash. I don't quite understand why people want to go to these raves, especially somewhere where there's no toilet facilities, there's nothing at all. What is the point? But just litter. Just rubbish, just litter. And didn't we get the Extinction Rebellion? I thought they'd gone home, actually. I had no idea that they were still around. And they did something on Tower Bridge the other day. And you look at a picture and they were dressed up as women. They weren't women, they were men dressed up as women. As I say, I'm sure all these people are not Extinction Rebellions. They were dressed up as if they were making sort of a cup of tea. But 11 people have been arrested. Whether it goes any further, I've got no idea. And Roger says, police interceptors, the cops rammed a crook off the road on a 100-mile-an-hour chase. He got 6 months. I mean, it should have been 6 years, I agree with you. All these people, they drive around traffic lights and all the rest of it. Somebody says, I don't know what all the fuss is about pigs in blankets. I make my own with chipolata sausage and wrap smoked bacon around them. Very simple. Yeah, exactly. People are going into meltdown. Oh, my God, there might not be enough sausages and, oh, awful. Shane says, I ordered the DVD War Games yesterday after you suggested it. I don't believe it. Australia Post says it's coming in the next hour. The post is quicker in lockdown. My stuff's coming through really quickly, which is very good. You order something and they go, oh, that'll be with you on Thursday. And there's one supermarket, I think, was it Sainsbury's? They were saying you can have your food within the hour. What's the point of taking the car out, loading it up? You just order it online. Everything is so much easier. 5:30 is the time. Let's get the news headlines. Lucinda Horsley.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
So nice to see Extinction Rebellion. As I say, I didn't even know they were still around. I thought they'd disappeared underground. And they blocked Tower Bridge with a van and a caravan. And then they just sit on the roof. See, to be honest with you, I would just leave them there. I would make sure that the police were around there saying, well, you're not coming off the roof. You can stay there as long as you like. I'd be happy to superglue them there myself. Make it much easier. Much easier. Steve, if there's a shortage of turkeys at Christmas, maybe the turkeys and the veggies will be happy. I'll get mine the week before or buy something else. I can't stand panic buying, says Colin. I never quite understand why people do it. I'm serious. This sort of panic buying. I mean, there must be absolute simpletons. You know, there is no shortage at the moment, you know, but it's only the newspapers and the media, generally speaking, who will sort of, you know, build all these things up and go, oh my God, we might not get turkey for Christmas. There might be a shortage of, you know, roast potatoes and everything else. It's ridiculous. Never anything like it. I remember when, you know, people were saying, oh, there's a shortage of vegetables. And I was looking at Paul Cooper's shop thinking, I don't think so. It's like, you know, Sandy's, the fish shop in Twickenham. They never had any shortage of anything. They were always very well stocked with the lobsters and the fish and crabs and all the other stuff that they do. It's just that people sort of go, oh, we're going to run out of it. You know, you can guarantee this year at Christmas, on Christmas Eve, people will be walking out of there with trolleys piled high to last but a day, because most of the places, they're closed Christmas Day, but a lot of places, not everything, but a lot of places are open on Boxing Day. So you go, oh, what are we going to do? We might run out of something. Like what? You know, I mean, I'd be more worried if we were running out of air. Over in Orleans, they've still got no electricity. Their houses, which are built cheaply over there, unfortunately, what they've also got are alligators on the loose. You know, you don't want to run into one of those anytime soon. And Ida has wrecked a hospital in Galliano in Louisiana. In Kenner, Louisiana, they've got flooded streets. And they were trying to pull people from alligator-filled floodwater as the Category 4 storm became one of the strongest ever to hit America. I mean, it just, because the houses are sort of, they're almost flat pack. They've all got storm windows and stuff like that. But a huge storm like Hurricane Ida just destroys this immediately. People can sort of sit there thinking, oh, it doesn't happen to my house. And the one thing you can hope, I mean, after Hurricane Katrina in 2005 killed 1,800 people, that was a £10 billion levy system that they'd had put in. Hasn't made any difference at all. No difference. This storm packed a very powerful punch. And of course, a lot of the people here who are living in Louisiana, they don't have insurance. Because after you've had one particularly bad storm with Katrina, many insurance companies were loath to insure people. So if you were lucky enough to have had insurance and didn't have to use it last time round, then, you know, you should be okay. But it's going to take forever, these houses. I mean, you can't even repair them. I'm looking at pictures in some of the papers today, and you think this is totally unrepairable. Even if you've got Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen there, you just have to literally sort of raise it to the ground and then put up something else. That was on this programme the other night, where a lot of people buy houses in a certain area because they like the area and they want the plot of land. They pull the house down and then put up something else. which happened down the road from me in Richmond. There was a lovely house. I used to walk past it on a fairly regular basis. I mean, it was really lovely. Really, really lovely. And it was a case of, when I went past it next time, they'd raised it to the ground, and it was quite an old house. It was obviously not listed. And they'd raised it to the ground. They put up this mansion, which I think sold for about 25 million. It took ages to sell it. Ages and ages to sell it. My brother's up, shaved, showered, made tea, fed cat. Which is always, probably in that order as well. Shaved, showered, made tea, fed cat, listening for a time before having cards and presents. Ooh, that would be for birthday for today. Birthday for today. So, obviously a day off work, which is quite nice. And Kim says, phone not working properly. I have a lot to say too. New one, methinks. Yeah, how often are you supposed to... I mean, I've had this phone for years now, and I haven't changed it, whereas I used to change my phone on a regular basis. I would always go out there. The new phone had come out, and a friend of mine said, right, let's take you down to the Apple store. We're going to go and get the new phone, and I'd pay for it, and it would be like, £1,000 or something. Because I like owning. I don't like not owning my telephones, and I've kept them all. They're all worth money, I suppose, a few £100s to somebody. Steve, my children asked me, will Santa Claus be coming this year because of the COVID? Oh, I think he's been fairly exempt, hasn't he, I think, on that one. I do hope so, anyway. I do hope so. It'd be awful if Santa Claus didn't come this year. And somebody else was talking about McDonald's had no milkshakes, but they had ice cream. Well, there's no ice cream in their milkshakes. It's that sort of creamy stuff. It comes in a box kind of thing, which they pour into the machine. It's two completely separate things. So they could get ice cream, but they couldn't get the milkshake. I don't know, whatever it is. I've no idea. No idea why. But I hope that there won't be a shortage of turkeys. It doesn't matter even if there is a shortage of turkeys. Have something else. Have beef. Beef's just as nice for Christmas dinner. You could have that, or you could have chicken. There'll always be something. It's not like you're going to be looking at empty freezers. My daughter, Steve, arrived back from Malta yesterday after a holiday. Walked straight through at Gatwick Airport, no paperwork, checked, re-COVID vaccinations or tests. When she arrived in Malta, it took 2 hours to get through. All the paperwork thoroughly checked, and if it wasn't correct, she was sent home. No wonder the numbers are going up. I did say, Teresa, that the numbers would go up, and I've been proven right. Because you'd think some people don't even know that we've got COVID at all. They just seem to think it's gone away. Unfortunately, it hasn't. Other stories which are making the papers for today. A board game fanatic has built up a collection of more than 200 to keep his 3 sons away from digital devices. Nick T says the family now plays for up to 2 hours a day and reports on them on his website, Board Game Review. Well, most families had board games, didn't they? Because before you had electronic games and phones and stuff like that, you played games. On Christmas, after we'd had Christmas lunch and we'd sort of watched as much telly as you thought your body could absorb, and you'd sort of broken open the Quality Street and a bowl of Satsumas, we played Monopoly. Or failing that, in the early days, used to play card games, Newmarket and stuff like that. And they were always very entertaining. But nowadays, kids have got their phones. They're glued to them. Mind you, adults are glued to. You go on the train, what's everybody doing? They're on their phones. Everybody. Sometimes it's such a cacophony of noises and everything else. But the most that he's ever spent on a game is 160 quid. He said games are developing, so classics like Monopoly and Cluedo aren't played so much. Cluedo we never bothered with. We didn't have Cluedo. We had Snakes and Ladders, we had Monopoly because we liked Monopoly, but we do the short version. In other words, you would shake the dice, and whatever you landed on, you could have the option of buying it, so you could put a hotel up or something like that, so you could start making money. And I always thought that was a good idea. It got the brain going, but it was never the slow version of Monopoly. It had to be something busier. But most of the time, most people after lunch sat down, and because they were so full, they just wanted to go to sleep. They just sort of sit there and you glue in. I mean, I used to sit there glued in front of the especially if the Sound of Music was on, because that was, long before, DVDs and stuff like that, long before I actually owned a machine. I can remember getting my first video player. It was rented. Couldn't even afford to buy one. It was rented. And I would sort of record stuff off the television, watch stuff back, pick up videos here, there and everywhere. And I thought it was great. And then the DVD players came. You can pick up a DVD player now for about 20 quid. They're so cheap. They're so cheap. If it breaks, throw it away. I've got a spare one sitting at home now. I've also got a double video player so you can duplicate tapes, which I was going to do at one time. and I've got a Laserdisc player which can play DVDs as well as Laserdiscs. Great hoarder I am. I love collecting all this sort of stuff. But definitely Santa Claus will be coming this year, even with COVID. I watched what was it? Was it Mrs. Christmas the other day? That was okay. The songs were instantly forgettable, it has to be said. And I'm still in Corfu, says Sidcup Julie, with my boyfriend, but I have a problem. First thing in the morning, but I can't go to the toilet. Going for a wee is fine, but the other one, I have to go to the reception area or look 6 months pregnant all day. I don't like using foreign toilets. I don't know why. It's always that thing, isn't it? You go to some countries and you go, it's like going to a site of a festival and you look at the toilet facility. We mentioned it the other day because people were writing to us saying, I've been to this festival, the toilet facilities are ghastly. People are queuing up. I thought, oh no, I couldn't go. I'd have to have my own toilet, nobody else was ever able to use. You'd have to go glamping. And it would have to be separate from the rest of the great unwashed. I'm not into all this, singing round the campfire. Off your face, thank you very much indeed. Not for me. No, I'd be in a Winnebago, or what else would I be? My brother went to Chris Evans's Carfest, and he was given a huge glamping tent and everything. He said it was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. Which was very nice, very generous of Chris to give that to him. Looked after him properly, said it was the most fantastic thing they'd ever been to, and doesn't stop talking about it now, which is good news. But no, I wouldn't be using the communal toilet facilities. Not myself. It's bad enough on the beach, where the first thing you do when you actually get down to the beach, you start looking for the first bit of available sand to sit on, especially over the last weekend, and then you sort of look around. Right, okay, the shop is where for the ice cream, fish and chips is there. Where's the toilet? You need to find out where the toilet is, because there is. I'm going to sneeze again. I'm definitely going to sneeze. Every day. There must be something definitely the matter with me. I'm sort of picking up. Oh, look, Ainsley Harriott is back. Oh, ghastly. And he's got a cookbook out. It's really good. Easy sausage, bacon and bean bake. Presumably you just buy some sausages, some bacon, pour a tin of beans in and shove it in the oven. I mean, not complicated, but obviously Ainsley's stretched himself on this one. There's some bees that have been lost. Not seen in Britain for 90 years. The Maidstone, also known as Andrena, was feared extinct after vanishing in the 1930s, but apparently it's been found, according to the Natural History Museum experts. It's only been found in Kent. Entomologist Dr. Grant Hazelhurst, who discovered the small Maidstone population on the North Downs, says it's not been seen in Britain since 1934. Oh, wow. I mean, I like that. Not that I would know the difference. I'm all right with bees. Wasps I don't like. Or anything like... I don't like anything like that at all. Colin Farrell has spent most of his career playing a heartthrob, but his new role is poles apart, because he's now playing Henry Drax in the North Water. He had to pile on the pounds. Always quite an easy thing to do. I was only saying to Gemma Collins the other week, easy to pile on the pounds, dear, and then try and pretend you've lost it. Alison Hammond has dropped out of covering this morning because she's ill, and Vernon Kay's ill. We think he could be COVID positive. We're not sure. And Alison Hammond, we're not sure about whether or not it's alcoholic poisoning because she went to Pride in Manchester, or whether she's ill as well. I don't know. Kerry Katona? No, boring. I don't want to talk about her anymore. We've had quite enough of that. I think it'd be more helpful and more, if we just sort of ignored her and just let her get on with her life. Oh, looks nice. Pesto meatballs. I like meatballs. They seem to have lost their flavour, though, meatballs. They used to be now they just sort of taste a bit bland. Not enough oomph in them. Perhaps it's all the filler that they put. What star sign are you, Mickey? It's what Libra. Oh, I don't know very much about Libra. Let's have a quick look. You are the most gifted sign in the zodiac. It's rubbish, this. It's absolute rubbish, I'll tell you now. It says, for impressing and supporting people. I'm going to be sick. Nothing worse is than reading something out. It says, these two talents combine at work when you reorder a team or rewrite a document. This time your vision will be shared in passion terms. If you are the one that got away, a sexy neighbour is preparing to try again. I'd move. I wouldn't be hanging around for that. I don't like the idea that sexy... Can you imagine? You'd be looking over your shoulder all the time.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning. Justin says, so where did the bees go since 1934? I've no idea. It doesn't tell you that in the newspaper. You thought they would have mentioned it. This is where perhaps they were hiding. I mean, let's face it, when you go out looking, I mean, you're not specifically looking for bees, but if you happen to bump into one, you'd be going, interesting. That's this rare bee, because, I mean, they could be anywhere, I suppose. I mean, I don't know, because sometimes you get a cold winter, and that can kill a lot of bees off. And then we had somebody the other day, do you remember these yobs who set fire to these beehives? They reckon they lost about 1 million bees on this farm. You know, people like that, I think, should be charged with all sorts of things. The countdown is on for Geronimo. DEFRA are girding up their loins. Well, we assume they are. We haven't heard anything from them. Isn't it funny, out of all the people you can hear from on the Geronimo front, we've heard absolutely diddly squat from DEFRA. That's all we want, isn't it? We just want, can you come up with something, lads and lasses? Tell us what you do. I've got a rough idea, but in the case of Geronimo, what are you doing? Are you doing anything at all? Are we going to, pardon this alpaca? I mean, to be honest with you, I think we'll just come back after the next weekend and they say, he's gone. He sort of collapsed. He was so exhausted with all these people taking his picture down there, going, why don't you all just leave me alone? And DEFRA are going, I wish this thing had... I bet DEFRA wish they'd never even started this thing. It's made them look like a complete bunch of wallies. All they had to do was sort of just come up with a thing, have another test, and take it on from there. I mean, I don't know why that's complicated. Why would that be complicated? Everybody else manages to do it. What have we got here? But apparently, what do half of school children do? They don't have breakfast. You know why? They want to stay in bed. They want to stay in bed. So a study found that most of them are hungry by about 9:36. So that's why they'll go to the local shops or the chippy or something like that. But they don't have breakfast at home, because the idea is you spend as much time as you can in bed. I mean, struggle, say parents. Half of them admit they struggle to get the children to eat breakfast. Yeah, but most parents don't make breakfast anymore, do they? They just say, there's the cornflakes box, or the Rice Krispies or puffer rice or all the other kind of stuff. So what they're trying to do is make mornings magic. It's another one of these cockamamie things that they come up with. They go, oh, well, let's find a chef who's not doing anything at the moment. And they, peanut butter, eggs and bacon, avoiding refined sugar and having porridge instead. Kids aren't in. Why don't they just leave kids alone? If they don't like something, they won't eat it. I quite like porridge. I started being a bit naughty and buying the ready-made porridge, which comes in a little plastic thing. You put some hot water in the kitchen, stir it, leave it for about a minute and a half, and it sort of thickens up a little bit, and you eat it. And somebody said, you can't have that. I said, why? They said, it's full of sugar. And you check on it, and it's absolutely chock-a-block with sugar. The secrets today, we were talking about this earlier on, actually. Bladders. The secret to a healthy bladder. Drink enough fluids, apparently. I was always told, water. Drink loads of water. Drink loads of water. So I sort of substituted that for tea. I'm not drinking much coffee. I don't have an awful lot of coffee, because apparently it's not so brilliant. But also, there's all sorts of strange things. Some of this I can't even read out to you, because it'll make it sound like a medical programme at this time of the morning. But it's the biggest problem that people get. And in fact, if you don't, drink enough, you can get irritation of the bladder lining. Also, darker, strong-smelling urine can be a sign of dehydration. Whereas clear urine that looks like water may mean you're drinking too much too quickly. How many people knew that? They don't know these sort of things. Also, keep your pelvic floor in shape. I don't even want to go there. I don't think we need to know things like that. And also, eat plenty of fibre. Oat bran is effective. There's something you've got to worry about, isn't there? Eat plenty of fibre. Also, boost your microbiome. I've got no idea what that is, but it involves... It's tablets you take here. Healthspan Super 50 Pro, $28.95 for 60 capsules. I mean, I've got all sorts of capsules at home for taking things, fibre capsules and all the rest of it. They do say maintain a healthy weight. So I think I'm a healthy weight. I'm sort of about right for me. Giving up smoking. I don't smoke. There you go. It says cut out coffee if you have bladder irritation. Irritability is a common condition which may help by simply cutting out caffeine. So... it says here, if you find you're going to the loo more than you would like, pop a measuring jug near the toilet and record the volume of you. Can you imagine weeing into a jug in the toilet? I mean, honestly, people pop round this. I'm just using your bathroom, Steve. Steve? Yeah? What's in this jug? Oh, God. Don't touch it. Don't touch it. It's my sample. It's my sample. It's always whenever the doctor's surgery, they give you a little test tube. You think it's never going to fit in there, is it? Never going to fit in there. And so they now give you a little test tube, because you end up weeing all over your hand. That's always a hilarious sign of trying to do it. And they give you a little funnel which fits into the top of the test tube. But of course the test tube is like yo big, and the amount of wee that comes out is sort of like yo big. So you've got to be really careful. You've got to have complete bladder control. I mean, it's a bit of an art form in itself. But they say know when to ask for help, because we had somebody earlier on saying that they were seeing blood and they were getting a little bit of pain, and I said, go to A&E. Let somebody examine. Listen, if you're passing blood in your urine, that's a prostate problem. Okay, you go to A&E or you go see your GP as soon as possible. They'll know what to do. I wish there were tablets for things like that, but there aren't. There aren't tablets for things like that. But you might have a little infection, in which case there are tablets you can get to make sure it doesn't spread too much. But there is no tablet, as far as I know at the moment, for taking out blood from urine. Look at this being a medical programme. Honestly, it's only Tuesday morning and already we're offering medical advice. We're saving the NHS a small fortune, I should imagine. People going, do you know, I listened to Steve Allen's show this morning. I think I've got a bladder infection. Get it sorted. Get it sorted. Much easier. I'm travelling later, says Chris, to Abergavenny. There was a song about Abergavenny, and it was written by, oh, God, who was it? Somebody like Lonnie Donegan, I think, which went, taking a trip up to Abergavenny, hoping the weather is fine. Can have 2 days with my sister. We will remember Mum, Lois, who we lost last year on September the 2nd, her birthday, says Chris in Cardiff. I've never been to Abergavenny, but it does sound quite nice, actually. Somebody says, this is Joe, says, I can't do without a strong coffee and a hot buttered crumpet. Have we given up making sure kids have good nutrition? I think most of the cereals I've learnt through bitter experience. There's a lot of problems with cereals nowadays. Whereas when I was growing up, a big treat for us was to have Frosties. I mean, that really was a big treat. We used to get those, do you remember those variety packs? And you try and pick the best one. We like Cocoa Pops, because then you got left with chocolate milk. But Frosties, and somebody said, you can't eat Frosties. I said, why? They said, it's cornflakes covered in sugar. And I used to have sugar on cornflakes. Now I can eat cornflakes dry, but I like bite-sized shredded wheat. They're fairly good, I think. But there's so much of it has got sugar in. There is a bewildering array of cereals in the supermarket. You know, I go round Waitrose and I look at them, I think, blimey, which ones do I pick? Which ones do I pick? Mums must be sort of literally racking their hands and all the rest of it. Oh, terrible. Steve, just listen to the travel report. Is it only me, but when I hear of a car breaking down on the motorway, I can't get the image of a VW Beetle in tears on the hard shoulder out of my head. Car breaking down. Ooh, I broke down. My Uncle Alan used to have a VW. I used to love it because it was Herbie. We thought Herbie was very good indeed. The staycation boom is to continue next year as bookings soar. Have you seen the price? Have you seen the price? Oh, dear, I can't begin to tell you. But we are flocking to more UK resorts. You see, I don't mind. I don't mind a UK resort. I'm not a sitting on a beach kind of person. I'm really not. I mean, it's not my sort of thing. I'd rather sort of, as I say, sit on the promenade in a deck chair or something a bit more comfy. I'd be quite happy with that, actually. The idea of packing the car up, you know, when you're sort of going out with your mum and dad for the day, and we're going to the beach. You go, where are we going? Southend. Oh, God, it's all mud. I know. Let's go to Brighton. It's all stones. How can you sit on a beach? And they've got a nude beach in Brighton. Have you seen that? People take all their clothes off. The little railway that goes along the back, the Volks Railway, slows down so you can see nude people. Seriously, I went onto it once with a friend of mine. I stood up and waved. Not with my hands. We'll take a short break. News is coming up at 6 o'clock this morning at Steve Allen's Early Breakfast with you till 7, and then Nick is back, so he's here at 7.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Tuesday, 31st of August. It's the end. I can't believe it. We're into September from tomorrow. And then after September comes October, then Bonfire Night, then Christmas. And then we're into the new year. And it whizzes through. I mean, it seems to have gone through incredibly quickly this year. But it's been a right mixed summer, hasn't it? Where did the hot weather come from? And all we were promised over the bank holiday. Don't worry, we're going to be temperatures up to 26 degrees. Well, I didn't see them. I just saw sort of slightly overcast, clouding over, and no rain, though. I don't remember. We had perhaps a couple of little spots of rain or something like that. I kept meaning to get the car washed, but I've got too many bits and pieces to do today, so I can't manage to get round to doing that. What else we got in the paper today? Well, as I say, I mean, the reason I was not making up the story about Geronimo, but still trying to find out exactly, what's going on. I mean, all we want is some statement from DEFRA. Why they can't do that? I don't understand why they're dragging their heels over it. It's very annoying. Very, very annoying. Here's Sophie Ellis-Bextor. She went to Manchester Pride on Saturday. She pulled out of Camp Bestival, Rock Oyster Festival and Valley Fest because 2 of her kids had COVID. And so it's amazing the people that they get to sort of turn up for Pride in Manchester, and people seem to enjoy it. Sort of brings everybody out. We found a super fan, nothing to do with Pride. This is a guy called Matt Lee. He's the greatest Rolling Stones superfan and can prove it because it holds the Guinness World Record of having the biggest collection of Stones memorabilia. He's got a book out actually called Hot Stuff, and he's got. I mean, amazing, actually. He's got a Mick Jagger coat, a jacket, cost him £60,000. But what he's got, and I would love it, and this is the Leicester Square Society. Was it the Leicester, or perhaps it's the Leicester thing? It's A Night with the Stars at the Royal Albert Hall, 1964 poster. And who was on the bill? Topping it, wait for this, Brian Poole and the Tremolos and Dusty Springfield. Underneath that, the Rolling Stones. Underneath them, the Swinging Blue Jeans. And then there were the Seekers, Terry Judge and the Barristers and the Heartbeats. Ticket prices, 7 and 6, up to 25 shillings. That was amazing, isn't it? Can you imagine seeing Brian Poole and the Tremolos, Dusty Springfield, and the Seekers, all of that, the Jet Blacks, Swinging Blue. I mean, it's good value, isn't it? Royal Albert Hall, Saturday, 1st of Feb, 1964 at 8 p.m. God, dear, I tell you, I wish I'd been there. Something like that is very good. Katie Price has told how she was willing to give her terminally ill mum a lung. I mean, she's had this pulmonary fibrosis since 2017. It's for years now, and I thought the whole idea was, that's what we were told, she wanted, this is Katie Price apparently, she wanted to rush through the wedding so that her mother could be there. Well, she's not mentioned the wedding for ages. I wonder why. She said, she told a podcast, she's waiting to see if she can have a lung transplant. Well, since 2017. I mean, at the moment, they're holding off all sorts of bits and pieces. But as I say, all I want to hear is that Katie Price has gone to... Oh, she's been to the police, hasn't she? She has been to the police. But has she given them details of the person who attacked her in a home? And that's the next court case we want to see. I'm not bothered whether she wants to go to court. We have to... otherwise, that would be ridiculous. Somebody broke in and killed the dog, and they're not going to do anything about it. No. No. You have to stop these people. They're quite clearly sick in the head, whoever it is. I quite like the idea that an Afghan who escaped the Taliban and moved to Britain has taught millions of people how to play the piano online. I'd love to play the piano. My friend used to play the organ. He was very good. He played by ear. So in other words, he could hear a tune and then he could play it. We used to have him on the programme. He would bring his organ in and he'd set it up, and you used to get an awful lot on a keyboard. It played all these different musical instruments and everything else. And somebody would phone up and say, "Oh, can you do World of Sport?" And he'd go, da-da-dun, 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 da-da. And he could play everything just by ear. And I thought, what a gift. I'd love to do something like that. I could play a recorder or a triangle, but, I can't play, anything else really. No, I quite like the sound of a glockenspiel. You thought you were going to confuse me with the word glockenspiel. No, I used to play a flugelhorn. So, but I couldn't read music, so the bandmaster used to have to write down the fingering for me. What now? What? Honestly, you just say, honestly, perhaps he knew the bandmaster, I don't know. I think unlikely. Yeah, but he used to write down 0, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3, 3, and so I used to, provided I got the tune in my head, I knew what I was playing. But I was always very, very envious of anybody who could just sort of pick up an instrument and play it, violins especially. And I've seen kids' orchestras. I've been onto YouTube and sought out, young children's orchestras who are fantastic, who are absolutely sensational. They really are. Apparently the pandemic has boosted babies' sleep by 40 minutes a day. I don't know what you're supposed to have for sleep. When people say there is... you're supposed to have so many hours sleep a day. And I was never sure whether or not I'm supposed to have 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours, 7 hours. Years and years ago, I could sleep for 10 hours, but it used to make me very drowsy. I tend to find the less sleep I have, the more with it I happen to be. Apparently, there's a nudist beach in South Wales. It's referred to, says Chris, as Bear Bombay. Thank you. Reed Meatballs, he said, I buy the pound packs. And David says, I went away with this new lady and got dumped. Do I chase or wait until Joe Allen's reopens and find a new one? Can't wait. Cannot wait. Middle of September, isn't it? Middle of September. I must phone Kathy. I must phone her. Steve, I was watching old episodes of Crossroads on BritBox. Do you remember Benny and Miss Diane? I interviewed Miss Diane. I interviewed Susan Hanson. She was married to Carl Wayne. Remember of The Move? Carl Wayne, lovely man, starred in Blood Brothers. And Sue lives in Kingston. Well, she was living in Kingston. And she came in, she was promoting the box set of Crossroads. There is a little box set that they brought out of all the episodes of Crossroads. And it's got all the people, Shuey McPhee, Amy Turtle, the set that wobbled and moved and everything else. I used to love it. I used to love it. The Crossroads was a bit before your time, I should imagine. But there have been other soaps over the years. We're addicted to soaps in this country. We love stuff like that. We just get sort of quite carried away with them. I haven't seen The Crown, no. Is this The Crown about the royal family? No, but the boys, my former producers, bought me for Christmas. I've got the Series 1, Series 2, and I think Series 3. So I've got all of those. Yeah, it's supposed to be brilliant. I haven't watched them yet. I keep meaning to get round to it, and every time I spit, and I'm still trying to work out. My producer, Corey, said that he brought me something and put it in my pigeonhole. Well, I can't find anything, unless he's put it in the wrong pigeonhole. Because there's a loofah sticking out of my my pigeonhole. Can't have bought me a loofah, can he? Well, I don't know. I mean, I've never heard of just a loose loofah sitting. What an odd present. He said, at least you can talk about it on air. And so that kind of prompted me to maybe think perhaps it is that. I'm certainly not sitting on a train with a loofah in my hands, put it that way. No, I don't want to go and get it. No, I'm a bit frightened. Because I thought that was that. Well, it's in Darren's pigeonhole. So I'm assuming perhaps it's Darren's. He doesn't strike me as a loofah type either, but there you go. Horror. A woman was scalped and her ear torn off when her hair got snagged in a drill at work. So there was a loud crash. My hair must have got caught. She's got very long hair, and a probe found rotating parts of the drill were not guarded. And so the firm, an engineering firm in the West Midlands, admitted a health and safety breach and was fined 62,000 quid. Wow. Blasting the penalty, Anna said, my life has been devastated. 62,000 quid because it dragged her hair into the machine. Oh, dear me. Frightens the life out of me. I've noticed somebody who was on the SAS programme is suing them. Apparently something happened and, she's suing them. So, let's wait and find out. 84850, Alan and Eltham, no. And Donny says, enjoyed a toast to Prosecco to the Pope's good health last night in the Groovy Gang glass. How lovely. How lovely, the Groovy Gang glass. Have we got some more emails? Are you doing the emails? Or have we got enough things to think about this morning? I'm pushing you. I'm going to stand over you with a whip. But I have a horrible feeling smiling again. I don't know why that would be a funny thing. Never supposed to be particularly funny, is it? So here we go. Strictly Kate's picture of Taliban zealots. Right little happy bunch they are. Anybody know any good Taliban comedians? I don't think so. I don't think they have any comedians. They don't seem to have television or anything. They just have very bad haircuts and they kill people. And apparently this symbolic snap was taken in the former British police training headquarters in Kabul. And so they're all standing there with their guns. Honestly, good luck to you in Afghanistan. It's doomed, I fear. Doomed. I should imagine the people who are out now. We seem to have got everybody out, which is very good. Nobody'd ever want to go there ever again. Strictly Come Dancing's Craig Revel Horwood has rated Michael Gove's dance skills as 3 out of 10. Because he went to a nightclub, apparently. It's a bit of an odd thing to do, doesn't it? But people like nightclubs. I've not been in a nightclub for ages and ages and ages. I'm too old for things like that. It's too noisy. It's way too noisy. You were in the Two Brewers. That was very busy. Very busy. Yeah, wedged, isn't it? I know. I used to go there to watch the entertainment. There was entertainment in one of the bars there, at the back bar, I think. Yeah, the drag shows are very good. It's quite good. It's been going for donkey's years. Donkey's years. I was amazed when you said you'd been there. I was amazed that it was still actually active. I mean, I thought it must have gone years and years ago. He skips the queue. Really? The bouncers know him so well. Really? Oh, it's outrageous. I shall have a word with him. This is my producer's brother, who used to produce me as well. I'm rapidly working my way through the family. We can have the rest of them in very, very shortly. But the two brewers up at Clapham Common get rammed. And Pordy, my ex-producer, he gets waved in. Mind you, we used to do that when we went to nightclubs, Dale and I. Though I used to hate it. And he didn't like it really, but they'd always say, so just come down. And you could see all the other people in the line looking at him going, why are they being allowed in first? So embarrassing.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. I'm still trying to work out why Oliver Stickney, and there's a name and a half, fears his rugby dream is over because his feet are too big. He's 17. He wants to be a professional, but he can't find boots big enough for size 16 feet. Oh, he must be able to. It's not that unusual in this day and age. So now he's an apprentice PE teacher. He's appealing for help to get the boots he needs. His mum, Jo... So wait a minute, his mum's called Jo Edwards. He's called Oliver Stickney. I never understand these things. She said he's played for 4 years and I'm worried it'll make him quit the game. He plays for Pocklington RUFC in East Yorkshire. He wants to be in their first team. I don't think having big feet precludes you from playing rugby, as far as I know. I thought the whole idea was that if you were sort of playing rugby, you know, they're looking for big, beefy people. They're not looking for sort of weedy people. And having size 16 feet, I thought would have been an absolute plus. That he said he's having trouble. There are loads of companies that will make shoes and trainers and football boots and everything else for people who've got unusually sized feet. So I don't see any problem at all. In fact, he'll now be inundated with sort of people saying, oh, I can get you this, I can get you that. And they'll be going, yep, that's a good idea. I'm trying to find a story because I thought it was such a bad story that I wanted to read it to you. And I can't remember in which blooming paper it is. I was trying to think actually what sort of paper would put it in, and I thought originally it would be the Daily Star. And so I whizzed through the Daily Star. They've got a picture of the bodies coming back from Afghanistan, the American bodies, and all you've got is Biden looking at his watch, as if it's a case of, it's taking up a little bit too much time. That's the way that they've interpreted the looking at the watch. I mean, at least try and find a watch that sort of, reads the time to you. Right, well, she's not, this girl is not in the Daily Star, which is a bit of a surprise, actually. Dawn Neeson could probably tell me if it was going to be in the Daily Star because she would know all these things. So it's got to be in the Mirror, which is unusual because it's not necessarily a Mirror-type story. I would have thought it would have been Daily Star or possibly even The Sun. And it's about an opera singer and the size of her breasts. And she wants to have an operation. And I can't remember if she wants the operation to make them bigger or to make them smaller again. Anyway, we will find her and we will tell you the story. Because it's such an unusual one. They come across stories like this, and I know there's a lot of television programmes that go, that'll be a one. I mean, I would have thought that Martin Frizzell, who's the editor-in-chief at This Morning, he'd be enjoying this kind of story. That this would be his sort of story. They would probably be trying to get hold of this woman already, and she's going to pop up on the television at some time today. Or feeling that the Loose Women will end up talking about it. Because it's such an unusual story, and I don't understand why people can't look after themselves nowadays. People are sort of dreadfully sort of lazy when it comes to doing things. In case of, I don't want to pay for that. It's like you see sort of people, somebody's died in the family, and they can't be bothered to pay for anything, so they sort of crowdfund it. And they get other people to pay for something. I've noticed that the medals of disgraced Robert Maxwell are to be sold. This was the media magnate who thieved millions from his employer's pension fund, took part in the Normandy landings, and so he's got these medals, and they're going to be sold. He drowned off the Canary Islands. They're valued at around 7,000 quid. I wonder if he'd be selling those. I wonder if they'd still be within the family, or if they wouldn't be. Well, I can't find this blooming story, which is going to annoy me now, because once I find a story in the newspapers and I like it, I mark the poor old James O'Brien. He must hate me, because every day I turn the pages of the paper so I can remember to go back to a particular story. And I'm sure he must look at it and think, oh, that's what he spoke about today. I always push it as much as I can. We've got loads of other people here. We've got the Queen's Beefcake nephew. He only makes a couple of papers. I thought he would make quite a few of them, but he didn't. The boy with the big feet. Although there must be loads of you listening who can get large shoes. I mean, there are loads of companies that sort of make them, and there's all sorts of companies that can supply things like that because it's not so unusual in this day and age. Not so unusual. Ainsley Harriott, and he gets 2 pages, and that's very exciting, isn't it? Not really, no. I didn't think so. It's just page fillers. Wherever they get stories in the newspapers that they think can... I mean, why 2 pages on Ainsley Harriott and his recipes? I've got no idea. Will you be observing the Feast of St. Aidan today, Steve, says Donny. I wasn't planning. I wasn't planning on doing it, but I mean, if you think it's worth doing, I could have a go, I suppose. But not really. I'm not planning on doing anything like that today. Have I ever been to Disneyland Paris? No. A friend of mine went and he said the only thing that put people going off when it first opened was the weather in France is not particularly... You don't go to France and go there for fantastic weather. But it took ages to actually get it to sort of pick up, and now it's picked up. And a friend of mine went loads of time. He loved it. He thought it was fantastic. Anthony Hopkins is the one who has told aspiring actors, don't waste your money on acting schools. He's 83. 83. He said they're often set up by failed thespians and they're not worth paying for. Oh, God. That'll cause a ruction, won't it? I could just see there. I could see people going, oh, blimey. Oh, here he is. I found her at 25 minutes past 6. This is a music student, OK? She fears... Wait a minute. I mean, this story is so stupid, I can't believe it. She fears her chances of achieving her dream of being an opera singer could be ruined without surgery to reduce the size of her breasts. Maddie Borum, 22... This will be on television today, I can guarantee it. Says she's in agony because of back pain, which is making it increasingly difficult to stand upright and sing. The 5'8" singer is crowdfunding to raise £7,000. She can't even pay for it herself. She's asking somebody else, the lazy so-and-so. Describing the impact, she says, as an opera singer, you have to hold yourself in a certain way when you sing. But she comes from Kettering. She's due to graduate from the Royal College of Music in Kensington. So the pain I'm experiencing because of my breast is getting worse. Why don't you ask your parents for the money, dear? Why are you so lazy that you crowdfund it to raise £7,000? She fears she'll have to wait a long time to have surgery on the NHS. So? She says, I've been working for years to become an opera singer. So obviously you've known about this for years and years. It never crossed your mind to maybe start saving up and doing something for yourself. And then, ironically, the Daily Mail today put in to donate to her appeal. I think not. I think not, dear. Dame Kiriti Kanawa has moved back to her native New Zealand so she can watch her grandson grow up. She sang at the wedding of Prince Charles. You remember that? I always used to like Kiriti Kanawa. And here they are, the people who can't dance, all the people in positions of power, Boris Johnson, Vince Cable, Ben Bradshaw, Matt Hancock, all of them. Theresa May, none of them can dance. They're absolutely 2 left feet dancing. And somebody says, yes, the opera singer has 34 kk breasts and needs a reduction. Yeah, but why should we pay for it? I don't disagree with what she's saying. It's the method of, why don't you ask, why don't you sort of go to the bank and get a loan out, dear? Why should somebody have to pay for you? Are you going to give us all free tickets to all your concerts? Not that I think there'll be any concerts, but I mean, yes. I won't tell you what the producer has suggested she do. It's not the sort of thing we could recommend on this programme. But I just don't understand why. She's so lazy. She's going to a serious music school, and yet she can't be bothered to dig into her savings and pay for it herself. So she's asking you, can you pay for me? Can you pay for me? No, I won't be. I won't be. Happy birthday today to Van Morrison, who is now a Sir Van Morrison. The Belfast-born singer-songwriter is 76. Kirsty Allsop is 50. Larry Grayson was born on this day in 1923, died in 95. He performed in variety and drag shows. He left school at 14, and he used to do these asides. He said, he's anyone for a donut. And he was a favourite, actually. He did the Generation Game. He was a bundle of nerves. doing it. He would sweat profusely, his hands shook and everything about him. But he used to have his own camera so that they could pick up all his little sort of asides to the camera and look at him and say, he seems like a nice boy. And he was very good. You could check him out. He popped up on Crossroads at Meg Richardson's wedding. He was the chauffeur. He was just camp boy. I don't know if he ever had a boyfriend. I don't know. I mean, I watched a programme on him on the telly the other night. I think that they did it on Sky. I think they do such marvellous programmes. And it was sort of looking at it. And then he came back for the Royal Variety performance. And he sort of meandered through his act. And the audience loved it. He said, I've only come back here today, he said. So because people thought I was dead. He said, and a few months later he did die. He actually died. But he was very popular. He became hugely successful because he was able to get away with camp humour, but without it being offensive to anybody. You know, he didn't need to sort of he didn't want to talk about things like that. It was just the way that Larry was. He lived with his sister Fran, and all his characters that he had. But he was never offensive. You know, I'm not even sure he admitted he was gay. I'm pretty certain he was just a camp performer when there were camp performers, like, you know, sort of John Inman, people like that, camp performers. But people didn't come out in those days. And so Frank Spencer was married. Frank Spencer was married in the... he was at Camp of Itty Bitty Trouble, you know, and we'd all sort of go, oh, he's very funny, isn't he? He was married to Betty. And he was sort of a camp performer. Mind you, he might be listening, but he knows I've said this before. I had a producer of mine years and years ago, and he was so camp. Well, actually, he wasn't so camp. He was camp. I thought he was gay. I mean, it didn't make any difference. But we went out for breakfast one morning, and he said, I was out with the wife the other day. Well, of course, I nearly fell under the table. I said, you're married? He said, oh, yeah, we've been married for quite some time now. God, Del, seriously, God of the day, I thought my poor old gaydar had disappeared completely. But Larry Grayson's catchphrase, shut that door. You know, and he'd do things, and he just couldn't get anything right on. But you could watch the Generation Game, and it was absolute sheer perfection. When it worked, him and Isla Sinclair, it worked beautifully, and it seemed to work most weeks, and they loved him. The audience went through the roof for the programme. You wouldn't have thought so, would you? But seriously, he was one of the best. Bless his heart. Bless his heart.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Happy memories, says Chris. Larry Grayson was great, wonderful entertainer, as too John Inman. Yeah, I saw John Inman at a Ratlings ball. It was the Water Rats ball, and John Inman was there, and also, who else was there? Danny LaRue was there, and Danny stood up to make a speech. He was getting on a bit by that time, and he rambled a bit. I know the feeling. I ramble quite well. August the 31st, 1982. Ingrid Bergman had learnt to live with cancer, and 2 days ago on her 67th birthday, the star of Casablanca and Gaslight invited a small group of friends to a dinner party. It was a quiet, intimate celebration. Later that night, she died at her Chelsea flat. August 31st, 1982. You see, there were all of these things. In 1422, Henry V died, probably of dysentery, to be succeeded by his 9-month-old son, Henry VI. And in 1940, acting royalty Laurence Olivier and Vivien Leigh married in California. Officers, I couldn't work this one out. At all. Officers in Britain's largest police force, the Met, Metropolitan Police, have launched a consultation with its 30,000 officers in London about non-binary rights being legally recognised. Currently, male officers wear helmets or caps, whilst women have hats and normally trousers rather than skirts. So, equality campaigner Peter Tatchell said, separate uniforms for officers is a legacy of the sexist past. The Met said it was consulting staff, including those who identify as non-binary or gender fluid. I don't know where this stuff comes from, I really don't. So, they're going to ask them in the Met if they want gender-neutral uniforms. What next? Perhaps a pair of shorts. I mean, like they have in certain countries. New Zealand, I think they wear shorts, don't they? And I'm sort of thinking to myself, I don't know, do I want to see that? I could never get used to the fact that a lot of police officers, especially around our way, are covered in tattoos. Even on the programmes, the Interceptor programmes on the television. They're covered in tattoos, but they start becoming famous. I saw a bailiff programme the other day. I thought that was very good. Jimmy says, I fancy a curry this weekend. Could you contribute towards my crowdfunding to pay for it? 50 quid should be sufficient. I mean, it's just ridiculous. Honestly, what a tight-fisted so-and-so. She's going to one of the best... Wait a minute, where did it say she's... when she's... Oh, there's all sorts of things here. Go away. Sometimes the papers are just full of the same old rubbish, day in, day out. Day in, day out. There's Fiona Bruce in all the papers today. I'm so grateful, she said. My children had the same nanny for 20 years. Riveting. Rivetingly dull, I'm afraid. Rivetingly dull. So I've now lost this woman again. I keep losing these stories today. I'm not having a... Oh, here she is. So, she's a graduate from the Royal College of Music. She's there now, and she can't afford to pay for her own operation. Oh, blimey, girl. She says the pain is getting worse because my breasts are getting worse. So you've known about this for ages, and now you want somebody else to pay for it. I think that's absolutely shameful. She said, if I don't get this surgery, I'm not going to be able to carry on. Well, you better ask your parents for the money, hadn't you? They managed to get you to the Royal College of Music in Kensington. Pfft, not exactly cheap there, is it? Perhaps you should have thought about that before. Can't believe, honestly, people are so lazy nowadays. It's terrible. Terrible. And Mark, my former producer, says Duncan Chase Me Norvell is straight, but he played Camp. Chase Me. I used to think it was such a good act, but I had no idea it was an act. Never crossed my mind. And he wrote to me some while ago now, actually. And I remember thinking, yeah, it's quite a clever act, actually. Camp sold. In the case of Larry Grayson and John Inman, I mean, I don't think anybody could have been as camp as John Inman. I mean, he really was very camp. I mean, just even walking across the floor of Grace Brothers was very, very camp. And love Larry, says Christine. Didn't he go on about his friend Slack Alice? Yes. I mean, to be honest with you, he was so innocent with it that he would sort of... It was his looks aside that worked. You know, really, really good, actually. But could he do it now with all this nonsense? Well, the trouble is, it isn't a case of could he do it. That was him. It wasn't an act. He was like that. I went to interview him down at the BBC Theatre at Shepherd's Bush. And there'd been an article about Marilyn Monroe in one of the big news channels had done a thing, an exposure on her and all the rest of it. And he said, it's dreadful. He said how they can talk about that poor girl. She's not here to defend herself. And he was quite horrified by it, But he was a natural performer. Simon says, have you seen The Nightmare Neighbour Next Door on Channel 5? I've seen a couple of things about neighbours next door where they turn out... I mean, the worst one, as I say, the Karens in America. Seriously, they are the worst. There's some vile people there. The sort of people who turn up and start shouting the odds because they're not wearing a mask. And one woman got dragged out of a bank by security because she wouldn't wear a mask. She said, it's my constitutional right. They went, this is a private bank. You're not... And they all try it on because they're a bit stupid. So, Nightmare Neighbour, yes, but you probably get the same in this country as well, don't you? Steve, I've had 2 dental implants. I need a third. I'm going to start a crowdfunding page, says Sue-Ann. I think that's just a put. She's at one of the top music schools in the country. She's asking you to pay for her operation. You know, ask your parents, love, or ask the family. Ask some of your friends. You know, I think it's absolutely outrageous that's stuff. But I bet you anything, she makes TV programmes today. I can't wait to see what the loose women are going to make of it. Let's see if we get a bit of honesty. Michelle from the original Spikers group says, really larger size shoes. My niece is a gorgeous 6-foot lady with size 9 feet. I'm not so tall, but still have been blessed with size 9. Out of desperation and a desire to provide beautiful footwear in ladies, UK size 8 to 12, she's set up her own business, which is doing brilliantly. And after many years of putting up with what I could find to fit, I now have a beautiful collection of boots and shoes. But Otto plus Ivy. So there you go. Because if you're I mean, I should imagine a lady having size 12 must be considered... I mean, mind you, if she's 6 foot tall... I saw there used to be a woman who used to get off the train at Waterloo Station. She was about 6.5 feet tall. You couldn't miss her. She was so tall. I remember, first thing I look at is people's feet. Some men have got little tiny feet, and I find that a little bit disturbing. I don't know why. I think men are meant to have 10, 10.5, 11. I've heard of people with 12s, and I suppose if I hunt around, I'll find somebody with size 16. But that's sort of not the norm, but it's certainly getting to be like that. And so a lot of the shoe companies are catering for people of that size. And I'm quite sure if you went on to, I don't know if you went on to Amazon, but if you put in large size shoes on Google, I bet they would come up with loads of companies that would sell shoes because there's quite a number of people. It's like buying, 54-inch waist trousers. You can find these places. You have to pay for them. But I bet you anything, on Google, you would find somebody who would be making these size shoes. It's as simple as that. People have got it. It's like, if you're a very tall person, if you're 6'6", 6'7", you're going to need a bigger bed. A double isn't going to do anything for you at all. So you're going to have a bigger bed. And so they now make furniture for bigger people, same as they make furniture for little people. It's all relative. More on the son of Euromillions winner Adrian and Gillian Bayford fighting for life following this quad bike smash. And he won, as you remember, 148 million. And his 13-year-old son collided with a car reportedly driven by his sister, who's 15. But they can do that because they're on their own private land. Sources say Gillian, who split from Adrian within a year of their win, has travelled back from Scotland to be at her son's bedside. We've heard of a few of these accidents. Didn't Ozzy Osbourne have an accident on a quad bike? But anyway, at the time, Gillian was working nights at a children's ward in Addenbrooke's, where her son's now being treated. But Gillian said it'll be fantastic to spend more time with the family now. But they sort of, the marriage broke up and all the rest of it. But they did have £148 million. So split that down the middle, it gives you 70 million. You could do very nice 70 million. Colin and Chris Weir from North Ayrshire in second place. They landed £161 million in 2011. The record in 2019, £170 million. The winner has decided to remain anonymous. Not surprised. I think actually on my one, I think I've ticked publicity, but I have a feeling I might have to change my mind. Mike in Burnham said, I'm size 14 UK, and most shoes look like boats. Also need a bigger bed, as I'm 6'5". Oh, wow. Shane says, we had a Grace Brothers department store in Sydney. John Inman came here to promote the store. Last time, Steve, I paid for breasts, I was in Croydon's KFC. Thank you. The old ones are the best. And Steve, my husband Graham, says Kim, has 1 foot size 6 and 1 size 8. Wow. See, I've got, as I say, exactly the same size as the producer. It doesn't tell you anything. We're not related in any way, shape or form. But he's 10.5, and I said I'm 10.5. But sometimes, if you can't find 10.5, I'd have to buy an 11. Because if you buy 10, it might be a little bit too tight. And when you were little, you got your shoes measured in the Clark shop, and then they would sort of find the shoes that fitted you. And somebody nowadays you just go in there and go. I mean, I order mine on the internet. I go onto Amazon and order the shoes that I buy. Yeah, everybody had Clark shoes. When you were little, you had little Clark sandals, and they had a little thing. Yeah, the shoe thing, and you put your foot on it, and they brought it down to your toe, and then you put the shoe on, and you'd walk up and down in the shop. And they go, is it okay? Does it fit? And they'd all be looking at your feet. I never quite understood it. Yeah, and then your mum would go, whereabouts your toes in there? Do they come right to the end? Does it go right to... And so she'd be squeezing you down. Get your bloody hands off. Time you've left the shoe shop, you're maimed for life. But no, you used to get that lot. And it was the walking up and down. I don't think I've ever bought a pair of shoes, not for years. And actually had to walk up and down in a shoe shop to see what they're like. That's why you get these poor girls in London and around the country who see these high heels in some of these sort of so-called fashion shops, generally cheap, trashy kind of shoes, and they put them on. And of course they can't walk in them. They cannot walk in them. So you see them walking through Leicester Square, holding their shoes in one hand as they walk through. And holding each other up because had a drink, which makes them even worse. You know, you watch them walking along. Some girls take out, they take their big handbags out, which carry their makeup, and they take a little pair of soft shoes to put on, and they put their sort of very expensive shoe, because it's ridiculous. Try them on at least, because you know the danger is that if you wear shoes that are the wrong size, you can damage your feet permanently. Don't want to do that, do you? Got to look after your feet. Morning, 10 to 7. Somebody wrote in, claims to be a musician, and said, because it's music doesn't mean the girl is wealthy. Well, you don't know that. You don't know that. You don't know any more than I know about it. But I've got the story and you don't. Students have loans for studies. You don't know that. You don't know. She looks very wealthy to me, and I can always tell just by looking at somebody, you know. And also, why didn't she ask her parents? Her friends, as opposed to asking us to crowdfund something. She's obviously been living in London, hasn't she? So she's obviously got a bit of money. But she looks wealthy, but you don't know any more than I do. It's just that I've read the story and you haven't. Steve, have you ever been to have you had your feet x-rayed when you were a child? I remember there was a machine that they had in our Clark shoe things, and you put your foot into this machine. I seem to remember it had a light in it, but I've got no idea what that did, whether it measured your foot. But I do remember, and the producer just reminded me, pushing your toe at the top to see where it came. You know, on the thing, but the walking up and down, I remember. You try something, you go, yeah, that's all right. And I can remember going to a shoe shop donkeys years ago, and they wanted you to try both on. Bata is apparently a great quality, very famous in going strong in the Czech Republic. Oh, so there you go. Somebody says, used to X-ray, you stood on the machine, you could look down and see your toes inside your shoe, says Pippa. I thought that there was something like that. Graham says, tell the guy in Burnham with size 14 feet, he's a 20-minute drive from BigfootShoes.com showroom in Datchet. Really? There you go. I told you. BigfootShoes.com. You can find anything. I remember years ago, I told you they asked me at LBC if I would do an evening phone-in. I think the normal presenter was off. And the producer, Peter, said to me, he said he used to set up the programme and I would just go in and present. And he said, I thought we'd do a programme on feet. And I said, feet? And he said, yeah. He said, people with different size feet. And I went, oh. And he said, yeah. He said, I've got this guy and he has a shop and he makes different size feet. He said, because a lot of people have feet which are different sizes. And I said, oh. I said, you think this is going to last an hour? And he went, yeah. I said, no. He said, listen. He said, take my... He was a very clever producer. He knew exactly how to get the best out of the presenters. And he said, listen, he said, I'll punt all the calls through to you and you'll have this expert to talk to and all the rest of it. And of course, I went in with some trepidation, basically total ignorance of people with different size feet, thinking, well, this is going to die. This is going to die. Well, blow me down. It was the best hour we'd ever had. We've never had so many calls. The switchboard was flooded with all these people who've got different size feet and had nobody to talk to over the years. And here was somebody in the studio at LBC who could actually say to them, well, listen, I can sort that problem out. We can either, we have shoes in half sizes and all the rest of it, or we can make shoes for you and they're not too expensive because, if you're having something made, I mean, some of the companies in London, they're very expensive, but they will look after you and they keep the lasts and everything else, and they will make shoes specifically. You could pay, £1,000 a pair of shoes, £2,000 pair of shoes. So it was like that, and it went so well. And he said, I told you that would work. So I said, well, I have to be honest. I said, I really wasn't expecting a programme about feet and different size feet to actually work on the radio. So the next night we did teeth. We had teeth, and we had people phoning up who'd been quoted to have a whole mouth done if you have all implants in. And there was one woman phoned up, she said, I've been quoted £30,000. Of course, I sort of sat there thinking, 30 grand? And the dentist we had in the studio was one of those cosmetic dentists. He made teeth and he had them made and things like that. And he said, he said that would be about right, £30,000. I said, really? Seemed like an awful lot of money to me. So you've got to have all your teeth taken out and then they screw in teeth, and to have a whole mouth done, £30,000. That was in those days. It's gone up quite considerably. Steve, surely the foot X-ray machines were fakes? No. I mean, after all, even in hospitals, the X-ray operatives are situated in a separate area. They can always see you, though. Have you noticed? I've had my fair share of X-rays. Somebody said, X-raying your feet. Yes, they did. They wanted to see where your feet came in the shoes. It was very clever. Very, very clever. I mean, I remember it because sometimes the machines, were operating and sometimes they weren't. You could see it had been unplugged. But you always got somebody who was measuring your feet. That thing, you put it on there and they slid this thing down and it just seemed to work. But I can't remember what size feet I had when I was that. But now, 10.5, 11. 10.5, 11. But if I'm in Wellingtons, it'd definitely be an 11 because a Wellington's a bigger sort of thing. But bigger socks. Oh, thicker socks. Yeah. But I don't have any Wellingtons at the moment. I don't. There wouldn't be anywhere I would need to go. I don't do rock festivals or anything else. My days of rock festivals have gone out the window, I'm afraid. And Steve, somebody else saying about the X-ray machines. Yeah, I mean, you could find them in all the Clark shoe shops. There were Clark shoe shops, but now apparently there's these other ones, Bata, B-A-T-A, probably pronounced Bata or something like that. But apparently. Have you never been to a shop and had your feet X-rayed? No, I haven't. Duncan Norvell was the first choice to prevent blind date. He did all the run-throughs and then they gave it to Scylla. And she, surprise. I like surprise with Scylla. I thought that was fantastic, actually. I thought it was very, very good. Very, very nice. And so it's the bigfootshoes.com is you're looking for. And another one here. Steve, the guy with the big feet and the girl with the breast could do a concert fundraiser. Her singing and he could tap dance, says Albert. I'd love to be able to tap dance. I think that's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And so there we are. We've had enough text messages about your feet and all the rest of it. And how people have got different size feet and they're all very happy. So all we need to know now we know that as far as I know, they've managed to get all the animals out. And they managed to get all the people out who matter in Afghanistan. But I have a sneaking feeling there's some more people that might have fallen under the radar. And the charity animal boss, as I say, now we've got another 200 animals in one fell swoop added to the thousands of unloved animals in this country who've been waiting for homes for an awful long time. Now we just want to hear from DEFRA. That's all we want to hear from. I don't want to hear from anybody else. I just want to hear from DEFRA. What are we doing about Geronimo? Time is running out. Tomorrow we enter September. And I think is it the 14th of September? Time runs out. David in Shropshire says they were called X-ray shoe fitting machines made of wood. Yeah. I don't remember them, actually. Well, I remember seeing them, but you're right, actually. If it was an X-ray machine, because when they do X-rays now, if you're either in a hospital or if you're in the dentist, they go out the room. They leave you at the mercy of the X-ray and they leave the room. Always frightens me, but I've had CT scans and all sorts of bits and pieces. But you're right, actually, it never occurred to me. Perhaps your feet were different. But I do remember this thing that lit up and you put your foot into it. But unless it wasn't an X-ray machine, it just took a photograph of your foot and they could then see what it looked like in the shoes. But that pinching of the toe was always a good thing. Your mother was very fussy about buying shoes. And you had your school shoes, then you had your play shoes. And never the twain should meet. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. We shall be back with you and do it all over again tomorrow at the same time. So now you've got a short week, a very short week. Steve, many years ago when LBC were based in Gray's Inn Road, you invited me on to your show, says Gillian. I'm a podiatrist based in central London. How lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Make sure you download the LBC app. Go to the LBC website. You can download everything.